Good morning. It's time to wake up. Good morning. It's time for you to wake up, whether or not you want to. I am not sure. I still want to wake up at 5:30 every morning. Good morning. Easily distracted. Cheers. Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate. Look at I even have my coffee. Come on now. I'm like the picture of organization and punctuality. Well, actually, I was late technically, but that's okay. We're better than yesterday. Hmm. Good morning and welcome to Wake and Bake with Lolo. I'm Lolo. Good morning, Pepper Saltina. Pepper Saltina. Pepper Saltina. Pepper Saltina. Yeah. How are you? Comey in court today. That's right. String him up. I'm just kidding. I don't I don't like Comey, but I don't appreciate what's happening. I mean, if that helps. Yeah, hold on. I'll show you outside the Virginia courthouse where he is due to be arraigned. Oh, okay, come on. I'll show you a little bit. It's Wednesday. I thought it was Thursday. Yeah, I totally understand. Neil was not sure I was doing a show yesterday because I'm such a fucking loser. So, sorry, Neil. I love you so much. I'm so glad we corrected that. It should be very interesting. Yeah, it should be. I mean, this is the arraignment. Is that what it is? Is that what he's doing? He's arraigning. Hi, meow. Good morning, 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 morning. It's a meowing. Good meowing. Hold on, I'm gonna get this over here. Oh my god. Yesterday was a fucking pain in the ass. Oh my god. It was such a pain. All right, so there's what's happening outside of Comey's Virginia. Well, who's there, I wonder? Is anybody there that we know? Oh, Nadine. It looks like Nadine is there with the big sign in the back. Yeah, it looks like Nadine is there, who's really amazing. She's a wonderful protester in DC. If you haven't seen her, I'm sure you have seen her because she's really, she's been photographed a lot. So, yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if any of the chuds are going to show up to Virginia, since some of them live in Virginia, or maybe they live in West Virginia. I don't really remember. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest. It should be interesting. Yeah. Pew. Pew. Da, 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 da. And then we've got Meowing Star came in. Badger, Badger, Badger. Coming in with the maple leaf. Coming in hot like a Canadian. Carrie! Carrie, I love you. You're such a kind person and you're very supportive of the show. I hope everybody knows you do not need to give money. Please, I love you so much. I'll play you a song if you want me to play you. Just say, Lolo, play me a song, and I'll find one. But good morning, and I really deeply, deeply, you don't know how much I appreciate it. Sometimes it makes all the difference in the world. So I'm really grateful. Oh, Danny, good morning. Speaking of wonderful, thanks, Danny. Danny, you're amazing. Danny became a member. You're a doll. You are a doll. I hope you're doing well. I love you. I know, no fanfare needed. Well, but I also see you. I see you. I see you and I appreciate how you definitely come in and help out, and so many people do. So I'm just grateful. I'm just grateful. I'm just grateful. So I appreciate it. But yeah, here we are. We've got a couple of well, we've got the Supreme Court is doing mail-in ballots. Is that what it is today? This weekend, either shop for grandson or go to Chicago. Are you going to go to Chicago? Oh, Carrie, that really, thank you. It really, thank you. Really is from the heart. Like, it's so amazing. Danny, you're so funny. Danny, Danny is saves biscuits once in a while too. So I'm not gonna go into too much detail, but I appreciate you, Danny, very much. You don't know how much you helped out this particular moment in time, so I appreciate you. Bondi, Pamela Joe. But other than that, hold on, because I want to, let me just actually organize it a little bit better. Because I saw 2 hearings on the docket this morning, beyond the SCOTUS, which of course I think is probably primary. But one is worldwide threats to the homeland, which is the Homeland Security Committee. So that sounds really fun. And super also fun is, I don't know what Century AI Innovation means, but Century AI Innovation in Financial Services, which also sounds hilarious. And it could be a bundle of laughs. That's the Finance Committee in the House. So we'll kind of choose between, as we get closer to the hour, we can choose between those 2 and see what's what. What's whatty what? What whatty what what? What what? Kiss. Yeah, do both and shop in Chicago and find a protest. I God bless all the protesters. That's all I have to say. God bless all the protesters. I don't care what your motivation is for being out there. I thank you so much because I think it's just so wonderful. I was watching Portland last night, and there's a guy that is. So this is something I'd like to discuss. I'd like to discuss digital soldiers. Actually, I wanted to pull up Jim's piece too. Hold on. Where is it? Where did it go? I don't know. Oh, here we go. I got it. Because, well, first of all, Jim was right. So there's that. I'm just gonna say it for all of you stew hating fans. Jim was right. Sorry. We knew it all along, but you guys are just fucking idiots. The other piece is that from outside, it looks like Trump is just trying to pick a fight with citizens of Chicago and Portland, daring them to rise up. It absolutely is like that. It's so goofy. So the protesters last night had a dance party, which was beautiful. And you guys, there was an inflatable. Now, this was not a dinosaur, okay? I want to make sure we get the record straight. I know all the inflatables. I love that. But that's Godzilla. Okay, I'm just going to say it's not it's a what is that? It's a distinction without a difference. Oh, it's Reptar. That's right. It's Reptar. I'm so sorry. It's Reptar from what's that show? I love that show. Not the Wild Thornberries, the other one. Oh fuck. Reptar from oh my God, Tommy, little Tommy. I can't. Rugrats. Thank you. God, Meowing Star. I was driving myself insane. Yeah, that's Reptar, who's technically, I think Reptar is supposed to be, Reptar I thought was supposed to be, I thought it was supposed to be Godzilla, but I could be wrong. And if it's a dinosaur, of course I love it. Are you kidding me? More dinosaurs. I don't care how many dinosaurs we have. I think we should have 1 million dinosaurs. In fact, I think we should have a dinosaur march. How about that? Rugrats was a cartoon Rugrats was a cartoon like in the 90s, I think. Maybe the aughts. Maybe in the aughts. And they have it's a wonderful, you should watch it now. Like literally Rugrats is watchable at any age because I think it's a great show. But I also happen to have a small daughter at the time, so it made more sense. But boy, I love that show. So I'm going to tell you right now, the more inflatables, the better. There was a capybara, there was a bear, there was the Reptar, there was a raccoon, there was a unicorn. Yes, Tommy and Chucky's toy. That's right, Carrie. That's what it was. That dinosaur. Oh my God, it was so cute. So that's wonderful. Now, what is not wonderful is what is emerging in Portland, and perhaps will emerge in other places. Eventually, I think it will emerge in other places. We're talking about Portland. I was watching Portland last night. And what's interesting is that there's an agitator. There's a couple of agitators that are coming in there. Chuds, MAGA chuds, real MAGA chuds. Because of Nick Sorter, who's really making trouble. All right? Nick Sorter is a fucking agitator. I don't know who's paying him, but he is definitely the stir the pot. I'm going to walk through, like, for example, the protesters in Portland had some supplies and things on the sidewalk near where they were protesting in tents and stuff like that. And there might have been some people sleeping out. I'm not really sure. But Nick Sorter decides, I'm going to walk through because I have, as a white man, I have a right to this sidewalk, you know? So, and it's like, oh my God. And of course people got mad, right? And he's also like physically shoving this woman and stuff like that. It's just ridiculous. So there is a lot of MAGA agitators that have come to, yes. There's a lot of agitators who have come to these protests to try and break them up. Now, but Portland, I think, is interesting because you've got the Nick Sorter and the kind of like, Timu version of Ben Shapiro or something, right? They're like the weird guys. Yeah, I actually did. I saw them spraying whatever they sprayed into the inflatable. That's fucking dangerous. And so I don't. If it was like their gas, how in the world do you? I mean, really, think about that. You've got those things are actually pretty airtight. Okay, I'm going to tell you that right now. They're pretty airtight, unbelievably. It has to be actually incredibly dangerous to inject like pepper spray or other things into that environment. That has to be actually, excessive force. Because you could really hurt someone by putting them in a cloud of fucking pepper spray. Can you imagine if you I can imagine I had the pepper spray sprayed at me or whatever. So I know what the off spray is from that. If I know what the off spray is, and that had me crying for, an hour or so. Like that was enough. I can't imagine having the spray into the suit. And that's fucking dangerous. I know, and I get it. A lot of chuds would love to see me like things sprayed into my suit, knocked over, whatever. I get it. You're angry. I don't know why you're angry because you won, so whatever. But you're super angry about everything. And then the other thing was, so there's this other guy called Tommy Boy, of course, and he's kind of new on the scene. I haven't seen him before. He just started his YouTube like in the last couple days because he got really popular in Portland for punching protesters. Yeah, maybe they know their guy cheated. They do love cruelty. They do love cruelty. I can't even believe it. Anyway, so this guy Tommy Boy is a real fucking pain in the ass. And he goes around and provokes people with slurs and physical closeness until they get mad and come at him. I know, Tommy Boy. Can you imagine? I don't think he understands what that means. I don't think he knows what that means. So Tommy Boy likes to go around and provoke people with really, really, really horrible slurs. And, last night he apparently accused someone of being a registered sex offender, and so was trying to whip up the crowd to go against this guy, right? So this guy Tommy Boy is a fucking pain in the ass, and he decked people twice and got arrested for it and then released. So he's running around saying punch me, and then when someone punches him he calls the cops. So So Tommy Boy, but I think this is, to me, the serious, I mean, that is very serious, but the even more serious part of this is that he is the perfect example of the digital soldier. Because if you listen to him, which of course that's what I do, I listen to the words that he uses, and he is, he's mimicking all of the easy kind of low-hanging fruit messages of like what Steve Bannon, in fact, he even referred to Steve Bannon as like, running things. So I definitely think he's part of the posse, if you will. Yeah, Tommy Boy won't last. I hope not. I hope not. I hope Tommy Boy goes home with his dick between his legs. But I think that he is a product directly of what Jim and Gal and others have warned us about, which is the radicalized white male on but through a series of different MAGA influencers, right? He mimics all the MAGA influencers. And he is there. He says he's there to record people, but he's not there to record people. He is actually there to provoke and get people to react so that he can make fun of them more or whatever, right? And he's very popular. Like he had 3,800 viewers last night. This is a guy this is his second stream on YouTube. But because he's so infamous. Is that Ivan Raiklin? Is that Ivan Raiklin? Oh, fuck, it is. That's Ivan Raiklin. I wonder if he's live. Hold on. Let me just see. I see him. I see the little angry penis tip head elf right there. There he is. See, with the glasses on his head? Can you see where my pointer is? This is Ivan Raiklin. I know it. I'll put good money on it. That little bitch is Ivan Raiklin. Yeah, I can almost guarantee it. Sorry you can't really see him. Anyways, I hate that goblin too. Oh my god. Let me tell you. Anyway, so here's the thing. The bottom line, yeah, I know. Exactly. No, I know the types. And but what really got me about that Meowing Star 2 was there is a lot of audience for hating on protesters. That's what it means to me. Yeah, Ivan, the J5 bomber. That's right. That's Ivan Raiklin, the person who dropped the bombs at the RNC and the DNC, allegedly. Pretty sure. I know they're bad flashbacks, but this is a Mike Flynn production. That's what I want people to know. These scenarios where there is going to be more MAGA emboldened to show up at protests, this is a Mike Flynn production. Mike Flynn is the one who radicalized people like Tommy Boy to go out and provoke violence. This is like, Tommy Boy is, if there was a picture in the book. Now, unfortunately, Boone Cutler, who wrote the book 5G, Fifth Generation Warfare with Flynn. Yeah, Mike Flynn is definitely, but I think Mike Flynn is part of obviously, just incidentally, I don't think this guy's connected to Mike Flynn. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that Mike Flynn is responsible for the radicalization of these fucking chuds because he's the one who helped crafted the narrative around Save the Children, become a digital soldier, after years and years and years of doing this to people through various programming and mimicking the messages that come down from on high. So my fear is that we've got much more exactly. I can't stand Comey either, but I don't need to. This is a waste of taxpayer money right here. That's what this is. This is a big waste of taxpayer money. But I think these digital soulless, is what I really call them, are going to emerge as even more, and they're kind of getting emboldened, like they can stand up because the media, through kind of Steve Bannon's and other people, have painted, and the administration. There you go. All of this is now weaponized to say ICE is the victim. ICE agents are the victims, and chuds, digital soldiers, it is your job to help protect ICE agents. That's what I see growing. And if Portland and the response to this Tommy Boy character is any indication, I fear that that is where we're going with this. And it only takes one. It only takes one guy to create that havoc in a protest group. So anyway, I just want to make that observation really clearly because this is Mike Flynn's fault. Any violence that comes out of like protest and digital soldiers and save the children is Mike Flynn's fault. Sorry. Arrest Mike Flynn. Mike Flynn is Q. There are protest elders in Portland working to educate the protest babies not to take the bait. I know. And I actually saw some of them, Meowing Star, in action last night, right? I saw them in action, and they were doing a great job of trying to diffuse. Oh. And there's these guys. Wait, hold on. I got to pull up the website. When I get paid, I'm going to buy one of their sweatshirts. Hold on. Oh my God, these guys are out now. Now, I love these guys. Oh my God. Where is it? Where is it? Oh. And they are, oh my God. I think they must be not an organized group. I know they're an organized group. But I think they must be like, basically nonviolent resistance teachers. Hi, Gal. Sharon sent me a Costa stream, and apparently Ivan Raiklin is harassing Olivia Troy. Oh my God. These guys just need to kind of fucking get a life. All right, so let me show you what I saw last night in Portland, which really was wonderful. It's called the Humble Boys. It's an organization called the Humble Boys. We are a nonviolent peacekeeping organization committed to de-escalation, civic defense, and standing against injustice with humility and resolve. And I absolutely love them, and I'm going to send them all my money, but not all my money. But these guys are in the protest, and they help de-escalate. And they were in there last night, really trying to help. So I highly recommend, I'll put their link in the description of the video, but I love these guys. I fucking love them. And of course I love their merch too. Hold on. You gotta actually look at their merch because it's like fucking amazing. Like I need to have this. I must have this in my life. Look at that. Look at that sweatshirt. It's so cute. It's so cute. It's the Humble Boys. I just think it's so fucking adorable. Anyway, so there's great resistance out there that is like full of good, wonderful people trying to make a difference and doing it in a beautiful way. Yeah, why can't you be cute when you're fighting injustice? You can be cute. I highly recommend being cute. I have no problem with that. I love cute. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. And yeah, so I don't know why this is great and everything. Oh, there he is. You can hear the little bitch. There he is. Hi, Ivan. Hi, Penis Tip. Hi, Penis Tip Head. What's this guy? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Who's that guy? Who's that guy? Is that his bodyguard? Who the fuck is that? I've never seen you before. Huh. Interesting. I've never seen him before. Let's go over here. Turn that sound off. Olivia Troy.
When it came down to the Epstein stuff and
That's a
other
good
things
point.
along the way. So
Yeah.
I think that she was making up for it, and we saw that in real time during that hearing. Sorry,
Miles,
Deb, I
it's
was just talking to law enforcement about Ivan Ricklin. They were just checking in to make sure everything was okay. He's
good.
going around, he's calling people fake news and going around to the camera people and filming them. So that's typical for Ivan.
Dude, get a
I'm gonna
life.
join
I'm
it.
sorry. Like,
Let's
can we
join,
get him a
Kelly.
job somewhere? I mean, my
Oh,
goodness.
that's
I don't know. I
Miles.
would have to check his work like I used to check Cath Patel's. So.
Well, that's true. Who knows
Yeah.
what's lurking? But let's not get caught up in Ivan because it sounds like that's what he would want.
Mhm.
But this is
Yep.
we're getting close to the moment, right? I mean, the
Yeah.
arraignment document says 10 o'clock sharp, right, Miles? I think that's what it says. Glenn Kirshner sent it to me, and it says they
Well,
want to start right at 10.
and I've just been informed, Jim, that it sounds like the former FBI director is already inside.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
You
I
don't get
stand
your
corrected.
walk.
I think my prediction of them bringing him in through the front of the building
Yeah, he's
appears
the
to be
Secretary
wrong.
of
Now, we also had
Retribution.
folks monitoring the side entrance over here, and they did not see the former FBI director arrive. So it seems, and this is interesting, but it seems that the court extended the former director the courtesy of coming in more discreet fashion. Remember that there are
Yay for the
folks
back
in this
door.
building that are lifelong career civil servants, people who are not appointed by the White House. And so at some point in the process here, Comey was given that courtesy. What will be interesting to see, Jim, is whether there are folks that get flack from the White House about that. Donald Trump,
Yes.
again, has very much wanted to see some kind of perp walk of his adversaries as they're arrested. Presumably was the one that wanted to see Comey picked up by these, quote, beefy FBI agents, and that hasn't happened. He's been given, again, that courtesy that normally VIPs who face security threats are given to be brought into the building.
Yeah, people want
Apparently
to
through
kill
some
him.
side
Why do
entrance
they want to
or
kill
at
him,
a different
Miles?
time. So we've just
Oh,
been
right.
informed that,
Mike Flynn.
and as you noted, Jim,
That's
we're
why.
expecting the arraignment to
I
start
do.
right on time
I
here
do.
at 10. There
Yep.
are not cameras allowed in the courtroom. As Glenn Kirshner noted earlier, we're expecting that to last maybe 10 or 15 minutes. We would presume that Comey huddles afterwards with counsel. And then there is the possibility, I think some members of the press expect that he may come out the front door afterwards and make remarks. And there is
Yeah.
a makeshift
Yeah.
podium set up and microphones. And I think that's a
Yeah.
distinct possibility that we see Comey appear after his arraignment.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, I do think that is a very interesting development that Comey was able to go inside the courthouse, not in front of the cameras. What that says to me is that his attorneys, and we'll have to
Yeah,
ask Glenn
there's
Kirshner what he
Nadine
thinks
holding
about
the
this,
big sign.
very likely made the request that Comey be brought in through some back door or side door or sally
I don't
port. Usually
recognize
these
the
kinds of
chuds.
courthouses have a sally port where you can just drive somebody right in if it's a sensitive case. And it would be interesting that the judge and the prosecution allowed for that. And it says to me that I think the prosecution understands, the U.S. Attorney's Office must understand how precarious this
Mm.
case is, that it is just probably hanging by a particle of a thread at this point. Because I would assume at some point the judge is just going to say, to hell with this, I'm throwing this out. But
Good morning.
it's
I love
interesting
you.
that they gave Comey
Oof,
this
you made it.
this opportunity to go in
These
through
chuds don't
a
seem to
back door
understand
or
the
a side
concept of
door and
back door
not
or
out in front
safe
of the
door.
cameras
Didn't
as
I saw
Donald
one of
Trump
the
would want. Donald Trump has been defied by this
Yes,
judge
Neil, they
already in
did.
this
You're
case, it
right.
seems to be, Olivia. The fact that
Oh,
Comey is
Miles.
not being paraded
Is
in
it
front of the
Miles
cameras, not
Taylor?
forced
No,
to
it's
go
not.
out
I
in
think
front of the
that's a
cameras,
character in a
says to me
book.
that Donald Trump is already being defied.
It's Miles something. He's the one who
Yeah.
was
No, I think
the
so, and I'm sure that they're
anonymous
not pleased about that.
whistleblower
No.
back in the
Especially
first
given what we know
administration.
happened at the
Yeah,
FBI. So we'll see.
yeah.
We'll see how they react to that, and
No, it's not Noel
you
Castler.
know,
It's Jim Acosta.
kudos to
Jim
the
Acosta's
rule of law
Substack
today,
show.
right? That they are
Miles
doing this
Taylor. It is Miles
and
Taylor. Okay.
actually conducting it
He
in
was
a
the
way
one
that
who
it
was
should
like
be
the
handled and would traditionally be handled
anonymous. I'm gonna
if
shut
it
up.
weren't for the fact that this is a targeted individual by the president of the United States. Which
Yeah.
is, I mean, whenever I say that, it just sounds so surreal that
Isn't
this
it?
is really our reality right now. So yeah, and I
Well,
mean,
Well,
I'm
and
standing right
Olivia,
by where the
oh,
podium
honey.
is, so
no,
it
I was
does
going to
look like
say,
they
Other
expect
people
people to
have
make remarks.
experienced worse.
yeah,
So
and a lot of times
just
they put
saying.
those little podiums up. The media will do that just in case, and it never
Oh, the
happens.
rest of
But
the page. Got you.
Olivia, this
Okay.
might go back
All
to
right.
what you
Just
were
to make
saying
sure.
earlier about
Because I
security,
couldn't recognize
and
Jim
there
how
might
he
have been
looked
some
like this.
concerns about security for the former FBI director coming in.
I mean, that's why I mentioned that earlier, because
Yeah, because
I
we've
was
already
kind of
talked
struck
about
by
this,
that.
Jim. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
And I wondered, what sort of the setup was to ensure his safety. And And that may be part of it. And I'm glad to see that
I figured he
these
won't.
precautions were
I figured
taken
I'm
and some of the
safe
evidence that
free
we're seeing
streaming
showing
him.
up.
He is a pretty handsome dude.
Yeah, and Miles,
Got a
I
good
mean, I
jaw.
think that there's okay, there's a
There's a
there's a
Whoa.
there
reporter
is
running out of the courthouse.
Whoa.
they're running. Yep.
That's
Well,
right.
I
And
It's
I
not
apparently
mean,
people do
something's
that.
happened to
handing
that.
a report to someone. I'm
Yeah.
going to see if I can go get some more information
yeah,
there,
Miles, get
Okay.
on it.
Jim.
Yep.
More folks running
Yeah.
out of the
Here comes
courthouse.
some more.
Just to paint the picture
Here
for
they come.
everybody, because we
time
don't
is
have
it?
cameras in the courtrooms, you have young reporters
7:01.
who are very nice working for these
Yes.
news outlets.
See
They'll
them?
go into the courtroom, see what happens, and then as soon as it happens, they'll run back out. So I wonder if
Let me see if I can.
something has happened here. I wonder if Glenn Kirshner can come out. Hopefully he can be back out here soon and tell us what's going on. Miles is investigating.
I have not
This is
seen
very
that.
interesting.
They're going back in, which is interesting.
But,
Some of them.
oh, that's
Okay.
interesting. So if they're
Uh-huh.
going back in, maybe they're just
What does that
running out to
mean?
say he's here in the courtroom. You know what I
That
mean?
might
I
have
think
been
that
it. A
might be
couple of
it.
them came out, ran. Here comes another one running out. But the very first one that you saw actually ran out
I
and
don't know.
then
I'm
ran
sorry.
back
I find that funny. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
just for the folks at home. So in these federal proceedings, you can't have cameras in the courtroom. A lot of times they don't allow cell phones, and you can only go in with a pen and a pad. And so sometimes these local outlets, cable outlets, news outlets will
Mhm.
send in a reporter who will just sit in the courtroom, write this down, and as soon as they figure out what the hell's going on, they run back out and tell the live reporter who is on in front of the camera to explain to the American people what's happening. I suspect that that's what's happening, and perhaps some of these outlets did not know that Comey went in through a side entrance, that he was already there.
Oh, that
He
might
has
be
to
it.
be there right
Maybe
now,
they're just
folks,
telling
because
him.
according to the arraignment court document, this proceeding was to begin promptly at 10 a.m. I
Yeah,
doubt
Glenn
very
isn't gonna
seriously
run.
that at 10:02 a.m.
Yeah. I know
that this
running in
proceeding
suits
has
is always
ended. My
funny to
guess
me
is that
too.
it's
I don't
just
know why.
beginning, and that you have some
I am
reporters running out of the
transforming it.
courthouse to
That's
tell their
true.
news outlets that yes, the former FBI
I'm
director
pointing
is
out
indeed
how much like a
inside the
penis Ivan
courtroom.
Raiklin looks
That's
like.
correct, Jim.
That's my
I've just gotten
addition. No, I'm just kidding.
confirmation
Hi, Mr.
from reporters
Spock. Good to
who
see
were
you.
in there, some of the
Welcome
folks you saw
back.
run out, that the
I'm
proceedings
sure
have
Dump is livid with
begun,
vengeful rage
and that
because that
Director
meme a
Comey, of
couple of
course,
years
is
ago
in the
that showed
courthouse with his
Comey
lawyers. So
watching as the
the
FBI.
arraignment of the former
That was
FBI
a good one.
director is
Peace,
firmly
love. Good
underway.
morning.
Yeah.
Good
Well, and I just
morning.
want to say, I'm just going to, not to go on a tangent, but I will make a quick plug. It is the year 2025. The fact that we don't have cameras in the courtroom, in every courtroom in America, to me remains to me one of the silliest things in the world. And I know there are purists who will say, oh, well, we'll just turn everything into the O.J. Simpson trial. Baloney. The American people should be able to see what's happening right now.
I mean,
They should be able to see with their own eyes and hear with their own
not a
ears
bad
what is
thing.
taking place in Alexandria, Virginia, that
Yeah.
a federal courthouse has been
Yeah,
transformed
warning
into
him,
a
don't go
kangaroo
out there.
courthouse for Donald Trump, because the former FBI director is being hauled in front of a judge, indicted
Hauled.
in the Eastern District of Virginia on charges that are basically trumped up, pun
Oh,
intended, in this targeted prosecution of James Comey. Now you
I
can
used
see
to
the
run
media
several
there is
miles in a
gathered,
suit numerous
all
times a
the still
week. Oh
photographers,
no.
TV
Yeah, we
photographers, they're waiting to see, as Miles was
I
saying
highly
earlier,
recommend not
whether
running
the
in a
former
suit.
FBI director will come out
Good
in front of the
morning, Dean.
cameras.
How are you,
I
dear?
suppose it's quite
I think
possible
Trump hates how
that he
tall
might get
Comey is,
hustled
so he
out of
probably
there,
doesn't
and
want.
we may
Yep.
not even really see him, and
Yep.
that all you may see today is
Yeah, Ivan is in
his
D.C.
his
Ivan's here,
face
or
inside
Virginia.
of a dark
He's in Virginia.
SUV through
It was
a
fun and
tinted window
hilarious.
that some
I hope you
random
had
news
like
outlet
running
might get.
shoes
But we'll
at
see.
least.
I'm with you, Miles. I would love very much to hear from James Comey, but maybe they're concerned about the security of all of this. I don't know.
Wait, what? I will laugh if he doesn't speak.
And
Oh
if
my
Miles
God,
is
yeah.
not there, Olivia, feel
Oh,
free
he
to
lives
chime
in
in.
Arlington.
I am.
Okay.
I'm just
Yeah.
picking up a little bit.
Ivan
of
does.
intel
Ivan
here.
lives in
I think,
Arlington.
reporters
Who's stoned
who've gone
today?
in, Jim, are identifying who has shown up for the prosecution, who has shown up
Very
for
good running
the
shoes.
defense.
Excellent.
And
That's the
you
way to
noted this
go.
earlier, that
Suits
it was
and
a
running shoes,
question
also
of
one of my
who
favorite things.
in
Did Comey go in
the
drag?
U.S.
I'd love to
Attorney's
see that.
Office
What,
for the
he's
Eastern
6'4".
District of
Wouldn't that have been
Virginia was
wonderful?
actually
No,
going
he
to
didn't.
prosecute this
He
case,
snuck in the
because Lindsey
side
Halligan,
door.
who's an insurance lawyer who has been put in the job by Donald Trump has
Oh, that's
never
right. This is
prosecuted
the
a
insurance
case
lawyer
like
is
this, or
there
to my
today.
knowledge, any case whatsoever. And so they've had to
Ooh.
bring in essentially hired guns
Ah, Flynn has
to
been staying,
prosecute this
Gal
case. And
says.
that's going to be an interesting question about which of those folks which of those
Flynn has
outsiders
been
that have been
staying
brought
in
in
D.C.
are
for a
here
while now,
today
too, which is
on
concerning my
behalf
theory
of
is
the
he's working with
prosecution.
Tulsi.
And another very important thing to note about this today is we, of course, expect the former FBI director to plead not guilty to these charges.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of speculation among legal analysts that this might be one of the most prominent, if not the most prominent case
let's
of
not
what
go
will likely be
crazy.
claimed to
Okay.
be selective
Let's
and
not go crazy.
vindictive prosecution.
All right.
So
There's
what
more to
does that
come.
mean?
That's
Well,
all
under
I'm
the
saying. I'm not
14th
saying
and
this one
5th
isn't
Amendments of the
important.
United States Constitution, those amendments
I'm just
taken
saying.
together
This is just the first one.
suggest that American citizens cannot be prosecuted selectively on the basis of their class, a protected status, or their First Amendment beliefs. There is an awful lot of evidentiary little molehills here, maybe evidentiary mountains of selective and vindictive prosecution going back years. In fact, Donald Trump's animus goes back about 10 years. Go ahead, Olivia.
Olivia,
I just wanted to, I just wanted to tell you, we determined that James Comey has pled not guilty.
Oh, he's pled not guilty. Is
Pled
that
not
right?
guilty.
Interesting. Okay.
Go ahead, Miles. Sorry.
Well, no, so there you go. I mean, that's
big.
you know, that is big. We've got, of course, the former FBI director saying he's not guilty of these crimes, and I think as the
so dumb.
trial
This is so
comes,
dumb.
and we won't know yet when the
Why
trial
are we
is
even
scheduled
doing
to happen.
this?
I think we are going to see
I really don't
Comey's
get
lawyers make that case of selective.
The fact they
and
put a
vindictive
literal
prosecution.
cult
So
member
keep
in charge
mind,
of
this
the
is a
national
story that's
intelligence.
led us to this courthouse that has taken
God,
almost
thank you.
a decade. 10 years ago, 9 years ago, Donald Trump fired James Comey from his job because of
I don't know what
Comey's
that means,
involvement
so
in the Russia
Neil.
investigation. And since that
I don't know what an
time,
irregular
you've
verb
got
is.
a long
I love how everyone is a
history of
phone
Trump
reporter now.
tweeting
I
about,
know.
speaking
We're
about
all
James
reporters.
Comey and
Citizen
speaking about his
journalists.
adversaries and wanting to lock them up. So as Comey's attorneys
The guy off
prepare
camera
for
sounded
this
like
eventual
Lookner.
trial,
I know.
if it does happen, you can imagine that
It
they
is
are
a
going to
circus.
amass all of those clippings, all of those comments that Donald Trump has made over time
Carla,
to show
good morning,
that
Carla,
this case did
darling.
not
Oh my God, it's so
begin
nice to see
with
you.
the facts and circumstances around an alleged
I miss
illegal
you.
act.
Miss
That
you.
this began by the president saying he wanted the prosecution of one of his adversaries. And that's going to weigh very heavily in James Comey's favor. So this may be, again, one of the most prominent, if not the most prominent cases of selective and vindictive prosecution, which is normally a very hard thing to prosecute. You have to have a very hard defense. You have to have really solid evidence to show that charges were brought against you selectively, vindictively.
Oh,
and I think in this case, James Comey has ample evidence of that.
Yeah.
All of these people
Olivia,
were
I mean,
basically
we
doing
heard
their
Pam
jobs.
Bondi yesterday being asked about all
And
sorts of things.
the
One thing
evidence
that she was
has
asked
to
about
show that, right?
was the
I mean-
allegation that Tom Homan inside of a Cava was accepting a bag of $50,000 in cash as part of an FBI investigation. And she didn't want to comment on that. She didn't want to talk about it. She accused the
Selective
senators
prosecution,
who
the
asked about
likes of which you've never
of
seen.
slandering him and
But
so
hold
on.
my beer
These
because
are
you're going to
allegations that
see
have been
more of
reported.
them.
And I'm just seeing a breaking news alert
Pled,
from the
having
Hill.
pled.
James Comey.
I know.
Not
I also
guilty,
don't know why it isn't
in this case. So our Olivia Troy.
I don't get the how
on
to
the
use
scene
that
for
word.
us, breaking the story for us before the
That's
Hill.
one of those
Way to
words
go,
I never
Olivia.
know how to use and how to spell.
Takes teamwork there.
Because I want to say PLED.
So yes.
No, but I was pointing out like Tom Homan not in a courthouse, James Comey in a courthouse.
Yeah, if
America,
that's not a double standard, I don't know what is.
That's Trump-style justice right there.
Yeah.
Well, and Jim, to that end,
that's what we're doing now. This is what
like
we're doing now.
Earlier, we had the Attorney General testifying before Congress, and I spoke to a senior former Trump administration official yesterday, someone who I had served with, who said, you know, what's very interesting about the Attorney General's testimony is a lot of things that she said during that testimony were provably false. Now, again, she was reluctant to talk too much about the James Comey investigation, knowing that the exact thing that they're prosecuting him for is what she could have been guilty of if she said anything incorrect about the Comey investigation.
Not running.
But she made comments after that about a number of other policy decisions in the administration, which folks have said are potentially provably false. So
Uh-oh.
look, do I think the Attorney General is going to be investigated by the FBI director for making false statements yesterday? No, I do not. But what you can imagine will happen is
Sure.
when the rule of law is
We fucked
restored, when
ourselves.
this
Boy, did we
administration is
fuck
gone,
ourselves.
I suspect, especially after this Comey indictment, you are going to see future administrations comb through every single page of congressional testimony
Yeah.
that was delivered by members of the Trump administration to make sure when they
Mm.
swore an oath to tell the
We have to
truth that
appreciate
they
our
did
new
tell the
form
truth
of
about what they're
media and help
testifying.
make. I
And
agree,
whether that
Danny.
is on CS,
They should do a little dance, like a little
C-SPAN
pirouette.
9, or whether it was a primetime televised hearing, I think you are going
It
to
was
see
the
an effort to
Biden
go through those and make sure
FBI that
that the
caught
things
him,
the Trump
that caught
administration
Homan.
was
It was in
prosecuting its
2024.
rivals for were things that they themselves complied
Yeah.
with, namely the obligation to tell the truth to Congress.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, to me, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Pam Bondi, she reminds me of Ricky Bobby's girlfriend in Talladega Nights. I'm a racer's wife. I don't work. But when she does not inspire a lot of confidence.
Jim.
I don't know if you can prosecute Pam Bondi for what she said in front of Congress or what she said at all,
Good
because
luck.
she's just not a serious figure to me.
But you say
Here's
pleaded
a
as pled,
subscriber
right?
question asking
Don't
right
you
now,
still
can they
pronounce
call
it
Donald
pled?
Trump to
I don't
testify?
understand that.
I asked this of Glenn Kirshner the other
Right?
night when this indictment
U.S.
came
News
down,
full of
Olivia
proper.
Troy.
Oh,
And
okay.
I think that's or Miles,
Got
feel
it.
free to weigh in. I think that's a tantalizing question, Olivia. Could Donald Trump be
Thank you
called in
for
to
that.
testify
Hi,
if
Tom.
at the heart of the defense in
They're
this
more upset
case
that they can't use the
is that
compromise.
Donald Trump ordered the prosecution of James Comey? Then he becomes a relevant witness, it seems to me.
Oh,
I mean, I would think so, right? I mean,
is
if
that how it
you're
works?
the one bringing the case, I would think that they would want to question you. So that'll be interesting to see these two navigate that. And by those two, I
Yeah,
mean Donald Trump
they
and
did.
Pam Bondi.
That might be when this case is
Mm.
dropped. I
Well,
suspect.
and this is a good
Yeah,
question
we know how he
for
goes with that.
Yeah.
for our friend Glenn Kirshner when he comes back out of the courthouse is
Yeah.
what might happen here in terms of discovery. And that's why earlier, Jim, I said that there's a chance that this case
Discovery.
might not go to trial, because in
Mhm.
order for James Comey to adequately defend himself, especially to show whether this was a selective or vindictive prosecution, he's going to have rights to discovery to see what communications that the government engaged in that led to the charges being made. So even if the Attorney General is unwilling to talk about what was discussed at the White
Yeah,
House
Jim is
over
funny.
dinner
He's
with
not
the
an
president
F-word
the
guy.
night
I
before
know.
Comey was charged, Comey and his legal team are going to have a vested interest in knowing that information, and it could be very, very material to his defense. And you may see the administration decide as this process goes on that there are things that are embarrassing, potentially even incriminating, that were discussed in the lead up to the charges against Comey. So a question will be, do they want to see this out all the way to the discovery phase? And will the judge them to go as far as Comey's legal team will say they need to go to get that information to prove his innocence?
I
That's going to be
know.
a big
He's like
question
someone's
here.
dad.
That will be
Yeah.
a development, though, much further down the road in this case.
Yeah, and I guess
I don't know.
Go ahead, Olivia.
Danny. I
Go
hadn't heard
ahead,
about
no.
that.
I was just going to say, I had just wanted to flag that a couple of more people have shown up in terms of showing support for Comey. And I just had a couple of people walk up and ask me if it had started. And one of the things that struck me was one of the people walked up and asked about his family and asked if his family was in the right. I didn't know. I think that's important to remind people, like the human aspect of this, and that there are
please.
people's families going
Okay.
through this. Miles knows this well. My family knows this well. You know this well, Jim. And so I
Yeah.
just wanted to share that there are people showing up here who are thinking about the repercussions of this, what this is, the human side of it. And that was a question that really struck me.
Well, and
No,
of
that's such a
course,
great
Jim,
point.
for those that are joining us late, we've got a protest footprint, a small protest footprint, but nonetheless, we have folks here with signs about a show trial, about trumped up charges, about tyranny, no kings signs, bogus political prosecution saving justice. People showing up here today,
Aw,
despite the
the
fact that
kids.
the Trump administration
Mm.
has made very clear that they're willing to go after the political opposition. And I noted earlier
Smiles with
that
his
there were
leather
folks in the
jacket.
crowd on the other side of the street that I spoke to
Maybe
that
this
are
will
current
all end
federal
when Curtis
employees that
Yarvin
have even
leaves the
shown up
U.S.
here
Oh, he's been
today. Federal
threatening.
employees who are worried
Fantastic.
about their
Where's he going to go?
jobs
Because I don't want to go
for
there. Don't go
speaking
to
out against the
Iceland.
president.
Because I
And
kind of want to go
there's
to
another
Iceland.
interesting note to make here, and it's not just about the people who've shown up today, Jim. We're in a very unique moment in that with
He's going to
regularity,
go
I
to
think you and
Iceland, isn't
Olivia are
he?
hearing the same thing. You have people who are serving in government or serve in foreign governments coming to visit the United States, scrubbing their
Ivan
social
just
media
can't find
profiles
anyone to
out of
tussle
fear that
with.
something they might have said, something
Hmm.
political, something protected by the
What's
First
the
Amendment,
matter,
might
Ivan?
cost them their jobs. And of
Yep.
course, this has happened to journalists too. We saw Donald Trump outside the White House the other week threaten a CBS News reporter, threaten a reporter from Australia for simply asking him questions. And the retaliation
Well,
against folks, whether they're in the
he
media,
was
whether
asking him how
they
much
are
money he's
federal
made since
employees,
he's
is
been in
extensive.
office.
And so it is notable anytime you see people speaking
His
out. But
whiny,
one
bitchy
example of that is very
crying.
striking to me is I met with
He is a
a European
baby.
journalist
Maybe
the
it's
other
not
week
working out so
who has
well. Maybe
traveled
the
to the
news
United
sphere
States
isn't
dozens
working
of
out so well
times,
for him.
has covered presidents of both parties. And the person said,
Maybe.
before I came back into the United
He
States
thinks he has
at the
to
start
leave
of the Trump
before the ours lose
administration, I
Congress
went 5 years back
or
on
by
every social
29.
media account and
Oh.
scrubbed anything that
Canada
could be
for me if
deemed
I
to
have
be
to leave.
critical of the
That's a
administration,
good one, too.
because
I
I
thought
was
about
told
that.
I would likely not get my visa if there was information
I
like
thought
that
about
out
that.
there.
I don't
That
know.
really
Unreal.
I'll
tells
go
you
where
something
people will
about the
take me.
land of the free today.
Unreal. And just to go ahead, Olivia.
I'm gonna go off camera for a second. I'm just gonna make sure that the protesters are okay. They're being harassed by our favorite person. I'll be right back.
Oh boy. Okay,
Yeah, go
thank you.
get him.
And just to
Go
recap for
get
our
him.
viewers, as Miles was saying,
Wait,
you are
whoa.
watching live coverage.
Go get him,
We're
Olivia.
outside the federal
Go get the
courthouse
little
in
thumb,
Alexandria,
the little
Virginia, where
penis
the
head.
former FBI director James Comey is being subjected to targeted political prosecution. This morning was his scheduled arraignment at that courthouse in the Eastern District
Yarvin
of Virginia.
believes
He
the
has
Trump
entered a
revolution will
plea of
fail.
not
Oh,
guilty.
and the Democrats will exact
He
revenge.
slipped into the courthouse probably for his security. Outside of the view of cameras just a short while ago. He's inside the
Wow,
courtroom
what a
as we
fucking little
speak.
bitch.
We are hoping that he will come outside, as Miles was saying just a few
No,
moments ago,
tomorrow,
to speak to the
10
cameras.
years
And if that's
old,
the case, it'll be the first time I
double
think that we really
digits
heard from him outside of that video that he
on
put
a
out
baby.
just a short while ago. But I think what we're seeing, Miles, right now is Olivia is talking
On
to
a baby.
that Ivan character. Is that what's happening here? He's
Well,
giving
that's right,
people a
Thank you
hard
Jim.
so
time.
much. Happy
Yeah,
birthday, my baby.
you know, I'm told
Oh,
we've got some MAGA
beautiful,
folks
my
here,
beautiful girl. I love her so
some
much.
J6ers who have been
Tell her I love
sort of
her.
harassing
Happy
the
birthday, baby.
Yeah.
protesters that are out front here.
Auntie Lolo
Unreal.
Maybe
loves
Olivia can
you.
tell us more.
Yeah, I decided to have a little conversation. I wanted to
Happy
clarify some
birthday.
things that Ivan was saying, that he goes after both
That
sides of the
Ivan
fair. And I said,
character.
well, if that were the case, I just want to clarify
I want
because
to know
I
who
am
his
on your
his
list.
new
I'm targeted
bodyguard
in ways.
is.
I get threatened by you. And so I was like,
Is
so
that
if you're
Mike
going to talk
Flynn?
to the American people here
What
who
the
are
fuck was
exercising the
that?
freedom of speech, let's be very clear
Oh
about
yeah, do it.
what you
Wait,
do
I'll
and
go
the role
back
that
to.
you
Oh,
play,
I'll
what's
go over
happening
here.
here. Let's be fair and be honest with them.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess he's trying to do his own social media content. He probably has about 5 followers, something like that. And
Jim's
let him
got
do
his
his
number.
pathetic thing here. But I think what I can see from the protesters outside the courthouse who are exercising their right to free speech is they're giving it right back to him, and they're telling him
They
we're
are.
not going to put up with this shit.
Yeah.
Right.
And God bless them.
Fuck yeah.
That's important. Yep.
Yeah. And I love the signs. One of them says bogus political prosecution. One of them says show trial. We were talking to some of them earlier. Miles, you had that great moment with one of the protesters who said that courage is contagious. I love that.
No,
I'm going to be
I
thinking about that all
know.
day long.
I'm
Well,
gonna tell you
and
right
you
now,
just saw, Jim, some
this
of the
kid is pure gold
protesters
too. He
confronting
is.
the
She is salt of
J6ers
the earth,
here
old
and
soul kind of
calling
kid,
them
and I
liars
just
and
love her.
telling
I
them
think
to
she's
basically
adorable.
give them their space, let
She's a
them
mini gal, and
exercise
I
their First
just
Amendment
absolutely
rights
love her.
here in front of the
I miss you
courthouse.
guys. I miss you guys.
And look, and this is the reason I
Come and
think that
visit.
folks are increasingly scared to stand up today, is they worry about going to a protest
Chat
and
is
being
for paid
intimidated. And the
subscribers.
more
Oh,
folks show
fuck
that
that.
there is strength in numbers, like that woman Martha mentioned earlier, who I spoke to, the more people will be unafraid to come out. And we, of course, had seen that with that comment from the protester earlier, who said that courage is contagious, and you've got folks here today trying to show that by example. Now, I will note, Jim, it's 10:20 right now,
Yeah.
and I think that we would expect that normal proceedings of this kind, if they weren't finished already, would be close to being completed. That we would
Yeah.
likely see the prosecution and the defense wrap up in their conversation with the judge. Arraignments are not normally a long affair, and so I think we expect in the next few
I
minutes
actually
here
am
to see
surprised
our own
that
Glenn
there's
Kirshner
not.
coming back out of the building and hopefully can give us the latest
I
update on the arraignment.
Yeah, that would be great. I've already messaged Glenn. If you guys are seeing me occasionally look down at my phone, it's because I'm texting
Mexico
people like
recently,
Glenn
since Dumpty,
and
almost
texting our
doubled the
folks
financial
out there in
requirement
the
for
field and
retirement.
like
Yeah.
yourselves
Well, that
saying
makes
thank you so
sense.
much for this excellent
41 a
coverage.
month?
Um,
Who
but
makes
Miles, I suspect you're
4,100 a
right.
month?
That we're now at about hour and
Oh my
17 minutes into
God,
this
that's a
coverage.
lot of
And thank
money.
everybody for watching us and continuing to watch us.
I'm sure he did,
Keep
Carrie.
keep
He
subscribing,
has
keep
to. I
liking,
mean, the
keep sending
lawyers
your
might come out
comments.
and make comments,
But I
but
would imagine at this point, having covered
Ivan's
these
going to
sorts
be
of
there to
things, that
heckle,
this is going to be
heckle
a
and
fairly
Jekyll.
brief proceeding. That Comey is going to be allowed to enter his
Used to be
plea, which he has. He's
2,500.
entered a plea of not guilty.
Damn.
And then the judge will likely do some scheduling
Damn.
with the lawyers over next steps. And they'll likely set
Well, I
another
don't blame him.
hearing in this case. My guess is it
Pesos.
will not
No,
be
I don't
set for
think
any
so.
time soon. This is not the People's Court. It's not Judge Judy. It's the American judicial system. And
Must be
sometimes it
dollars.
all moves very slowly. And at that point, I suspect Mr. Comey will be allowed to go about his business.
The only
and go
political
on
thing I
his
remember from
way.
when I was a kid
I can't. They're not going to
is
hold him
what
or
they
anything
did to
like
Jimmy
that.
Carter.
The
Yeah,
question
when
becomes at
they
this
did
point,
Jimmy Carter
does he
wrong.
go
Yep.
out the back entrance, the
Yep.
side entrance, whatever he came in? He probably came in
I had
through a
no
sally
idea
port
that was
secured,
concocted
by
by
the
the
Justice
Republicans. I
Department.
had no clue.
Or will he want to come out and make a statement to the cameras? And if that's the case,
Yeah.
that'll be a very
Well, Meowing
dramatic
Star, I
moment, no
really thought
question
about
about
that
it.
last night. I'll be
My thought
honest.
is, and we were talking about this earlier, is whether he
Bisky,
wants to
Bisky staff
deny Donald
moderated a
Trump
post.
that moment. And I wonder if that's a part, if he wants to control this and maybe do a video
No,
later
I
or something
just
like
think
that. Because
you're
if he goes out in
dork.
front of the
I'm
cameras,
telling
you have
you.
goofballs like Ivan and so on who could
Yep.
scream and make a circus out of
Ugh.
That's
this.
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wonder if the lawyers are like, you know what, let's avoid all of that. We'll
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
control the media production here and do our own thing later. That's possible. So we may just be
Yeah,
hearing from
that's a
Glenn
good.
when he comes out. And I
Yeah.
owe Glenn a big, and the rest of you, a big steak dinner. But Miles, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well, no, I think that's a really good point, Jim.
Yeah.
Is there's a lot of
Hi,
a lot of
Lawcat.
persuasive arguments in favor of Comey being in a more controlled situation
Yeah.
to make his
I
response
know, but
to
I had
this.
no
And you
idea
will
about
note that
that.
the place that he first made a statement about his indictment wasn't in front of the cameras. It wasn't at a major news network.
It was on the beach.
It was on Substack. James Comey posted a
Right.
short video, and
It was a good
on
video too. I gotta
Substack
be
that was
honest
later
with you.
reposted
Did you
to
guys
other
watch Jim
media
Comey's
platforms,
response
saying
video?
that he intended
It
to
actually
fight
was very
this,
good.
saying that he was innocent,
And I don't like Jim
and
Comey.
ending his remarks with "Let's have a trial, keep the faith." And
I really liked
in
what
a
he
way, I
said.
think it's
And
fitting
even
that
though
we
I
are
really
here
can't stand his,
live on the same new
he
media
wants to be an
platform,
actor or something. I don't
covering
know.
James Comey's arraignment while he's
Yep.
here. I would
Great
say that,
point.
Jim, you may be right that he chooses a more controlled platform like Substack to comment. Although he has said in his most recent video, or second most recent video, that he's not going to be speaking on the
I
platform
do too.
extensively
I hate
about
him.
the case. He's going to let
No,
the
he's a
legal
complete dick.
proceedings dictate what
Smart.
he
Not good at
says
his
about the
job.
case. Now,
Not
I would consider
professional.
today to be one of those. So we may see after this proceeding him make a statement
He's a
out there at the
showboater.
microphones, or do so on his own
It was
accord.
good, short,
Yeah, and
professional,
we just a
motivating.
few moments
Yes,
ago,
we need
Miles, when you were
anyone and
speaking, there were a
everyone.
couple
Yes,
of folks,
yes,
those
yes,
young
yes. That's
reporter-looking
right,
types
Gal.
running out of the
That
courthouse,
is
going
right.
up to their respective outlets. So I wonder whether maybe things are getting close to wrapping up, or it's possible that these reporters are running out to go to their outlets
To go to
to brief them
bathroom. They
on the
gotta poop.
latest thing that has happened in the courtroom. And so,
Ugh.
Olivia, we're all
It's all
just
about the
waiting to
poop.
see what happens. And
Comey has
first of
left the
all, I want to
building.
show some
Comey
respect
has
to
left the
the
building.
court officers who are standing outside the courthouse there and keeping the peace, keeping things under control,
Good luck.
and allowing those protesters to be where they are.
They're just
I think
standing
that's
there.
highly important to it, just as an aside. But are you seeing some of the same kind of activity, Olivia, where
It
folks
was
are starting to
Reagan.
come and go?
Yep, they're going in and out. Sorry, now it's just talking. International media
I
is
don't know if they
showing
were
up there, so
intended to
they're
go off, Carrie.
coming. There's a lot of international interest on this, so I was
I
just
don't
having a
know.
conversation with
I
one
don't know
of
if they
them
were
about
intended.
how it's going, and
Yeah, he put out a
we're all
video
waiting for the
statement.
same
I'll
thing.
find
We're
it.
just trying to figure
It's
out
short. It's
where it
good.
stands. But yeah, there does seem to be some movement, so we'll try
And
to
Olivia, talk
try to
about
get
that.
this info.
There's a
Here comes
reporter
Whoa,
another
running
that's
out of
person.
the
running.
courthouse right now.
That's for
Maybe
reals
we'll
running.
see something from Glenn shortly here. Olivia, while we're
Wow.
waiting for a development, I mean, the whole world is watching. The
Yes.
American
I think
judicial
that's
system has been held up as the example to the world for what, the last 250
Hey
years?
Jim, a lot of people
Yep.
are walking out now.
Okay, we're done.
A
Okay.
lot of people are
Looks
walking out
like a
now.
lot
Okay,
of the
so that
reporters are
probably
walking
tells us
out.
that this
So
proceeding, this arraignment for James Comey has ended, and that in a few moments we'll get some live witness anecdotes from folks
yep.
who are inside the courtroom.
I'll play it
Hopefully
after this
our
is
buddy
done.
Glenn Kirshner will
Give
come
me one
out.
second.
Olivia, you go ahead. If you got to go and gather some information, let us know. And
Yeah, it's done.
it's done. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it sounds as though that the arraignment and the political prosecution, the targeted prosecution of James Comey has ended. You're seeing some reporters who are in the courthouse coming out
Streaming out.
now. That's why they're all running.
We're going to have
The
a try and
courthouse,
free speech.
the
Yes.
the judges
If
don't
Glenn
allow
doesn't
cameras. They don't allow
keep
cell
chickening
phones and
out.
so on. So you have to do it the old-fashioned way and run out
I
everything.
agree.
The only thing that's missing here is the Pony Express. But folks need to run out, tell their outlets what happened inside the courtroom, and that's how the information gets out to the public. Hopefully, our buddy Glenn.
This is the best coverage.
Olivia,
I know,
you're
right?
in charge of
Flock
tackling
Hat,
Glenn.
this is good. I'm glad.
As soon as he
I'm
comes,
glad they have
Got
these
it.
people on the ground,
as soon as he
actually.
comes out, or Miles.
I suspect we'll see him any moment.
This is
here,
Glenn
and,
Kushner with your rock
But the
concert.
question is
No, it's
whether
not.
Comey will come out the front here
Always
and
know
make
that.
any remarks as we.
I don't think Ivan said they weren't functional or whatever the word for the fake bombs is. There's no way for him to know that. Exactly.
This is a remarkable
Well, and Jim
moment.
and Gal did that thing where you compare the body,
for the first time in American
the
history,
physical
has been arraigned
movements
on
and
charges
how
that
he
were
sits
coerced
and how the
by
bomber
the
sat.
president
And they're
the
very
White
similar.
House as an
So,
apparent act of
it makes
retaliation
sense.
against that former FBI director for his service while in government and for his subsequent criticisms of the president, who then became a former president, spoke extensively about Comey, spoke extensively about locking up his adversaries, who's now since been elected, reelected,
Oh, that was
returned to office,
Clayburg.
and followed through on
Oh,
those threats.
Clayburg,
You
I
really
love
cannot overstate that. And I
you.
know that every day we talk
Teresa.
about how each development in the news
Yay.
is breathtaking and unprecedented.
I love that
You can't
because
get
they
numb
don't
to
let
that.
cameras
And
in the
this certainly
courthouse. It's
is one
still
of those
run to the
seminal
payphone. I
moments.
mean, I
We have
kind of do
seen that
too.
the
I'm not going to
president
lie,
of the
Meowing
United
Star.
States now displays the
And I
ability,
remember having
with
a
the stroke of the
conversation
pen
and
with the issuance of a social media post, to
about
bring indictments
cameras in the
against his
courtroom.
adversaries. Jim?
Thank you so much for saying that, Miles. That is such a great point, and I'm just letting everybody know on YouTube and Substack, folks who are
You
watching
notice
this
the
live.
print.
I am seeing your
The
comments.
print. How did
And I'm
Halligan do?
so
That's what I want to
grateful
know.
all of the
How
positive
did
comments about the
Halligan
coverage.
do?
And keep in mind, we're going to keep doing this as much as we possibly can. There's Glenn
wanna see the-
Kirshner. He's coming out
There's
now.
Glenn.
Glenn Kushner.
And there's
Hey,
Miles
how you
There we
doing,
go.
grabbing
Glenn?
I got both.
Glenn
And what do you have,
Kushner.
Olivia?
Where's
Here, I have them
Miles?
here. They're walking up now.
Okay.
Here, just
Hopefully
want
we're
to
going
take
to
mine.
get. Yeah, we're going to get Glenn on here to tell us what
Okay.
see
He's
what
jumping
Glenn can
on.
tell us. Great. Glenn
He's
was
jumping
inside the
on.
courtroom, former federal prosecutor Glenn Kirshner, host of Justice Matters on
Justice matters.
Substack, YouTube,
Because
wherever you get your
justice
podcasts.
matters. I don't like that,
And
but
Glenn's
I
gonna
like
give us an
Glenn.
eyewitness
He's very
account of
smart,
what took
obviously.
place inside, as we've been
we're
saying
good.
all morning long.
I also saw a body
cameras in
language
the
expert
courtroom.
showing that it was
No
likely
cell
a
phones.
woman.
Yeah,
I'm
Glenn,
torn.
tell us what
was
happened.
No, I don't
in her
care.
full
Olivia, you interview Glenn if you want.
hoodie hat, if not hair? Oh, well, that's
I
a
can't
good
hear
point.
Glenn.
Yeah, he did. Hold on, here. Put these
Here,
on.
just put this in your ear. It's disgusting that
Hold
I'm
on, he's
giving you
working
the
on it.
thing that I just
Okay,
put in
no
my
worries.
ear.
This is live television, folks.
Mhm.
Yep. Well,
We're getting the great Glenn Kirshner
and the
mic'd up
backpack
here.
not on the back
Well,
because that could not
and
reveal.
Jim, I'll jump back
that
in
would
here for a
reveal
second. One
breasts.
thing,
Oh,
I'll scoop Glenn for a moment. We
Yeah.
have word that there's a
I don't know.
January 5th trial date that has been set.
Oh.
And I think
Oh.
there's really interesting significance here on the eve
oh my
of
God.
what will be at that point the 5th anniversary of the January 6th insurrection against the United States Capitol. It sounds like James Comey will have his trial.
Wow.
So I
What?
think Glenn Kirshner is ready to join us here.
What?
Yeah,
And
Glenn.
I will turn it over
There's
to
an
him.
actual trial?
Thank you, Miles, so much. Glenn, what can you tell us?
What?
So, Jim, I think predictably, James Comey's defense attorney, uh, uh, Fitzgerald, um, raised issues that he wanted to get on the record immediately. He did it under the sort of guise of setting a motions hearing very quickly, so they can get these, what he called potentially case dispositive issues, resolved promptly. That is legalese for, I think we have good motions to dismiss this case short of trial. And he actually said, we may be able to do away with this case short of trial. I'm paraphrasing now. He has raised things like, not surprisingly, vindictive and selective prosecution. He really did feature the attack that they're going to make against the appointment of Lindsay Halligan, saying that they're going to challenge it as an unlawful appointment.
There you go.
And I think toward the end, one of the things that he
Oh, they
really
asked
wanted
for
to
a
impress
trial.
upon the judge was he wants prompt discovery of the
Yes.
appointment
Oh, yeah.
materials, showing whether
Fuck
Lindsay
yeah.
Halligan is lawfully or unlawfully appointed as U.S. attorney. The judge basically said, I want you all to deal with this. I want you to have meaningful discussions. And by Friday, I want you to
Okay,
propose
all
a joint
judges, you know you
discovery
have to
order
hold people's
that
feet to
will
the fire. You
hopefully
can't
take
just
care
say,
of all these
work it
issues.
out.
But if you can't agree, the judge made it clear he will resolve these issues, but quick.
Wow.
The judge was very efficient, very no nonsense. And, he said at one point, which everybody got a chuckle out of, if we have to work through SIPA, classified information procedures, to get this case in the chute for trial, we will move through SIPA procedures more quickly than you have ever seen in your life.
Oh.
And I
Interesting.
take the judge at his word.
Sorry, I got
Oh.
being abreast. 1 second.
Comey also said that Comey's lawyer also said that they're going to file a truth as a defense motion. They're going to file a grand jury abuse motion. They're going to file an outrageous governmental conduct motion. So they're, unloading with both legal barrels. And it sounds like they're going to attack this prosecution on every conceivable ground. So,
Girl. Go, girl.
and not surprisingly, the judge put James Comey on personal recognizance, saying, I assume the government is not asking for pretrial detention or any conditions to be placed on the defendant. And the judge said, none have been requested, and there are none that are appropriate here. So he put James Comey on personal recognizance.
Interesting. And I wonder if we'll see him out in front of the cameras here. I wonder
Oh my
if he'll
God.
slip out
What
the
does
way he
discovery
slipped
mean in this case,
But
I wonder?
Glenn, what was that moment like when you heard the enter of not guilty, the plea being entered of not guilty? What was that like?
Crazy.
It was predictable.
Yeah.
Right after you're put on notice of the charges against
Now,
which
this
you
one,
will
I
have
wish
to
we had
defend.
cameras in the
The
courtroom.
next things that happen are the defendant will enter a plea, will request a trial date, sometimes a speedy trial date, sometimes not. I was really interested, my ears perked
Oh
up
my God,
when the
my
defense
eye.
attorney for Comey said, we're asking for a trial date. That was a tell that they were willing to give up a speedy trial date in favor of a trial date. But then the judge went on to set a trial in fairly short order,
Yeah,
January 5th,
January
and a really
5th.
ambitious motion schedule and oral argument schedule leading up
Look
to
at
that
this.
trial
The
date. I will
discovery
say,
process is going to
Jim, but
be
to
a
answer your question
fucking
directly, when
battle.
I saw James Comey stand up and not guilty plea entered, he sort of literally, and I'm going to say figuratively, towered over the court. Not just
I
because
know
of
they
his
didn't ask
height,
for
but
detention.
because
They
of
didn't
the
even
gravity
ask.
of this moment.
Lindsay.
Our nation's, really first vindictive prosecution
Lindsay
by a
with an
president
AY.
of the United States.
Yeah, that's
You're
what
absolutely right.
Teresa
And
just
Jim
said,
Comey
Jay.
is a tall man, and so he would certainly tower both literally and figuratively. But it sounds as though they have a very aggressive defense planned for James Comey, from what you were saying a few moments ago. And for
Yeah,
folks
forcing
who
the
are,
trial process, the idiot
not maybe
prosecutors to
familiar
rush the
with
trial is
Comey's
smart.
defense attorney, Patrick Fitzgerald, if I'm getting his name correct, he is a longtime federal prosecutor with
I hope these judges
experience
really
in public
fucking
corruption cases.
are on
and so
this.
he's
You know what I
very
mean?
respected by both sides of the
Oh
aisle
my God,
in
my
this country.
eye.
Yeah, that's right. And
Yeah.
interestingly, the second chair, in other words, the other defense attorney, together with Fitzgerald, is somebody named Jessica Carmichael, if I got her name right. And here is what I found really interesting. When they were talking about the possibility of classified information making an entrance in this trial, and when that happens, there are lots of procedures and challenges that go along with prosecutors using classified information.
Oh, yeah.
One of the challenges is the defense attorneys themselves have to be granted security clearances by
Oh,
the
my
executive
God.
branch, which
Ugh.
feels a bit ironic or incongruous. But the judge noted that, look, defense attorney Fitzgerald, longtime government public servant, as was the defendant, James Comey himself, there shouldn't be a problem with the executive branch granting them whatever
Oh,
security
boy. Here we
clearances are
go.
necessary. And then he said,
Really,
and
Glenn? You think
Jessica
that? Really?
Carmichael has handled many cases in this courthouse involving national security and classified information. So she already has her security clearances. That again made my ears perk up, and now I want to look into her background, the kind of cases she has been handling, because she will be an integral part of
Oh, my
James Comey's
God.
defense team.
Yeah. And that is such an important point, Glenn. And it sounds as though the judge is not going to suffer fools gladly in this case,
I
from what
hope
you were
not.
saying. It sounds as though he's down to
I hope
business
not.
here. But I guess there could there be points between now and the trial date where the judge could throw this out? Is there another hearing date set before the trial? Might we see a motions hearing or something like that? Forgive me for drawing upon my limited courtroom experience covering cases. I haven't done it in some time, but your sense of it.
So, Jim, the
I don't
first
see Corinne there.
oral argument that he scheduled on
Maybe she was in the
what the
courtroom.
defense called the dispositive motions, in other words, motions
I
to
need an
dismiss
emotions
that would
hearing.
put
I
an
want an
end to this
emotions
case
hearing. I would like a hearing
prior
about
to
my
trial.
emotions.
That first oral argument is going to be November 19th. And then the
Interesting.
second
Justice
tranche
porn
of
broke.
motions will be filed, and those will be argued on December 9th.
Oh, I know.
You know,
Yes, Jane.
this almost
Yes,
feels like
Jane. I hear you.
a typical general felony or misdemeanor case, something that is going to move through the system very
Shit that
quickly.
never
And yet I
happens.
think, you know, the gravity of this kind of hung heavy in the courtroom. So, but like you say, the judge is going to move through this expeditiously, and he made clear that he doesn't want
I
to
don't know.
hear any
I think
delay,
MTG was at a meeting
occasioned
during
by,
that
for
time. I
example,
think she was
the
in the White
prosecutors
House at a
dragging their
meeting.
feet. He didn't
I don't
accuse
think
them of
she
that.
was.
But on
I don't think the
classified,
timeline matches up, but I
information
could be
issue,
wrong.
which can,
I don't care.
kind
Let's
of
have
throw a bit of
anybody.
sand
Okay,
in the
let's have the
gears
person who did it
when
found.
that is
That's what I
involved as
want.
part of a criminal prosecution.
And was Lindsay Halligan, was she in the courtroom at all? The U.S.
Did
attorney
he say
there?
a word? There were 3 prosecutors. Only one spoke. I think his last name is Lemons. If I heard correctly, the acoustics were a little challenging in the courtroom. He was the only one who spoke. Lindsay Halligan was something of a potted plant, and I didn't really expect her to be the one speaking in court, because
He called her a
I can't
potted
imagine
plant.
So
she
she
wanted
was there.
to. She was there. So three
I think she was
prosecutors
at a
were there. Lindsay
meeting.
Halligan,
She was at a
Mr.
meeting at
Lemons,
one
and the
point in that
third,
evening.
who is reportedly an AUSA down in the North Carolina U.S. Attorney's Office, but I
Yeah,
didn't
go
quite
Lemons.
catch his name because of the
Interesting.
acoustics.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, the
that's
acoustics,
my understanding is,
Glenn.
and I was drawing upon Kyle Cheney's reporting over
Okay.
Politico, is that they brought in a couple of assistant U.S. attorneys from North Carolina to handle this case, because it sounds as though the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern
Oh,
District
thank
of
you.
Virginia has just
Yes.
been decimated in recent weeks, and they have
Thank you,
Lindsay
thank you.
Halligan there, who has no business being the U.S. attorney. But it's interesting that she was in the courtroom. I suppose she'll be
Well-
reporting back to the dear leader as to the developments.
I really like
I
no
suppose.
fucks.
Yeah,
Jim
and I would
Acosta.
say, I mean, I don't think you can accurately say things went bad for one side or bad for the other. But what I will
Yeah.
I
say
like that.
is that at arraignment
justice matters.
hearings, you usually don't get into the substantive
MTG
motions
might
that
be
the
on the other
defense
end of the
intends to
Oh yeah,
file.
she's definitely
So that is
involved
a
in
little
something.
bit of a PR
No, I get
play
you, Jane. I
by
feel it.
Comey's defense team, not inappropriate.
Yes,
because
and how about
when
yes,
you're
and
asking the judge to set certain deadlines for the filing and the oral argument
Acosta
of
after
motions,
dark.
you do want to
Yeah,
give the
I'd
judge a
definitely-
little bit of an idea of what those motions will be, and for example, how far out in the future to put them, and how
think he's
much
younger
time
than
to
I am, though.
allocate for them on the
Everybody's
day
younger
you're
than I
going
am.
to be hearing oral arguments. So, but listen,
I missed my
Comey's
window
defense team made the point
of
that
whoring
there
around.
are lots and lots and lots of motions to be filed that will probably expose what went
Damn it.
on in the run-up to this prosecution, including potentially
Missed
vindictive
my window.
prosecution by Donald Trump.
Right, because Glenn, I think the question is going to be
I'd
asked,
like to rip those
do we see
glasses off
Pam
his face.
Bondi
No, I'm kidding.
called to testify? Is there a request that's going to be
No,
made for
I just
Donald
thought
Trump
of
to
the first thing that
testify?
came to my mind.
Because the question is going to be asked, who ordered this prosecution? Did this order come from the commander-in-chief and the
Oh,
president of the United
that's a
States?
good question.
And that is germane to the case. That is part of the defense, I would have to assume. I
Selective,
mean,
yeah.
that's
You
just
got to.
me,
Who selected him?
you
Right.
know, doing an amateur matlock here, you know.
You know, when Donald Trump basically made clear in a social media post that he wanted James Comey prosecuted, I would infer evidence be damned. That was the tone of it. I think it's absolutely fair game for the
Really?
defense to subpoena Donald Trump to testify about his vindictiveness,
Yes, he's a very
his
dangerous
motive,
little
his
elf.
reason
Yeah.
for
An angry
demanding
elf
that James
too.
Comey be prosecuted. Now, it doesn't mean the judge will grant
Could have been
the defense
Coringe
request
talking
to
to
subpoena
Ivan.
the
Oh,
president
okay.
or the attorney general.
That,
But
that
what
looks
the
like.
judge will have
Wait,
to
is that her
balance
down there?
is
No,
the
that's not her.
defendant's right to compel witnesses in his favor at trial.
Yeah.
That's a bedrock constitutional right. And judges, more often than not, will give the defense pretty wide latitude to subpoena people who may have relevant information to provide. And if he wrongfully denies it, I have seen cases reversed on appeal
I
for
know, but
denying somebody
everybody
their
I like is a little
constitutional
bit
right
younger than
to
I am,
compel
and I don't want to date.
witnesses
I mean,
to
I just
testify in
they
their
don't like me.
defense.
Yeah. Thank you, Glenn,
People I
so
like
much.
don't
Really
like me.
appreciate it. Excellent job. I mean, we couldn't have called on anybody better to
Off
lay
to
out
the
what took
right.
place in that courtroom.
Yes,
Such
I
an important
think
moment for our country, our democracy, our system of justice in America. Glenn, thank you
she had a
very, very
tan
much.
sweater or
Thank you,
something.
Jim.
And Olivia, is everything okay on your end? It sounds as though it's
It's been
getting a little
interesting.
chippy out there.
It is. It is. But that's all right. Other
Good.
people in the media have my back, so
More
just a
antics.
notable moment. More it's going on directed to some directly at me. So
What?
we're weathering it. Who knew that he was bilingual? But anyways, we're out
Who knew
here
who was
out
bilingual?
front and
He's
just
bilingual. I have a
waiting.
couple of words you could share from me.
Oh,
You know.
Thanks.
Anyway,
I had
is it
I
Ivan
had
still
backup
bothering
from
her?
someone was asking me if that was okay. So safety in numbers with Latinos
yeah.
here. So yeah, no, we're sitting here, we're gathered. I mean, I think it looks like
Oh, Ivan.
everyone is expecting him to walk out the front
Oh, that's
door.
true.
I mean, we're
Yes,
all
you did say
here. You
that.
can see the
You're
crowd
really in
here.
tune with Jim Acosta.
We're
That's the
gathered
question
here.
at this point. Does he emerge?
Yeah.
And it's a big crowd. I mean, this is
Ivan.
this
This
really
is
built up
important.
since
Gal
you
says
were
Ivan is a
there.
former Green
Gosh, we're
Beret
now
who
an
worked
hour
for
and
Flynn
40
at
minutes
the
into our coverage,
Department of
Olivia. Thank you so
Intelligence.
much. I owe everybody a big
Uh,
old steak.
He speaks 5 languages
somewhere.
and would
No,
have
I mean,
certainly been
and
trained
I
for
will say it's not
explosives
just
and other
media now. I
things.
mean,
Yep.
it's there's the
Yeah, they're
see the
not going to
protesters
have
are still standing in front, but
MTG carry
the
around
crowd has
bombs.
grown where people are walking
Ivan
in
is
from
live
the
right now
community, who are here waiting to
on
see
Twitter.
if he does walk
Probably on
out.
Twitter.
And I had a couple of people walking up and asking,
Twitter.
is he okay? What do we know? And these are just, Americans who are watching this happen today.
Yeah. Well, and I wonder if we're going to have to find out at some point whether he has slipped out and he's gone for the morning. We don't know that at this point. We're trying to figure that out. But the breaking news, according to our Glenn Kirshner, his trial has been set for January 5th. It sounds as though there's a hearing for opening arguments or opening, I guess, motions in the case on November 19th, and that there might be another procedural hearing in early December. So this is going to be moving very quickly, folks, over the next 3 months.
Bolidar, what is that?
And so I would have expected this to have been laid out in terms of a schedule over a longer period of time, but that doesn't seem to be the case. It sounds as though the judge wants to get down to business, get this case moved through the system and see how it develops. But Olivia, there's some guy in a suit behind you. I see you walking around out there. It sounds like folks are trying to get in position for this moment. We'll see if it happens.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I just watched security sweep the front with the dogs and everything. So maybe they are taking precautions in case he does walk out.
I would definitely not walk out the front.
A lot of other people walk up. So I don't know if that's a tell that maybe yes.
Trump and Epstein were Bondi's father's buddies. Oh, wow. Really?
I mean,
interesting.
To me, this is such an important moment. it would mean so much, I think, to a lot of Americans out there to see Comey come out in front of the cameras. But I get that this is a sensitive time
Hey,
and we don't want to take any
Adriana,
chances. And it
beautiful
might be better
Audrey.
for him to
Hello,
respond
love.
in some sort of
Hello,
controlled
baby
setting. That may be
girl.
what we're about to see take place here.
Horrible.
So it's good that we had the
Yeah.
good old fashioned gumshoe reporting of Glenn Kirshner coming out of the
Yes.
courthouse and telling us what took place inside. But it's a bit of a circus out there, is the way it looks to me, Olivia.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, hey, calm. You know, we've got some individuals stirring the pot, that it is what it is. But yeah, I think as far as media goes, we're everyone's out here just waiting. I don't see anyone starting to shut down or walk away. So I think they're in it. We're all committed here, and I'm not going anywhere. So we can either stay on, we can log back in. It's up to you all. But you'll have me here, and I'll certainly let you know if I see any movement.
Yeah. No, and when you look at the front of the courthouse, are the protesters still there? Are the protesters still
Sure are. They're right in front of the door. They're
okay?
here in front of the media. I'll show you this right now.
Yeah.
There's a media shot here, and you can see them. They're still there. And they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, and the press
Like the
hasn't left
crowd behind
either.
me. Nope, you can see that. That's the crowd of the press here. People see reporters running still. You see more gathered residents now here in the park here behind us. And I think everyone, we're just it's a waiting game now to see
If
what
it
comes
happens.
next. Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes these things, they might move to a side room. I remember during my press pass case when we were in federal court, our lawyers pulled us aside when I got my press
What?
pass
Clarification
back,
for
and
what?
they said, "Okay, Jim,
Aw.
you can say not too much. Don't say too much. We don't want to get things
I
riled up
know.
because the case could have, still proceeded and had some hiccups along the way if I had said too
Oh,
much. But
making my way back.
sometimes
So
you sort of
entrenched.
pregame before you
Yes,
come
I
out in front
know,
of the cameras and
babe.
say, okay, this is
Oh,
what we're going to
Audrey.
say. This is
Love
how
ya.
we're going to say
Love
it.
you, girl. I'm glad
That
you
way we
checked
don't,
in.
prejudice the case or piss off the judge or
I'm sorry I
unsettle
keep
things
pestering
in any
you.
kind of a way. So it's possible that they've moved to a side room and that they're going over what, Mr. Comey would say to the cameras. I wonder though,
I don't know. Is he gonna
I think
actually? I
when
don't
did
think I
Glenn
would
come out?
come out.
Around 10:30 Eastern, about
I
16 or
don't.
17
I
minutes
think
ago, something like that.
I would not come
That,
out there.
we're now
I
approaching
don't
the
think I
point of I'm
would.
wondering
It's been a
whether
while.
he's going out the side of the back.
I would think he probably did.
And hopefully
Because
we'll
you know
find out
what? People
shortly
are
here.
being
I
shot
guess
in the neck
somebody will
right
be able
now.
to go into the courtroom and say, or
People are
courthouse
being
and say, nope,
shot
he's
in the
gone.
neck right now.
And perhaps
I
we'll
would
find
not
out,
do it.
whether
Yeah,
that's
I
the
have
case.
not gotten
That's
any
it.
signal of that. And all the reporters who were inside the courtroom, I can see them, and they're still hanging out right
They're
out
still
front
hanging
here
out.
with their
Hmm.
notebooks. So they're the ones that you saw them running out of the courthouse. So I don't know. I mean, maybe they know something we don't know. I haven't. Let me try to get some scuttle here. But I don't see anyone leaving.
I know. Roller coasters
Interesting.
taken. Yep.
Well, if there are any
Yes.
protesters who
Good.
would like to speak to us,
Excellent,
I wouldn't
Audrey.
mind hearing
That's
from them
right.
again.
Absolutely. We're
That
here.
happened
We're
very
here all
early
the
on in our
time.
coverage.
That
Miles
is
We're
true.
here all the time,
Miles
girl.
got some great sound from one of the
Orban Beck's
protesters
not
there who was
safe
gathered outside the
either.
courthouse. And she was talking
Beck.
about
What do
how
you mean
fear is
Beck?
contagious, but so is courage.
Glenn
I thought
Beck?
that was such an important moment for us during this coverage. We in the independent media covering
Look at
this.
that little penis head.
There's Lady Justice. We're showing a shot of Lady
Oh, you got a
Justice
vein
right
popping
outside
out
the
in your
Albert
head there,
Bryan
Ivan.
United States
Better
Courthouse.
get that checked
Justice
out. Neck.
is
Oh,
supposed to be
yeah.
blind in America,
Thank
ladies
you.
and gentlemen. But as we're seeing with the prosecution of James Comey, sometimes the president of the United States can
Wait,
put his
Orban
thumb
got shot?
on the scales of justice,
What?
and
What
that
happened?
is what we've been seeing take place this
What
morning
happened?
with Jim Comey entering a plea of not guilty in his case there at the courthouse. So we're waiting to see if the former FBI director is going to come out at any moment. I see a lot
What
of
do you
my
mean about his
friends
neck?
in the press.
Did something happen to
Some
Orban's
faces I
neck?
recognize there from
Aw.
various outlets in the corporate media. I don't mean any slight by that. It just is what it is. And I
No.
suspect that they're not going to be waiting
Audrey.
outside for just grins here. My guess is they're waiting to see
Audrey,
if
you should do a
and they have
little
some
GoFundMe or
expectation
something.
that Comey's going to come
Audrey,
out. But I
if you
just want to
want, well,
caution
do
everybody
whatever you
who's still
want. But
tuning in.
if you
And thank
need
you everybody for
something,
tuning
let me
in and
know,
making
okay?
this such great coverage.
Let me know if we can
There
raise a
is the
little money for
possibility that
Adriana's
as Comey
car.
slipped in through a side entrance, backdoor, Sallyport, that kind of a thing, that he may do the same going out for security reasons, for messaging
Oh,
reasons,
wow,
and
Karen,
so on.
that's
Olivia,
amazing.
seems to me.
Oh, the
Yeah, I mean,
psychics that
you know,
predicted Charlie Kirk in
either way,
August
I
said
think
Orban. Oh,
that's a
wow.
million-dollar question right now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I was just chatting
Okay.
with someone else.
Let me know, Audrey. Let me know,
They
because I'm happy to
do
help.
believe that we will
Yeah.
see him.
Because you
but
know what?
Interesting.
obviously
We need to
nobody
take help
confirms,
when
so
we
yeah.
need it, and that's just fine.
Well, this is the tap
Here
dancing.
we are.
This is the tap dancing of live coverage.
Did all the
But
Will
I
stuff,
do want to
Shaq.
go because, you know, there was things that were happening
so
and
much.
breaking as we were starting to have this
It's a lot, though.
conversation about Pam Bondi, the
I have a similar
quote
situation
unquote
too,
attorney
Karen.
general,
It's
who
really
was
hard.
testifying up on
My
Capitol Hill
brother
yesterday.
just does everything for
And she was
everybody
being
in
asked
this
about the
family.
Tom Homan
He's so
case,
wonderful,
which
but it's just
the Trump
I don't know how to
DOJ
help
people
him all
threw
the
out,
time because he's
and
far
said he
away.
doesn't need to be prosecuted, even though he
Yeah, get a
allegedly accepted
GoFundMe going, Audrey.
bag of
Let's get this fucking
$50,000
car
in cash.
situation. You need one less thing on your mind.
The juxtaposition
Let's
between
do
that
it.
case, the juxtaposition between the Eric Adams
Wow.
case in New
I
York
was planning
City,
on
for
picking your
example,
brain around that. I'll text
cases
you.
that
Okay, great.
were not
You have
pursued
my
by
number.
the
You have
Trump
my phone
Justice
number. So
Department.
just let me know. I
And
know it
here
is.
you
I know it
have
is. But
James
you're not
Comey,
alone. You're not alone.
who, you know, people might disagree with
Should avoid one.
what he's done over the
Oh.
years politically and so on. They might think, you know, they don't like him
Aw,
very much
got
because of the
lots of love
Comey
for
letter
you,
that came out
girl.
11 days before the 2016
Yeah,
election
let's
and
do
so
it.
on. But
Knock it out.
no
Just
evidence,
knock out
no
those
facts have
problems.
been put forward in front of the American people to say, here is the reason why he should be prosecuted and should be punished for something that he's done. Olivia, the Trump Justice Department has not produced anything like that. That's what makes this such a damn crazy spectacle.
Right. And I think, and also the history of the people who resigned along the way, people who are talking about how they don't think they're there. And I think it's just evident of what this Department of Justice is now under Donald Trump, which is, you know, an extension of the West Wing, I would say, an extension of the Oval Office, which is not the way this is supposed to function. As you know, this is what we see in failing democracies. We do some movement and left the door. I'm not sure what's happening here. Look like a security person.
Wow, look at all the people that are there now. It was
Interesting.
empty a
Okay.
minute ago. Isn't that
So
funny?
maybe
I
something
have
might
to
be about
mosey
to
along
happen.
to
And
an
if that
appointment. All right,
happens,
goodbye,
Mr.
Neil.
Comey comes
Love
out, we
you.
will take that to you
I'll see you
live.
tomorrow.
Our Miles Taylor
yeah,
is
tomorrow
about
morning.
to jump back on,
Yeah.
and he can give us his thoughts and his observations of what he is seeing. But I was looking at the Washington Post, Olivia, and they had compiled last night. I'm going to see if I can pull this story up here. Looking at the Pam Bondi hearing yesterday, she dodged questions some 14 times. 14 times.
Yeah, and not only that, it
fluffy
seemed like she
kitty.
came with an opposition file, right?
Well,
Because every time that she
Adriana.
responded to things, she tried to
Let
throw
us-
things
let
back
us hold
in
you.
the
Let us
questioner's
hug
face. Is what was so
Yeah.
obvious.
Love you.
And as we're waiting for Comey, I'm going to play some video.
Fucking
This is
life
Adam Schiff
sucks.
confronting Pam Bondi on this yesterday. Let's watch a little
Yeah,
bit of
let's
this.
watch it because we missed that part.
It's valuable that the American people get a sense of what you've refused to answer today. So these are just some of the questions you refused to answer, or have answered with personal attacks on members of this committee.
Yep.
You were asked whether you consulted with career ethics lawyers, as you promised you would do during your nomination hearing, when you approved the president receiving a $400 million gift from the Qataris. You refused to answer that question. You were asked who or what role you may have played, or who played the role in asking that Trump's name be flagged in any of the Epstein documents gathered by the FBI. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether Holman kept the $50,000 bribe money. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether Holman paid taxes on the $50,000 bribe money. You refused to answer that question. You were asked, did career prosecutors find insufficient evidence to charge James Comey? You refused to answer that question. You were asked, how are military strikes on these boats in the Caribbean legal? And you refused to even answer that question. You were asked,
a law degree,
excuse
Senator
me,
Schiff?
excuse me. You were asked, did you discuss indicting James Comey with the president? You refused to answer that question.
Yes, I did, Max.
You were asked, did you approve the firing of antitrust lawyers who disagreed with the Hewlett-Packard merger, you refused to answer that question. You were asked whether you support a restoration fund for violent insurrections to attack the Capitol on January 6th. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether you were firing career professionals, career prosecutors, just because they worked on January 6th investigations. You refused to answer that question. You were asked by my California colleague whether you believe government officials, like immigration officials, have to abide by court orders. You wouldn't even answer that question. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing.
Oversight?
Excuse me.
No, he doesn't even look at her. Oh,
that's
you've
beautiful.
attacked all of us, including President Trump, for your
You can
entire
attack me later,
career.
and I know you've got plenty of canned attacks. We've heard them all day today.
Canned attacks on you?
This is supposed
No
to
one
be.
needs a canned attack on you.
Regular order, Madam Chair. I'm trying to speak. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing of the Justice Department, and it comes in the wake of an indictment called for by the president of one of his enemies. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing, and it comes in the wake of revelations that a top administration official took $50,000 in a bag, and this department made that investigation go away.
Wow.
This is supposed to be an oversight
All right,
hearing
Audrey.
when dozens of prosecutors have been fired simply because they worked on cases investigating the former president.
Hang in there, Audrey.
What about the fires in California?
And
Do you
this
care
is
about that,
supposed to
Senator
be,
Schiff?
excuse me, this is supposed to be an oversight hearing in which members of Congress can get serious answers to serious questions about
Are there riots in LA?
There's no riots in LA.
Again, I've said it once, I'll say it
stupid
again, and there's
cunt.
Miles Taylor there. She reminds me of Ricky Bobby's girlfriend in Talladega Nights. I'm a racer's wife. I don't work. But anyway, that's Pam Bondi dodging the question
I'm
time
a
and
racer's
again.
wife.
All of the questions. And yet James Comey was arraigned this morning on trumped
Karen,
up
I'm
bullshit
so sorry.
charges of political prosecution. Miles is back with us. Miles,
Baby.
your
I-
thoughts on
my
this
Gussie is
morning?
just
And I guess
like-
we're waiting to see if
Yeah,
Comey
he's my
comes out.
son.
That's
He's my
that's what
son.
we're
We're
doing
waiting
right
to
now.
see if Comey comes out. But, what was interesting to me about that clip that you played, Jim, a few things.
Excuse
So
me?
You've got U.S. Senator
Excuse
Adam
me?
Schiff, who is also under investigation by the Trump
He didn't even look
administration,
at her. which I
trying
love.
to engage in a back and forth with a cabinet secretary for an oversight hearing
Yeah.
and being rebuffed. That's another
Pat
example
Fitzgerald
of
tells the court
lawlessness.
at Jim Comey's
Is,
arraignment, it's
what
the
we are
horror,
seeing
honor
from
of
this
my life
administration.
to
Now,
represent him.
Just,
Oh, wow.
we have a couple of folks coming out of the
Oh,
courtroom.
here we go.
It doesn't
Yeah,
look
just
like
saw
Comey.
What do we got?
Doesn't look like Comey coming out of the courtroom.
Where are we
But
going?
it may be some of the folks involved in the prosecution. We do have one of the protesters following them with
Yeah,
a
I
sign
saw
that
that.
says,
Was that
"Show
Lindsay
trial"
Halligan
on the
coming out,
way
I wonder?
Wait, was it?
Yeah.
We missed her?
I
I
don't
didn't
think so.
get good view of
What
it.
was the outfit of the day? What was the
But look, Jim,
OOTD?
this is a historic day,
What's
and
the
whether it's Comey
OOTD?
under investigation, whether it's a
Yeah,
sitting U.S.
Nadine's
Senator
there.
Adam Schiff, there is a through line here in
He's
this
good,
story, and that
consistent
through line
presence.
is not the deep state. That through line is not
Real activist.
criminal acts of a wayward government. That through line is the president of the United States has determined that people who have criticized him and people who have investigated him are effectively enemies of the state. And he is now, as we've seen today, following through on that threat by finding ways to charge those adversaries, by finding ways to charge those critics. And that has happened today with James Comey here at a federal courthouse in Alexandria,
Anna
Virginia.
Bauer. Anna Bauer.
Yeah, I mean, Miles, I think you hit the nail right there on the head. And, to me, watching Pam Bondi yesterday, not to go on a tangent about this, it was an absolute debacle. I have never seen an attorney general thumb his or her nose at the American people, at the co-equal branches of government in the fashion that she did yesterday, refusing really to answer any question.
Oh,
And then
this is
instead of
good.
just
This Anna
refusing
Bauer
to answer the
thread is
question,
good. It
which
has
I
some
suppose
good
she could
details.
do,
I'll
that's-
get
if
to
she
it
wants
after
to do
they
that as an
finish up.
attorney general. She can't. It doesn't bring
Lindsay was
glory upon
19.
her and how she's handled her job, but to personally
College.
insult,
Oh,
as
he moved
Adam
away
Schiff
to
was saying, with these canned
college.
insults, time and again, every single
Oh, Karen.
senator who was asking questions got an
Ivan
insult.
isn't wearing his
And
lady
it just made
shades.
me-
Sad. His
I
little
fear for my
Oakleys.
country that a hack like this could be in charge of the Justice Department.
I'll say I've never seen anything quite like it,
Yeah.
Jim. I mean, both Olivia and I have prepared cabinet secretaries for congressional testimony in very high-profile hearings, and never before have I sat down ahead of the
Yeah,
time with
Gary
the
Miles is
cabinet
checking the
secretary
bushes.
and
You
drafted
never know.
jokes
Never
and
know.
rejoinders and political barbs to be delivered to the people conducting the oversight hearing. In fact, you could
Right.
hardly think of something that would be more disrespectful to do
Yes.
with your committee that holds oversight, that holds the purse strings,
It's okay
that
not
holds
to be an
the
asshole.
ability to shape your
That's
department,
my new
than to
mantra.
show
It's
up
okay not to
and
be
to
an
blast
asshole.
them with political talking points. It just doesn't happen. In fact, if a cabinet secretary had asked me to draft such things,
My
I would
baby
tell
is
him to go pound
21
sand and go
pounds.
find someone else. And yet the attorney general appeared to show up
A
yesterday
3-pound Maine
with
Coon, that's
pre-scripted
unusual.
remarks
They're
and
usually really
cutting
big.
jibes to make at the U.S. senators. And you could
You would
see
get the
that
boot.
as she looked down at her notes and in some cases read them off as she was
Yes.
delivering them. These were
Yes,
not
she
off-the-cuff
did.
jokes. I mean, and from that vantage point, I think it defeated whatever purpose she was trying to
Right. Because there goes your
deliver those lines
authenticity,
with, which would be to look
stupid
like in
bitch.
the moment she is clever, she is cutting, and instead she looked like Senator Schiff said, someone who arrived with canned
I
criticisms.
mean, in that moment, yeah,
to make,
Teresa,
which is
sometimes
unbecoming
Adam Schiff
not
makes me
only of an
mad,
attorney
but
general, but anyone who is
sometimes he
testifying
nails it.
before the United States Congress.
Yeah. No, it's unbecoming of our country. It's unbecoming of what's expected when you testify in front of the United States Senate. That used to mean something in this country. You used to have to behave yourself and show some
Well, you used to
respect
have to wear
for the
dresses on
process. But of
airplanes
course,
too, so,
look at what we're watching right now. Donald
I
Trump does
mean,
not respect the process, does not respect our
whatever.
form of government in this country, where you have
Boy,
three
the Homeland
co-equal
Security
branches of
thing never
government, where you're
started.
supposed
Isn't
to
that
have
weird?
a justice system that
I was waiting
operates
for a
on
Homeland
facts and
Security
evidence and
Committee
not the
meeting.
whims and hurt feelings
Hasn't even
of a
started yet.
wannabe dictator. And
It's
just
an
for
hour
folks who are
late.
still tuning in, we're still waiting to see if the former FBI director James Comey is going to speak to the media following this arraignment.
And that was
It's
his
pretty
family,
opaque
Jen.
Pam
down
reminds
Just a
there.
me of
flag.
that woman
Go
Rudy
ahead.
Sorry, I
found
went
to
off camera
read
for a little bit because I was talking to some people, but
out her
I don't know if you
affidavit.
saw the group of people.
Oh, I missed
I
that.
think we caught that. That was his
Mm-mm.
wife and daughter that left.
Comey.
Right? Yes.
So, okay, so
So
the
that was his
folks,
family.
Oh,
the
wow,
small
that's
group,
cute.
I think there are a couple of ladies in there, maybe
Yeah, people
a
know
young
not to talk
man.
to
They were all
Raycliffe. He
very
will still be
tall,
talking
so
an hour later.
that makes
Yeah,
sense. That checks
exactly.
out.
Yeah, it was
We
his
believe
daughter.
that
She
was
was holding.
Comey's family.
Yeah, that was his wife and daughter. They were. She was holding her hand as he walked to the.
Wait, so his wife and daughter
walked
came
away to
out the
garage.
front?
Well, and
So
Comey's one of
So
those
he must
tough
be coming out the
people
front.
to miss, Jim. I
yeah,
mean, I can remember when he used to come up and testify on Capitol Hill before I went into the second Trump administration. He has an imposing presence. The man stands at 6'8" and
6'8"?
whenever he enters a room, grabs attention. And when you talk
6'8"?
to current and former FBI agents, whether they
Six
agreed or
eight?
disagreed with
Holy
his
shit.
decisions as director,
My
they
God.
considered him to
I had
be
no idea.
formidable and someone who served again across Democratic and Republican administrations.
Good job.
People also forget, Jim,
Good
that
job,
Comey has a
protesters.
long
Good job.
history of standing up when it's very unpopular. And again, that's why
Way
so
to
many
go.
people caveat their conversations about James Comey by saying, well, whether you agree with him or disagree with him, because almost anyone, regardless of their political persuasion, has beef with James Comey for making a decision that they disagreed with. But I actually can't think
Everybody
of a more
hates Jim
telling
Comey.
indicator of someone who is committed to principle than someone who's willing to equally offend both sides of the aisle and doesn't make his
I like that
decisions based on
umbrella.
partisan
She's got a
purposes.
nice
And we
umbrella.
saw that as early
I
as
like
the
that.
Trump
Might
administration.
have to
when
do that.
James
I can't
Comey
carry
was the
anything else
deputy-
though
or
when
sorry,
I'm
the Bush
protesting.
administration, when
My
James
hands
Comey
are
was the
always
deputy
full.
attorney general. People forget about this.
I was just thinking about that. I can't bring all the stuff I have.
Ashcroft, then attorney general, was hospitalized, and there was a critical renewal of an aspect of the USA Patriot Act, and one that Comey and others inside the Justice Department had grown more wary about. And there's this moment where Andy Card, who was then chief of staff to President Bush, rushes to the hospital to try to get John Ashcroft to sign this
Remember
extension.
that? I remember
and
that.
James Comey meets him there at the hospital and basically says, no, we're not going to do it. And Ashcroft makes a stand and Comey makes a stand. And I will tell you, since that day, James Comey has not been terribly popular in Bush circles. He has not shown up with the rest of us at Bush reunions down in Texas. And so he made enemies there.
Miles.
But at the same time, he's made enemies on the left with his decisions about the investigation into Hillary Clinton and
Comey
into
walked
Donald
out.
Trump.
They might
This
have
is a
missed it,
man
or
that,
we're on a
again,
delay.
agree or
Oh, maybe
disagree with
that's
those
it.
decisions, makes them on principle, and that's the type of person Donald Trump
We
resents the
don't have
most.
any.
Absolutely. And I think he's always probably had a problem with James Comey because he's taller than Donald Trump. Donald Trump likes
Yeah,
to
a
tower
Bush
over
reunion.
everybody.
Come
And
on,
I
Miles. Do
remember that
better.
famous moment when Comey walked into, I guess it was maybe their dinner or their very first meeting. I think it was at the beginning of the first Trump administration. He walked over and shook Trump's hand. Remember that one, Olivia? And Comey was towering over Donald Trump, which is not something that Donald Trump is used to.
Probably likes.
And I think he's always been kind of intimidated by that. And going back to what Miles was saying earlier about somebody who looks like
They
they're right
sent
out
him
of
a
central
memo that he
casting.
couldn't talk
James
to
Comey, I
anybody
think, to
unless
some
they
extent,
spoke to
looks
him
like he's right
first.
out of central casting. But to Miles's point, he operates on
Oh,
principle. He may
Ivan.
not agree with the decisions that he's made, but he operates on principle, and that is
Really?
that is something that Donald Trump is deathly allergic to. He wouldn't know
Did
what
he say
if he
anything,
wanted to
Gal, when
call
he
it
came
Salt Lake
out?
City, he couldn't find it on a map.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Olivia.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the word or the
2 to
meaning
3
of that,
days? Got
in
it.
any shape or form. I think you're right. I think, Comey does have a stature that Donald Trump would like
Okay,
to
are we
aspire
gonna
to, so
see
to
him or
speak.
not? Because I'm gonna
Um,
move on if we see him.
No, and the other thing
yeah,
we should
but
point out is if Comey's family just left a few moments ago, 5 minutes ago, so we're now into hour 2 of our coverage, by the way. Kudos to Olivia. Kudos to Miles. I hope there's a venti latte in your future or something along some kind of caffeinated drink. But if they just left, then that I think maybe holds out the prospect that he might still be inside. I kind of wonder.
Well, we are
looks like
seeing some
people
people
are
disperse
walking away.
here,
People
which
are
means
dispersing. Okay.
I think they're expecting he may have
Maybe he's
left,
left.
Jim. I'll see if I can get any indicators
Ah.
from anyone here.
Okay. If they're dispersing, that probably means when the Comey family left,
Is that Scott
that maybe
McFarlane?
Jim Comey went out a side entrance
There's
as
Scott
he
McFarlane.
came in
think.
earlier on. And just for the folks who are just tuning in, former FBI Director
Oh
James
no,
Comey
Tintin posted it. Okay.
arraigned in the federal courthouse this morning,
right.
entered a plea of not guilty.
All right.
Trial date set for January 5th.
Okay. All right.
He slipped into the courthouse through a side or back entrance,
Okay.
probably for security reasons, but maybe for messaging reasons too. Didn't want to come out in front of the camera with a bunch of MAGA Jan 6 sympathizers out there
That's
screaming
true.
at the cameras and so on.
That's true. Okay, we're gonna silence that because I think we've got our answer. Let me show you what let me show you what little bitch kitten is up to here. We'll check in with the angry elf.
Compared to X. Yeah, so X is more or less free speech. Because you got to remember, Jim Comey's general counsel, after he left the FBI, went to be the number 2 lawyer at Twitter 1.0.
It's horrible.
And that's where he managed the whole censorship.
And I just saw Maureen Comey.
Who's that?
Maureen Comey is a daughter that he has, and she's super evil. She learned all her stuff from James Comey.
Stuff because she was the one prosecuting him.
Wow,
How many languages do you
Southern
speak? Somebody
District of
said
New
5
York
on there.
was his daughter. And then before that, he was in the Southern District of
Maybe
New York.
5 languages.
Good friends with Mike Pence, actually.
Okay.
What's the matter with your audio,
So
Ivan?
the corruption runs so deep across both political parties. It's disgusting.
Blah blah
That's
blah
kind of
blah
my role.
blah blah
Is to
blah
call it all out.
blah.
That's why most people don't like.
Blah 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 blah. I don't even understand. He says the same things. It's like pushing the play on a tape recorder. You know those old-timey tape recorders? It's like pushing play and this little angry elf starts spouting the same shit. But you know what? He's not good enough to be in the administration. And I think it kills him. It kills him that he is not as important as he wanted to be in this process. That he's just a disposable, blunt force object. That's all that Ivan is. And I think it probably kills him. I think. Well, that's going to be very interesting. That's obviously going to be an extremely, extremely interesting thing. I wanted to let me just read something before we get into this Supreme Court case, because I wanted to read this for a minute. So this is Jim's piece from yesterday. No, 2 days ago. 2 days ago. P.S. You started a trend. Democracy Dino. Uh, uh, I'll take trends. Okay, that's Reptar. We had this. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta meet that Reptar. Sorry, I love that. Oh, by the way, I love Bad Bunny so much. I can't fucking wait for the Super Bowl. I don't know, but I love it. I'll find out what it is. I love it. Anyway, that's cute. I love it. Thank you, Gal. What did I do with this? Oh, wait, what did I do? I wanted to read Jim's piece, and then we'll go up. We'll go to Supreme Court. I know all the inflatables dancing was just like, it made my heart full. It made my heart really full. Yeah, Ivan wanted to death with retribution. And you know what? It's just, I don't know. Whatever. I fucking useless fucking chuds. That's what he is. Stephen Miller, Camp of the Saints meets Weimar Solutions. Inside the fascist fan fiction running America's regime. Walmart Nosferatu. I know that wasn't the footage Crispy Gnome and Clumpy Clump wanted. You're right. And they danced all night. I watched it. They danced all night. And there was not, I know Portland is really turning up, and I'm very proud of them. I'm delighted. All right, Miller's Crossing. The rush to execute a dictatorial takeover of the United States continues to accelerate into absurdist theater and real-world violence. Trump advisor Stephen Miller is frantically trying to manufacture a scapegoat that can be used to deploy military resources into American cities at scale. The naked bike. Oh my God, is it really? Oh, Legal AF is live at SCOTUS. Oh, cool. I will clip it, Jane. I will. In the last 2 days, Trump-appointed federal judge Karen Immergut has blocked Trump from deploying National Guard 3 times. On 10-4, 10-5, Oregon, California National Guard, and Texas National Guard all blocked. J.B. Pritzker, governor of Illinois, has also sued the federal government to prevent them from invading Chicago, although that has not yet been ruled on. Monday morning, Stephen Miller targeted Judge Immergut on social media for her rulings. Just the day before, another federal judge, Diane Goodstein, who had been targeted for her ruling by SCOTUS and the Trump regime, had her house burnt down. Judge Goodstein's family barely escaped with serious injuries. Just a few hours before the fire, Stephen Miller referred to judges as radicals who protect left-wing terrorists. The Democrat
Party has filled. No, this is Jim Stewartson. The Democrat Party has filled our legal and judicial system with radicals who protect left-wing terrorists. This is a very real and dire crisis for our Republican form of government. That's right. That's right. Everybody hates me. I don't get it.
All right. Miller did not lower the temperature of his rhetoric in the face of another apparent act of violence against a judge. Monday afternoon, Miller made a deranged appearance in which he presented an alternate world, which, as Judge Immergut said in her ruling, is untethered to the facts.
Here we go. When ICE officers have to street battle against Antifa, what is the purpose? It is to prevent immigration and customs enforcement from carrying out the mission. That's right. The American people elected them to do. Wait, what? Wait, American people elected ICE officers? Yeah, it's James Stewartson. Hold on. People, I'm a little hung up on this language. American people elected ICE officers? I don't really get it. Their objective is to make it impossible for ICE to carry out ICE enforcement. Oh, I'm glad you caught up, Stephen.
This was actually a good one, though.
ICE officers have to street battle against Antifa, hand-to-hand combat every night to come and go from your building. When they try to exit in a vehicle, when they are swarmed and surrounded and they try to tip the vehicle over.
No.
When people bring weapons to an ICE facility to try to engage in direct violent assault against ICE officers, what is the purpose? It is to prevent Immigration and Customs Enforcement from carrying out the mission the American people elected them to do.
Yeah.
Their objective is to make it impossible for ICE to carry out ICE enforcement.
Yeah, I want the one where Stephen Miller froze up. Do we have that clip? Stephen Miller is in a hurry to execute his fascist vision, and he has a large playbook borrowed from both history and fiction to achieve it. State of exception, the Weimar solutions. Sovereign is he who decides on the exception. Wow, that's pretty true. After World War I, when Germany was creating its new democratic constitution, there was an ideological battle between liberals and more traditional monarchists about how much power the presidency should have, especially over the military. This paralleled the war of words between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists after the American Revolution over how much power the president should have to deploy the militia, now known as the National Guard. The Weimar Constitution shared many features with the American Constitution, but left a large loophole, Article 48, which allowed the German president to invoke emergency powers. It also allowed suspension of civil liberties guaranteed in the Weimar Constitution. Quote, if public security and order are seriously disturbed or endangered, the Reich president may take the necessary measures to restore public order and security. He may intervene with the assistance of the armed forces if necessary. For this purpose, he may temporarily suspend fundamental rights. In Political Theology, 1922, German jurist Carl Schmitt diagnosed what he saw as a fatal flaw in liberal democracy, its dependence on procedures and laws which cease to function in times of crisis. His solution was the state of exception, the idea that a strong sovereign must have the power to suspend normal law in an emergency in order to preserve the state. Schmitt went on to collaborate with the Nazi government. Schmitt regarded the state of exception not merely as a legal provision, but as the foundation of sovereignty itself, the moment when the sovereign reveals his supremacy by deciding that law no longer applies. Schmitt's doctrine concluded that a state of exception should justify special executive powers, the suspension of the rule of law, and derogation of legal and constitutional rights. Starting in 1923, President Friedrich Ebert, a moderate social democrat, used Article 48 emergency powers 63 times to deal with economic problems facing Germany. Nevertheless, he returned his dictatorial powers each time. But by early 1932, the use of Article 48 decrees had hollowed out the Weimar Republic. Each time the Reichstag voted down a decree, Hindenburg simply reissued it. This effectively replaced the Constitution with a dictatorship by fiat, leaving only the shell of democracy remaining. Where does that sound familiar? Yes, you want me this link? Which link? At 50% speed. I had to steal my copy. Oh, from the I do like your copy of it, Oomph. I really like it at 50% speed. It kind of makes more sense. I'll find it. I'm gonna play it, Jane. This government, by state of exception, gained official recognition when Hitler used Article 48 to declare the Reichstag fire decree, leading to the suspension of constitutional rights and the arrest, imprisonment in concentration camps, and murder of his political opposition. Among the first groups to be targeted under the Reichstag fire decree was the Communist Party's anti-fascist activist campaign, Antifaschistische Aktion, which was nicknamed Antifa. There you go. Oh, thank you. Camp of the Saints problems. Jean Raspial, I don't know how to say that, I don't speak French, was a travel writer and novelist before he wrote the book that defined him and helped fuel the white supremacist radical right, the apocalyptic racist novel Camp of the Saints, 1973. The book describes a future France, used as a proxy for the U.S. and Western culture more generally, contending with an armada of 1 million refugees landing on its shores. The resulting migration crisis is depicted as a subhuman invasion of disease and crime, which first destroys France and then all of Europe. As an example of its tone, as the refugees come ashore and chaos ensues, local leaders are berated for their insipid, insufferable pity and their lack of pride in their skin and all that it stands for. Quote, "You and your pity," the consul shouted, "your damned, obnoxious, detestable pity. Call it what you please, world brotherhood, charity, conscience. All I see is contempt for yourselves and all you stand for. Can't you see where it's leading? You've got to be out of your minds to just sit back and let it all happen little by little, all because of your pity, your insipid, insufferable pity. There's not one of you proud of his skin and all that it stands for." Spoiler alert, in the end, all of Western civilization dies under the weight of its own empathy. Camp of the Saints has been cited as an inspiration by a number of fascist politicians and propagandists, including Marine Le Pen, Viktor Orban, and the Tantan Network, Trump propagandist Steve Bannon, who regularly uses the apocalyptic racist imagery of the novel to generate anger, fear, and disgust. Bannon's sudden interest in the novel started in October 2015. In 2019, the Southern Poverty Law Center published a story with leaked emails from Steve Bannon's propaganda operation, Breitbart. One sequence showed that on September 6, 2015, Stephen Miller was the one who had suggested Camp of the Saints to a Breitbart editor. This is quoted, Breitbart editor Katie McHugh, September 6, 2015, 3:34 p.m. ET. Breitbart editor Neil Monroe, Julia Hahn, and I are going to do a series of stories on non-white SAT scores to break it down. Neil says it's easier for people to digest that way and change their minds. To Miller, September 6, 2015, 3:41 p.m. On the education angle, makes sense. Also, you see the Pope saying West must, in effect, get rid of borders. Someone should point out the parallels to Camp of the Saints. Oh, so that's a text exchange between Miller and Bannon. Hahn wrote a Breitbart story on September 24th, headlined, Camp of the Saints seen mirrored in Pope's message. The article ran 18 days after Miller's email on the same theme. Oh boy. Oh boy. Pope Francis is urging America to throw open her borders to the thousands of impoverished migrants, in part to atone for the sins of the colonial era. Well, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Totally not wrong. Mirrored, quite a word choice. Alternate America. What we're seeing in America is a form of Orwellian alternate reality theater. It's 2 + 2 = 5, but expanded to a universe of cartoon-like heroes, Dump, Crispy Gnome, Ice, and murderous villains, Antifa, an invasion of immigrants, Democrats. Together, the heroes and villains create the characters needed to play out a pre-scripted fictional drama, which can be simplified as Camp of the Saints meets Weimar Solutions. Shit. The state of exception doctrine that Carl Schmitt advocated for, which helped Hitler seize control of Weimar, is being manufactured by the Trump regime by mirroring the fictional world of Jean Raspail's novel through Miller's rhetoric and propaganda. In 2007, Hold My Beer, Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel wrote a libertarian manifesto called The Straussian Moment, in which he synthesized Carl Schmitt's political theory with René Girard, Thiel's philosophical muse and the creator of mimetic theory. Quote, if one agrees with Schmitt's starting assumptions, then the West must lose the war or lose its identity. One way or the other, the persistence of political spells the doom of the modern West. But for the sake of completeness, we must consider also the inverse possibility, that so long as the political exists, the world will remain divided. There is no guarantee that the political itself will survive. Last year, Peter Thiel at a conference literally devoted to Carl Schmitt said, there are, quote, there are certain parallels in the U.S. in the 2020s to Germany in the 1920s. Liberalism is exhausted. Yeah, trying to fight fucking tyranny, okay? It's exhausting. One suspects that democracy, whatever that means, is exhausted. And we have to start asking some questions, very outside the Overton window. God, I'm sweaty.
You know, there are, I always think that, there are ways in which the 2020s in the U.S. We need to rethink things. There are ways it resembles, Weimar Germany in the 1920s, where a lot of the conventional ideas had failed, and you look outside the Overton window and things like this. But one way in which we're very different from the early 20th century, from 1920s Weimar, is that fascism and communism, at the end of the day, were youth movements, and they were movements of violent young men. And there was probably a lot wrong
Is Peter
with
scared?
youth movements.
Is he scared of the proletariat?
Of those sorts of youth movements.
But
if we look at
because
the
he's a
2020s, I don't think our fundamental problem is that we're going to have communism or fascism, and even with this dramatic, healthcare killer, and he shouldn't have killed the CEO. I don't think that's actually the mainstream. What the risk in our society is that we are a gerontocracy with an inverted demographic pyramid in which the values are set not by loser, 20-something high testosterone men, but it's all being driven by 70-something grandmothers who don't want to take any risk whatsoever.
Excuse me?
And that's what I think the political challenge in our society is. It's the gerontocracy much more than the rise, some Gen Z rising tide of fascism and communism.
Fascism? Honey, you're the fascist. Okay, get it straight. Think someone aspiring to dominate the world should be able to pronounce that word. Yeah. Maybe anyone who cares to involve it as a comparison. Yeah, invoke it as a comparison. That's not very new. That's an older, I can't remember what the year of that soundbite. Stephen Miller's desire to manufacture a false flag on a crisis on an absurd schedule reflects a sense among some in the dump circle that this project is not going fast enough. This is a good point. That, as I wrote, is why they are in such a hurry. Others, including some who have Others, including some who have cheerled the destruction of American democracy for decades, are already seeing the project as a failure. Curtis Yarvin, here we go, who promotes Carl Schmitt on a regular basis and provided the fascist tech bro ideology the Dark Enlightenment, seems, well, nervous. Here we go. Here's Curtis Yarvin.
Hi, everybody. It's Curtis Yarvin here. I'm really nervous, and I'm a little scared. I think we might have, I don't know. I don't know if we went fast enough or too fast. I don't even know which one is right, okay? But the second dump revolution, like the first, is failing. I'm sorry, somebody has to say it. It is failing because it deserves to fail. What? It is failing because it spends all its time patting itself on the back. It is failing because its true mission, which neither it nor, still less, its supporters understand because they're a bunch of dummies, is still as far beyond its reach as algebra is beyond a cat. I know. Curtis trying to make the Democratic Party look more dangerous. Well, I don't know. Beware the proletariat. That's all I have to say. LOL, Yarvin does not ask, maybe my ideas are bad, and maybe liars aren't. Wait, am I a liar? Wait, am I the drama? I'm not the drama, am I? Wait, this wasn't my idea, okay? This is not what I told you guys to do, okay? Here we go. Because the vengeance meted out after its failure will dwarf the vengeance after 2020. Because the successes of the second revolution are so much greater than the first. Everyone involved with this revolution needs a plan B for 2029. Mine is, I'm buying a planet. And I'm going to move there with my buddy Elon Musk. That's right. And And it is not even clear that it can wait until 2029. Losing the Congress will instantly put the administration on the defensive. Hi, Grace Lisa.
This is the problem we all have to face. People like Yarvin may or may not have criminal problems to worry about if we survive this as a democracy. But this entire administration does have those problems, especially people like Stephen Miller. Oh boy. At this point, the entire administration is a crime scene, a constant output of false coercive propaganda designed to incite violence. Hello? Digital soldiers are on the streets of Portland right now, all fired up and ready for a fight. A coercive propaganda designed to incite violence or to pretend that there is violence when there isn't any, as in Portland. Hello? All in an unconstitutional conspiracy to abuse power. They know it, we know it, and they know we know it. Nevertheless, the show must go on. How this ultimately plays out is impossible to predict, but I continue to have my doubts that a plan so transparent, absurd, and monumentally evil can possibly work. Yay! Good job. That's a wonderful Jim. Oh, wait. This is a Renee Girard. The crowd that discovers that it has the power to decide who is guilty and who is innocent. That is the beginning of the end. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, that red hat lard ass, that Tommy boy. He's really like a poster child for digital soldiers. Like he literally is the poster child. Like I can't think of a better example. Anyway, thank you, Jim. That's a great piece. And then I wanted to find I have Jim Comey's. It's just a minute, so let me play this. Oh wait, I think I have it over here. Wait, don't I have it over here? Don't I have it over here? Yeah. Hold on. Where's the statement? Where is the statement? You don't play it? You just talk about it? You fucking asshole. Sorry. Sorry. Oh my God. Everybody has to. Okay, hold on. Sorry, Gal. I can't find the clip that you gave me, which was just his clip, but here we go.
My family and I have known for years that there are costs to standing up to Donald Trump, but we couldn't imagine ourselves living any other way. We will not live on our knees, and you shouldn't either. Somebody that I love dearly recently said that fear is the tool of a tyrant, and she's right. But I'm not afraid, and I hope you're not either. I hope instead you are engaged, you are paying attention, and you will vote like your beloved country depends upon it, which it does. My heart is broken for the Department of Justice, but I have great confidence in the federal judicial system, and I'm innocent. So let's have a trial.
We've just learned his arraignment will be
January. So that was his message, which I thought was well done. That was just short, sweet, and to the point. I thought it was really well done. So, you know, no matter how I feel about him and the fact that I think he's a manipulative bitch, I can still say, okay, well, that was a good statement, and that's what we needed to hear from you at this time. So well done, because it doesn't always happen that way. All right, now a very, very public trial is what we need. I want to see all this, because here's the thing about this trial is that discovery is going to be the key. October 12th is the first deadline for discovery, right? They set that. Sorry, I didn't quote that immediately when I saw it, but I did see that reported that October 12th is the date they have set for the first date for discovery. So I feel like this administration, let's unfortunately go back in time to the painful last few years where the the administration or the members of this administration will definitely fight tooth and nail, and they have some power here. And so it's scary to me that this is just a really, unfortunately, it's James Comey, but this trial to me is actually very important in how we move forward. And so that's why, and it's January 5th, which what is with these judges and putting dates that are actually like really significant, historically? I think I would try to avoid that. You know what I mean? I guess maybe there's no way to avoid it, but I would try to avoid it. Because to me, it just adds spectacle and stuff. And, the chuds that I watch are really thirsty for blood. They are really fucking thirsty for blood, Democratic blood, or people that are perceived to be enemies of Dump, or the administration, I should say. So I don't really know, like, I think this is a very important trial, actually, in terms of the momentum of the right or the momentum of pro-democracy people like us. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I'm here we go. Oh, okay. Somebody's, yeah, you're still talking. That's fantastic. Let's see. Here we go. This is the Supreme Court. So this case is about mail-in ballots. And so I thought it was important to listen to this case today as one of the more consequential cases. I guess they're all consequential, but this consequential case around mail-in votes. When Dumpy is gone, will the bubble burst? My opinion on that is that a certain portion of the bubble will burst, certainly. But for some people, that will make it more JFK-like, like he'll get that kind of JFK admiration from the right. And so that's still a specter of him. The other piece is that J.D. Vance has been working hard to expand his repertoire, if you will, in the last 9 or so months especially, and on the campaign trail, but more so in the last 9 months. J.D. Vance has tried to appeal to that part of the base that didn't necessarily accept him as one of their own, as truly MAGA enough. He was still kind of a suit. Well, he's done a really good job, if you will, kind of down-homing himself and tapping into his Appalachian roots, and his Trump mimicry, where he can stand now and drop a bunch of F-bombs and say bullshit in front of, the Munich Peace Conference and, all this kind of stuff. So he's really ingratiating himself into a portion of the base. They think they're increasing their view of him as, pretty badass, oddly enough, which I don't know. They're very easily swayed. So I think that it has been strategic for this administration to put JD in positions where he can be, like telling Zelensky, you should say thank you, kind of shit, right? And that is making him more Trump-like in their eyes. That's my opinion. So I don't think I certainly think that with Trump gone, that to me is one factor. Oh yeah, they do, because they can make all kinds of like accommodations in their mind. It's really amazing, Grace Lisa. The Chuds are very, very resilient in that way. Now, and she's also very quiet, very kind of appropriate. She dresses nice and she doesn't say much, and she's, very sweet and, blah, blah, blah. So I think that, and she's pretty, that always helps when you're real pretty. So I think they're accepting of her, but when push comes to shove, they absolutely detest people who are brown or black. That's the bottom line. So, they will accept her, but it will be, she's no Melania, that kind of thing. Yeah, they're going to love him when he buys their farms. Yeah, I don't know how the soybean farmers are feeling about him these days, but so I think that is here's the other thing I saw. Oh my God, you guys, wait, I wanted to tell you about this. The other thing I saw on television, the other thing I saw on streams yesterday, was fucking Vivek Ramaswamy. My favorite. Vivek is it was at a Turning Point event doing a similar Q&A thing to Charlie Kirk. I think Vivek, not only is he running for governor of Ohio, which please, nobody vote for him for governor. He's absolutely a useless piece of shit. Sorry. But I think Ramaswamy's trying to get in on the Charlie Kirk bandwagon and make himself a talking head. Although he did admit last night that he's not as young as the Charlie Kirk, whatever. He's not in college, I guess, is what he was saying. I don't know. So I'm a little worried about Vivek Ramaswamy. Oh, he's a terrible person. He's a scam artist. He ran a pharmaceutical company kind of thing. I know. Isn't Charlie over? Yeah, he pretty much is over. Erica has been a bomb, right? Erica Kirk has the personality of a dirty ashtray. Okay. Yes, Vivek is a scam artist who scammed people about taking drugs that had failed on the market, buying the science at cheap, and then reissuing the drug under a new name, and then raising money to get the. Okay, do you see where I'm going here? You see where I'm going here? Vivek would raise money to launch drugs that had already failed, and then he could just keep doing that. I mean, it's an amazing scam if you think about it, okay? It's an amazing scam if you think about it. So that's who Vivek Ramaswamy is. He's nothing more than a fucking scam artist, okay? But he's not cool enough to be a crypto bro because he's still kind of fucking like he thought Reagan was great, and so he kind of is still following the Reaganite, so he acts older than he probably is. It's incredible. He's really quite a case study, I think, actually. Because he's wants to be really popular. Remember when he was first made Code Doge person? Remember that? And that lasted about 24 hours. Remember that? I think Vivek is absolutely that annoying kid that's like, Billy, go home. We're playing baseball. You can't play. You're too small. I think that's who Vivek Ramaswamy is to this administration, because I think Elmo, the minute he had to work alongside Vivek, or Vivek was connected to him, he probably went, oh, fuck no, I'm not dealing with that guy. No way. No, get that shitty little fucking Marty out of my face. So I that's Vivek Ramaswamy. But I wanted to tell you guys that because I saw it and I went, oh, shit. I see the play. I see what we're doing here. I got you. Yeah. Anyway. All right. I have background of this case actually in the description of the video. If you go down to the description of the video, there's an Oyez website update on this case that we're about to hear. So in case you want to take a look at that, you can find it right over there. But here we go. We're back a little, obviously, because this started over an hour ago. Oh, hour and 45 minutes ago. Whoop, whoop.
Margin of victory. And he has to pay margin of victory.
Let me just go to where it really begins.
And boss the election, or at least unlawful ballots. Those unlawful ballots.
God damn it.
If the petitioner's merits theory is credited, which it must.
Hold on. I'm so sorry. Now, let's try again. I thought it had dead air in the beginning.
After Election Day. Petitioners contend that under controlling federal law, that is 2 weeks too long. As a result, if the petitioner's merits theory is credited, which it must be for evaluating standing, then Illinois is counting unlawful ballots. Those unlawful ballots could cost Congressman Boss the election, or at least reduce his margin of victory, and he has to pay his campaign staff for 2 extra weeks. All of that means that Congressman Bost has standing 3 times over. The court below lost sight of that straightforward conclusion only by misreading this court's precedents and misperceiving candidates who pour untold time and treasure into the election and are the ones whose names are actually on the ballot as mere bystanders with a generalized grievance. That decision is not only wrong, but dangerous. It needlessly injects federal courts into the role of political prognosticators. It risks denying judicial access to minor party candidates, and it shuffles election disputes into the closest races and the worst possible context. Election disputes after the election where federal courts are in the uncomfortable position of having to pick the political winners. There is a better way, and it simply requires acknowledging that candidates have a unique, concrete, and particularized interest in the rules of the electoral road, especially those that address which ballots are going to be counted and when. At a bare minimum, a longer campaign is a more expensive campaign, and that classic pocketbook injury is sufficient to give Congressman Bost standing. There is no need to make the standing inquiry here any more complicated than that. I welcome the court's questions.
Mr. Clement, how do we know that petitioner will suffer a risk of competitive harm?
So in some respects, we know that from the very fact that he is a candidate in the election. I mean, obviously, he's put that in a declaration as well, but I think this is something where every candidate cares very deeply and uniquely about the outcome of the election, but also their vote tally and the margin of victory or the margin of defeat. And this idea that like all a candidate can care about is the ultimate winner loss, I just don't think that maps on to the way elections actually operate or people think about them.
Well, I think you could argue that he will actually benefit from the additional time.
So, I mean...
Well, someone has to benefit, or there wouldn't be a risk of competitive harm.
I suppose any time the government changes the rules for any highly regulated activity, it may be that some of the people that are affected by the new regulations are actually going to be better off. They may be better able to sort of incur the costs, or they may be better able to take advantage of that additional time. Here, Congressman Bost has alleged that, no, this is going to hurt his sort of margin for victory. But I also think as a general matter, I'm not even sure you need to get to that level, which is to say, if this were just a simple regulated industry, if the SEC promulgated new rules for registered broker-dealers, you'd expect the broker-dealers, some of them, to come and sue about those new rules. I think you wouldn't be that worried that broker-dealers were coming in and actually suing for rules that help them. The market sort of shifts, takes care of that.
That this regulation is not of a broker-dealer. It's not of the candidate. It's of voters. So it's not a direct regulation. But going back to your margin of victory, in the case where we decided that a campaign ad had standing, in that case, there were affidavits that said these ads increase the amount of revenue we receive or can decrease it. So there was an affidavit that said that. Here, you don't even say that the margin of error is going to affect. You don't have anybody saying anything close to that. You're just saying the margin of error could have a reflection on me. That's a generalized statement with no support.
So two things, Your Honor. First, just on the first point, if the new broker-dealer regulations from the SEC regulated the terms at which the customers could deal with the broker-dealers, I think the broker-dealers would still have...
But this is not how they're dealing with the candidates. They're still voting for the candidate. They're not being deprived of their right to get their voters to vote. Well, so I'm not sure the analogy doesn't work for me, Mr. Clement.
Well,
but let's go back to my point that I'm not sure that someone who says to the court below that his, quote, injury is not based on the risk of losing the election, seems to me that he's foregone that argument here, as he did below, and that the question becomes whether this margin of victory issue is enough.
So two things, Your Honor. One, as we point out in our reply brief, and I would urge you to read the Seventh Circuit briefing on this, the statement that my friend on the other side says is where we waived this electoral outcome argument was simply responding to their argument that pocketbook injuries don't matter if...
I'm going to stop this for a minute because I want to read. This is very, the facts of the case. It's pretty short. So let me just read this, because I think there's a lot of different issues within this, which is very interesting. Okay, facts of the case. Michael Bost a multi-term U.S. representative from Illinois' 12th district, along with Laura Polistrini and Susan Sweeney, political activists who served as presidential electors in 2020, challenged Illinois' mail-in ballot receipt procedure. Under Illinois law, election officials can receive and count mail-in ballots for up to 14 days after Election Day if the ballots are postmarked or certified by Election Day. Plaintiffs argued this procedure violates federal election statutes by impermissibly extending Election Day beyond the federally mandated date. They claimed the counting of these untimely ballots dilutes their votes and forces them to expend additional campaign resources to monitor ballot counting for 2 weeks after Election Day. Plaintiffs filed suit in May 2022 against the Illinois State Board of Elections and its executive director. The U.S. District Court for Northern District of Illinois dismissed the case, finding that the plaintiffs lacked Article III standing. The court also rejected their claims on the merits. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit affirmed the dismissal on jurisdictional grounds. So the question being asked today is, do federal candidates have Article III standing to challenge state laws that allow mail-in ballots to be received and counted for 2 weeks after Election Day, based on claims that such laws dilute their votes and force them to incur additional campaign expenses for extended ballot monitoring? So that is what we are talking about. Thank you for that, allowing this interruption. Oops.
In fact, you can't show that there is this electoral outcome injury. And what we said in response and what we said in our reply brief here and remains correct and waives nothing is that's actually not right. The pocketbook injury is separate from any electoral outcome. So there's no waiver of any of this. There was a declaration here. The declaration does say that that Congressman Boss risks losing the election, but it also then says, but it's certainly going to affect the margin of victory. And he also alleges in his declaration that that margin of victory is not just an abstract injury, but that translates rather directly into reputational injuries and financial
these are things that are postmarked by Election
And I
Day.
think that corresponds with the general sort of common sense of the matter. If you ask candidates, would you like to win this election by 60% of the vote or 51% of the vote? I think 100% of the candidates are going to say, I'll take the 60%.
Yeah, but that's not how we ordinarily think about harm. And harm is what you need in order to establish standing, not preference for 60% or 59% or whatever. And so what I guess I'm a little concerned about in your argument is the idea that a candidate who wins and who wins by some margin is harmed by a regulation of this nature because of the potential decrease in his margin of victory. I don't understand the harm that necessarily comes from that.
So if you start with the premise that every candidate would prefer to win 60% rather than 51%, and then you challenge...
Why do we start with preference? That's what I'm saying, that the relevant metric for standing is harm. So yes, fine, you might be disappointed, but that's usually not what we look at when we're determining whether or not someone is actually harmed.
Well, I would say that if a law improperly denies somebody their preference, that is a harm. But in all events, I don't think you need to make it that abstract.
No, they didn't achieve their
what's bothering you. He alleges in his declaration.
They didn't achieve their preference. It's not that they didn't get the preference they were due or whatever. It's that they didn't achieve it. See, this is one of the interesting Chud arguments too, is that it's always an external cause that causes them injury, right? I think that's Brown Jackson. I think that's Judge Brown Jackson. So I think that's interesting. Sorry.
That is accompanied by reputational and financial harms as well.
Isn't that speculative? I mean, couldn't we also speculate that a candidate who decreases the margin of error, or excuse me, the margin of victory, who wins by a smaller amount, people would actually want to contribute more the next time, as opposed to them not having contributors? I don't necessarily see a financial harm that comes from a smaller margin of victory.
Well, on this, I mean, I think this is the kind of issue that at this stage of the case, where you have a complaint and you have declaration, you haven't had any evidence. If the other side wants to come in and put on an expert that says, actually, Congressman Bost, who's run successfully in Illinois like a dozen times, doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, I'm saying it's your burden. You're the petitioner, and you have to establish standing. You're the plaintiff. So you have to show that you have a non-speculative risk of harm here. And I just don't understand how saying, well, I would prefer to win by more actually counts, especially when you're winning by, more or less is sort of speculative in this context.
Well, with respect, I think if you're going to allow people to challenge election rules at the beginning of the election, which I actually think is something that the standing doctrine should not get in the way of, because it avoids having these disputes litigated at the worst possible times, you're going to have to allow some room for a little bit of speculation. I mean, because the election hasn't happened yet. But the way that this court's cases have generally dealt with that is you have to show that there's a substantial risk of something. And here, there's no question in my mind that at this stage of the litigation, between the allegations and the declarations, he's done enough for the motion to dismiss stage. Again, we all know that standing law has to be sort of addressed at the level of substantiality for every stage of the litigation. And so if they want to continue to contest this, I suppose at the summary judgment stage, we could have competing experts on some of this stuff. But frankly, I think that is a pretty good advertisement for a broader, simpler rule that simply says candidates have standing to challenge the rules that govern the election.
If it were after the election, how would that play out?
So the risk is losing
over
and
issues like this
having a narrower margin of victory or loss.
Well, there's a couple ways to think about that. One analytical way to think about that is I would say, no matter what the margin of victory is, if there are ballots that under Congressman Bost's theory were illegally counted, I think he would have standing to bring the challenge. Now, the courts might want to apply in the post-election context.
What's the remedy? Does the court there, and this is, I think, blends into your concern about post-election, but I just want to play it out. So let's say the losing candidate sues challenging this rule, and let's say the court finds it post-election, finds it illegal. And we faced this in 2020 in some of our many cases pre-election. What's the remedy?
Well,
do you throw out those votes? Because if you do, some of those voters might say, oh, I actually would have voted earlier if I had known. I'm just trying to figure out how that would play out.
So I think that would be the right remedy, and I think that's kind of a nightmare scenario for exactly the reason that you point out. And I don't think there's any reason for the standing rules to basically say that you have to decide all these issues in those nightmare scenarios, or even in the very closest districts. And the point I was trying to make is, like, if you think about this case proceeding past the pleading standard, the idea that you would have, like, competing experts come in and say, Congressman Bost is kind of a lousy candidate, so this one's going to be pretty close. And that would be my expert, because I'd have to show that the election is close in order to have standing. And then they'd come in, and their expert would say, no, Congressman Bost is the best candidate there's ever been. He's going to win this thing in a landslide.
Well, would you agree to a rule like this one, which sort of makes this question of do you have to show you would win or do you have to show margin of victory a little bit irrelevant? That what you have to show something. It's not enough to just walk in and say, hi, I'm a candidate and I'm suing. But what you have to show is some kind of substantial risk or substantial likelihood, whatever the phrase may be from our standing doctrine, that the new rule puts you at an electoral disadvantage relative to the old rule.
I didn't remember that, Tom, but yeah, thank you for that.
If the new rule says more mail-in ballots, then you just have to plead that that's a kind of rule that puts you to an electoral disadvantage. And say something, not a lot, but
that's
something
a good point, SB.
To suggest that that's right.
So I could live with that rule. I don't know that it's the ideal rule. I mean, I'm not coming in here asking for a broad rule.
A little less than 2 minutes.
because I'd like to win this case in the hardest possible way. I'm asking for that because I actually see advantages to it, namely that even under your view, you still, in theory, would have at the summary judgment stage this debate in Article 3 courts about whether late arriving ballots help Republican candidates or Democratic candidates. And that makes me sufficiently uncomfortable that I actually would prefer a rule that says, no, Congressman Bost is coming in and he's saying there are going to be unlawful votes cast, and there'll be ballots with his name on it in his election. That's enough. We're done. None of these.
I mean, your rule really does just take out the injury requirement entirely. It just says you should assume that if a candidate is there before the court, the candidate has good reasons for being there before the court. And for the most part, I think we have rejected that view of standing. I mean, for example, we said there's no such thing as doctor standing just a couple of years ago. So too here, it seems quite inconsistent with our standing law to say, oh, we just have like an automatic rule for candidate standing. On the other hand, I'm sort of in sympathy with the view that this bar should not be all that high, and that the bar shouldn't have to, you shouldn't have to say, here are the polls that show I could lose as a result of this
Supreme
rule.
Court, just
It's
the static
all you have to do
picture.
is come in and say why it is that the rule puts you at a disadvantage relative to what's come before.
So, Justice Kagan, I don't think that much separates us. And so I don't want to sort of die on any particular hill here. The reason that I'm hedging a little bit, I'll say two things in response. One is, I don't think we're saying get rid of the the injury in fact requirement. We're just saying unlawful ballots being counted in your election is an injury in fact. It's a little abstract, sure, but it is an injury in fact. And then everything else follows, and then you don't even have to get into what I still think is an uncomfortable prospect of competing expert affidavits where one party says
waiting for
that
the
actually
press conference about the
breaking votes
Palisades
can actually
fire.
be
They've
good for
made an
Congressman
arrest,
Bost because
so.
people
But
like
it's the
candidates
state
with
of
a B in
Illinois,
their name
which is
or something.
weird.
And then the other side says, no, they're actually good for the Republicans.
That's from Jim's.
Clement, though,
Yeah, I'll share the
if you
link.
could just
Hold
answer
on.
whether you could satisfy Justice Kagan's standard, I'd be grateful. And whether you, and it doesn't require a competitive, as I understand the question, it doesn't require a competitive disadvantage. It just says compared to the law, what I understand the law to have been, I am at a disadvantage.
Yes, we can satisfy that.
Can you spin that out?
Sure. I mean, we can satisfy it in sort of two ways. I mean, one, Congressman Bost in his declaration has made clear that he thinks that this rule will hurt his margin for victory. And then the second thing he said, and he's maybe said this frankly more clearly, is because he's, we have kind of the unique benefit here of a candidate who was a candidate under the old rules. And he has said that this change in the rules has increased the cost of running his campaign. Yeah. So on both those two kind of classic injuries, I think the declarations here are sufficient. Obviously, we're just at the motion to dismiss stage, so
Thank you.
There could be more, but I think they are satisfied.
Mr. Clement, when you say that these two classic injuries, how, if at all, does TransUnion affect this? Do you have to show that there's some sort of history and tradition, that this is the kind of injury, either the vote margin or the risk of electoral loss, that counts as a cognizable injury?
So two thoughts on that. I mean, one, if we have to, then I think the pocketbook injury just makes it easy, because that's classic, go back, Blackacre, whatever. That's the classic old school injury. The second thing I would say, though, is I do think there's some artificiality in some of these contexts to force everything to be run through the pocketbook injury. I mean, Congressman Bost is injured in the pocketbook, but that's because
a felony that carries a mandate of California. Today, we are announcing the arrest of 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht for igniting a fire that ultimately burned down the Palisades earlier this year, killing 12 people, destroying more than 6,800 structures, both homes and businesses, and damaging over 1,000 more buildings. The complaint unsealed today charges the defendant with destruction of property by means of fire, a felony that carries a mandatory minimum 5-year federal prison sentence and is punishable by up to 20 years in federal prison. The defendant was arrested yesterday on a federal criminal complaint near his Florida residence, and he's expected to make his initial appearance today in the federal court in Orlando, Florida. I stress that the complaint contains allegations and every defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. The allegations in the affidavit are supported by digital evidence, including the defendant's ChatGPT prompt of a dystopian painting showing in part a burning forest and a crowd fleeing from it. And we're going to put that up on the screen here once we get that going. The allegations are, there it is. That's from his ChatGPT. That's an image he produced a few months before the fire started. It shows the city being burned there. The allegations are further supported by the defendant's cell phone, his false statements to law enforcement, and his behavior during the Lockman fire, which the defendant is charged with maliciously starting shortly after midnight on New Year's Day of this year, and which eventually became the Palisades fire. Late last New Year's Eve, Rinderknecht returned to Pacific Palisades after working the evening shift as an Uber driver. Two of his passengers told law enforcement that he appeared agitated and angry that night. After dropping off a passenger in Pacific Palisades, Rinderknecht parked his car and tried and failed to contact a former friend. He exited the car, walked up a nearby trail, took iPhone videos at a nearby hilltop, and listened to a rap song whose music video including objects being lit on fire. The defendant had listened to this song and watched its music video repeatedly in the days leading up to the Lockman fire. 12 minutes into the new year, environmental sensing platforms indicated that a fire had started. It took the defendant several tries to contact 911 to report the fire. He fled the scene in his car, but turned around after passing fire engines driving in the opposite direction to fight the fire. While the Lockman fire burned, the defendant walked up the same trail from earlier that night to watch the fire and firefighters, using his iPhone to take short videos of the scene. Although firefighters suppressed the blaze, the fire continued to smolder and burn underground within the root structure of the dense vegetation. So that fire started on January 1st, and it smoldered underground for about a week until on January 7th, heavy winds caused this underground fire to surface and spread above ground, causing what became known as the Palisades Fire, one of the most destructive wildfires in Los Angeles City history. Law enforcement got to work and by January 24th had identified and interviewed the defendant. During his interview, he lied about where he was when he first saw the Lockman fire, claiming he was near the bottom of a hiking trail. Geolocation data for the 911 calls showed that he was standing above the fire in a clearing merely 30 feet from the blaze as it rapidly grew. As the world watched in horror as the Palisades fire burned, victims perished in the smoke and flames. Homes where cherished family memories and belongings were turned to rubble and ash. The iconic Pacific Coast Highway along Malibu looked like a war zone. Thousands of people were forced to evacuate. Though homes and businesses cannot be rebuilt, this arrest, we hope, will provide a measure of justice to all those who were impacted. We're going to do questions at the end, and we're going to get into more detail, but I want to thank the outstanding partnership we had in getting this case to where it's at. Thanks to the work of the ATF and investigative support from both
Digital
the LAPD
footprint
and the Los Angeles Fire Department and the U.S. Forest Service for their
It's a
hard work
bitch
in
if
this
you're fucking
investigation.
around.
I'm going to
It's
turn it
gonna
over
be
now
a
to Kenny
bitch.
Cooper, who's a special agent in charge of the ATF Los Angeles Field Office.
Good morning. My name is Kenny Cooper. I'm the special agent in charge of ATF's Los Angeles Field Division. Today marks a significant moment in a long road to justice for our community. After more than 8 months of tireless, meticulous work, I stand here with our partners, proud to announce an arrest in connection to the devastating Palisade fires that claimed lives, destroyed homes, and shook this community to its core. Jonathan Rindernesh, age 29, residing in Melbourne, Florida, was taken into federal custody by ATF special agents, a Los Angeles City Fire Department investigator, and a Los Angeles police detective. This partnership and arrest is significant in the three agencies working hand in glove to get this investigation to where it is. Rinderneck, as the U.S. Attorney mentioned, is charged under Title 18-844F, malicious destruction by means of a fire of real property owned by an organization receiving federal financial assistance. I know this community has endured a long wait for answers. Families have carried an unmanageable grief, and an entire community has been left to heal while living with questions. Although we cannot share every detail of this investigation, it is still an active investigation, and judicial proceedings remain ahead. I can tell you this, from day one, ATF and our partners have been relentless. We made a promise to find answers, and we have kept that promise. To give you a sense of the work, I want to highlight the extraordinary level of cooperation between ATF and our partners. The Los Angeles City Fire Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Orange County Fire Authority, and the United States Forest Service. LA City Fire asked for our assistance, and within 24 hours, ATF's National Response Team arrived on scene. The NRT, ATF's NRT, is an elite team comprised of certified fire investigators, electrical and fire protection engineers, chemists, accelerant detection canine teams, and other experts. We arrived within 24 hours and got to work with our partners. We processed hundreds of acres of damaged fire, examining every inch for the smallest clue. Over the course of the last 8 months, investigators conducted hundreds of interviews, including witnesses overseas, and pursued more than 200 leads. We collected more than 13,000 items of evidence, including fire debris, digital data, DNA samples, all analyzed by ATF's state-of-the-art forensic lab. Our team carried out 500 scientific tests, supported by ATF's Fire Research Lab, the nation's only large-scale fire science lab dedicated to fire investigations. More than 10 of our top engineers and support staff contributed to this laboratory analysis. This investigation has been documented over 300 ATF reports, including a 200-page report detailing the origin and cause of this investigation. ATF technical surveillance specialists were integral in reviewing approximately 1.5 million phone records and data extracted from digital evidence. And I highlight this because I know there's questions on the length that it took us to come to this conclusion. But we were reviewing a lot of evidence from one of the most catastrophic fires in the U.S. history. Through this extraordinary team effort, investigators determined that the Palisades fire, reported on January 7th, was caused by an intentionally set fire near a viewpoint along the Temescal Ridge Trail in Topanga State Park on January 1st. The fire was a holdover fire,
Topanga,
meaning it was deeply
seated. Are you from
in
LA,
dense
dude?
Vegetation and roots, and continued to burn undetected until catastrophic weather ensued, resulting in the Palisades fire. Rindernesh is now charged with setting the January 1 fire. We know this arrest cannot erase the pain or grief or losses endured, but we hope it is a step forward. It is proof that justice will not be forgotten, that our accountability will be pursued by ATF and our partners, no matter how complex the investigation and no matter how long it takes. To the families who lost so much, we hear you, we honor you, and we will continue to fight for you. The ATF established an email address for the victims and witnesses to contact ATF Victim Witnesses Assistance Program through the Palisades@atf.gov. Once again, I'll say that, the Palisades@atf.gov. Based on the information received, a regional victim witness specialist may contact you. That's my initial statement. I'm going to hand it over to the Chief of LA LA Police Department Chief McDonald, and I will be open to questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Good morning, and thank you all for being here.
Fuck the
I wanna begin
LAPD.
by thanking the U.S. Attorney's Office, our partners at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and the dedicated men and women of our Robbery Homicide Division and Major Crimes Division. I also want to recognize and thank the Los Angeles City Fire Department and all of the investigators who came together to support this case. You look at the team standing here, and I couldn't be more proud of the work that was done throughout this investigation.
fire
It was
department,
extremely
impressive.
intensive and thorough, and the best of the best were working on it, and I'm very thankful for the partnership we enjoy with all of them all the time. The investigation into the Palisades fire of January 2025
Why
was
are they in
lengthy,
Illinois?
complex, and as I mentioned, extremely thorough. Our detectives responded immediately to the initial incident and worked side by side with our partners at the Los Angeles Fire Department, and once the ATF's National Response Team took on the case, they led the investigation, and our detectives remained fully engaged as partners every step of the way with them. I'm proud of the professionalism and dedication shown by our detectives and the team who work collaboratively with our federal, state, and local partners. That teamwork ultimately led to the arrest of the suspect responsible for this devastating crime. The Palisades fire was a tragedy that caused enormous harm to the city of Los Angeles, but in the midst of that devastation, we saw something else. Communities coming together with law enforcement, supporting one another, and working through a very, very difficult time. This case is a reminder of the value of strong partnerships across every level of government. When we stand together, local, state, and federal, we are stronger, more effective, and better able to deliver justice for our communities. I'm deeply grateful to everyone who contributed to this investigation, and I look forward to continuing this strong spirit of collaboration as we work to keep Los Angeles safe. Thank you all. Now, turn it back over to U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley.
We will be unsealing the complaint if it hasn't been already. It has much more details than what we've gone over today in there, and that'll be available to you. At this time, we will take a few questions. Okay, we'll start there.
How did Rendernick start the fire, and in the investigation, as investigators spoke to him, what did he specifically say was the reason?
I'm not going to get into his specific statements. I can tell you ATF has determined that the fire was ignited with an open flame. Yeah.
Did this gentleman ever live in the Palisades, have any direct connection to the Palisades? Was he familiar with these trails, this area?
Yeah, he was familiar with this particular neighborhood, and he had a friend who was who lived in this neighborhood. So he knew this neighborhood.
He never specifically lived there?
He was a resident of Southern California. Do we know what city he lived in? Or- Okay. Yeah, he actually did live in Palisades, and he was familiar with the neighborhood in which this started.
We know that firework. The word arson?
Yes, he's arson.
We know
Yes.
that fireworks.
Okay, let me go here. Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to get into the full fire response. I'll just tell you the fire department did respond, and they don't say they put out fires, they suppress the fire. So they use the best of their abilities at that time to suppress it. Like we said, there was dense vegetation. The fire went underground, and you know, I'm not a fire expert, but there's only so much apparently you can do about that. So it did smolder there until a week later, in which the winds picked up and reignited. So that's our understanding of it started. Let me go for it here.
So did he move to Florida after this?
He relocated, yes.
Can you say a little bit more about what he was doing there? If he had been living in Palisades,
They all go to Florida.
was he hiking? Was he?
He just finished an Uber drive. So he just dropped someone off in that vicinity on an Uber drive. He was an Uber driver. He dropped someone off. He was in this neighborhood, and he was, this is New Year's Eve, so it was around
This guy
midnight.
looks like a
and
Barbie
he went
doll.
up to this hilltop. And at some point up there, around 12 a.m., he ignited a fire.
Residents that we spoke with reported and had video of fireworks during that same period of time. Initially, the belief was it was a group of kids that were there. Are you saying that the suspect here potentially set off those fireworks? You're saying open flame?
We have no evidence that any fireworks were set off in this area at the time the fire ignited.
Does he have prior criminal history, and has he been cooperative in this process?
Does he have his criminal history?
I like this guy. Does he have criminal?
Yeah, he does not have criminal history.
He doesn't try to make
We're not
something
gonna
up.
get
He just
into
asks.
specific statements. We are going to tell you, though, that he did speak to us and he made false statements. So that we will confirm.
What about motive? You do have something from
Yeah.
on the phone that you shared, any indication of what
We're not going to get into motive right now because we're going to have to prove this case in court in front of a jury, and we don't want to get into that right now. We are laying out the information we have in the complaint. The evidence is based on, you could see some of the key evidence, including the fact that he was the only person in this location at the time this fire ignited. We have no other indication that any other person was there. There were no fireworks at the time. We have several cameras in the vicinity that are there designed to detect fires.
There are
and this fire
cameras
was detected almost right away
everywhere.
by those sensors.
Everywhere.
So there's no indication of fireworks or other things that would have started this. He was the only person there. You heard about this music video and song he would listen to, which had imagery of fires. And then do we have the image up?
I want to know.
Are we having trouble with that?
That's a chat GPT.
And you can
I want to
see
know
some
what song
of his
that was.
thought process in the months leading up where he was generating some really concerning images up on ChatGPT, which appears to show a dystopian city being burned down. So more evidence will come out at trial, but we're not going to preview the entire case at this time. Yes, ma'am. We don't have any information of that.
It's very clear that this was a thorough investigation. The question is, obviously, so many things burned there, right? So how difficult was it to gather evidence? I mean, you're saying 13,000 items were gathered following 200 leads. I mean, can you...
Yeah, I'll let ATF answer that. There was a tremendous amount of work. I mean, we literally have like terabytes of evidence. So I'm going to let ATF answer the work that was done in this case, including the lab work.
Yeah, some further perspective on the investigative process. So I know there's been speculation of other ignition sources. And I just want to assure everyone, ATF did not identify this suspect and focus specifically on this suspect. We still utilize our scientific process. And part of the lengthy time that it took to go over the thousands of acres that were burnt is we literally had agents with our partners on their hands and knees crawling through fire debris. They're observing fire behavior patterns. They're flagging patterns. An example of that, fire will cause natural debris to twist and freeze in a position pointing to the origin. So looking at all those fire patterns, flagging those, ATF was able to specifically get into the origin of where that fire started from.
I will say, I like
Once
this
they
guy's
dialed
mind.
into the origin,
I think he's
using all
hungover.
the
Like, I think he had
investigative
one
techniques that
too
they
many
have,
at O'Hare.
then they start really dialing
when he flew in
into the
last
very
night.
specific spot that fire was created. An example of a fire research lab, they collected buckets and buckets of debris, flammable materials, natural and otherwise, found within that area, sent it off to a fire research lab. They analyzed data from weather, including humidity, the exact temperature, the exact composition of those natural fuels found at that particular time, January 1st, at that particular time, recreated those environmental factors in our labs using their scientific process, then tested different ignition sources. And that's where 500 tests were conducted at that lab.
That's how you know
review
nobody's
process
monitoring the
is
cameras
then
in the neighborhood.
looked at
I'm just saying.
by a panel of our experts in a peer review process to see if the science matches up with the theory and the actual evidence that was collected. I know it was also broadcast. We broadcasted it as a public safety announcement back in spring. We went up and recreated a fire very safely with our partners with LA Fire, using butane and scientific process to create the fire behavior to see, and I'll tell you, to the extent of the scientific expertise that we went through, we recreated it in the exact lunar time that the fire started, meaning the exact size the moon was, and as
Welcome to
close to the
California.
starlit environment that fire started. So we could recreate scientifically a fire and see how fixed surveillance points saw that fire as it developed from other evidence that we collected, both from witnesses' phones, fixed surveillance points, and other data. We were able to see how that
What kind of
fire
lighter was
behaved,
it?
how it grew, the size of that behavior and that fire, and the size that it would be for witnesses to see it and report it. We went through exhaustive efforts to look at potential ignition sources, whether they were fireworks,
Nothing
whether
is
they were
funny
down
about
power
this
lines,
except for the chat.
or any other
Sorry.
source of ignition. They went down those investigative paths with exhaustive length to either rule them in or rule them out. With clarity, we know this
We
is
sent a
an
bunch of
incendiary
TikTok
fire,
influencers out there.
and that the subject that we arrested started it.
Would you say that this subject was obsessed with fire and wanted to do those images?
Once again, that speaks to motive. That's not an
Yeah,
element
don't try to trick
that
me.
we need to meet.
He had
That will
O'Hare
be
in his drink.
addressed in the trial.
I think he had one too many O'Hares in
and
his drink.
we do have evidence of that for trial.
What was the rap song?
I'm not going to go into those specifics. I'll just highlight.
Again,
We're not making
you
a
can't
probable
trick
cause
me.
arrest. This team up here feels that we have met beyond a reasonable doubt. We are confident that the burden of proof by the government
They
on this
certainly
presumed
seem
innocent
confident.
person will be met in trial.
Based on the AI images that you did show, was it his intent to cause as much destruction to a town? You show the AI images for a reason, so it definitely leads to that impression. And I would just like that on the record.
I wish we could get into somebody's head,
On the record.
but we can't. People do evil things for whatever reason. And I'm not going to speculate or go into anything of that.
Why are they in Illinois
we
again?
have evidence of that will be addressed in trial, but
Florida?
evil
Is it
people
because
do
it's in the
evil
middle?
things.
I don't get it.
Let me answer her real quick. I'll
Good
let him
question.
answer that in a second. It is a French rap song. I don't speak French, so I'm not going to quote it. But it's a French song. It is in the complaint, and you'll be able to look it up there. We will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he intentionally started this fire, and maliciously. That is what the statute that we charged him requires, and that is what we prove. I'll let you answer her question about the holdover fire. Let him answer.
Your question to a holdover fire. Same principle, same process that ATF went through, is obviously the burn scar and the fire from the initial January 1st Lockman fire was re-examined by our investigators, and with complete certainty, they were able to see from the same fire behaviors, from them crawling on their hands and knees, digging up roots, digging up all the evidence, supplying that fuel to the fire research lab. They were able, and also in collaboration of other data and other evidence. We have fixed surveillance points. We have witnesses that were up with their phones. We have a lot of different data that all concluded where this fire started, and the fire behavior from that origin, from that Lockman fire, was clearly established in the Palisades fire.
Were the passengers dropped out
French version of Who Let the Dogs Out.
He dropped passengers off within the residential area of that area.
2 more questions.
I can answer that. So right now, we've charged him on a criminal complaint. We have not determined all the charges he's going to face. We'll be presenting that evidence to a grand jury, and we will make decisions about additional charges at that time. So this is right now just a criminal complaint. We wanted to arrest him. We wanted to get him into custody, this will go to a grand jury shortly.
Last question. Did the suspect return back on January 7th? Was he in the area considering he lived in the Palisades during that period?
I don't know that we know that. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that. He did go back the same night. So the night he started the fire, he left. As soon as he saw the fire trucks were headed to the location, he turned around and went back up there. And he took some video and watched them fight the fire.
The charges that you're talking
Last question.
Just for January 1st, like he's not been charged with anything for January 7th, for
No, he is charged with starting a fire on January 1st, which is the fire that burned down the Palisades. It did take a week to reignite,
and the
but
Eaton
he
fire.
is charged with starting the Palisades fire. He started it on January 1st.
That's why you got that question about the people who lost their lives on January 7th. Do you expect additional charges for that?
To include homicide? This complaint covers that fire and the damages and deaths that were caused by that fire. As far as what additional charges he will face, we will make those determinations in the coming days. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you. Press releases.
Okay, so let me show you. Whoops, what I found here. Let me show you what I found. Yes, yes. Okay. Bigger. 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 Oops. Oh, sorry. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, SpongeBob. Okay. Come on. All right. Oh, that's not. I wanted to make it like that. Okay. So this is the guy. This is the. I was hoping to get a link to the complaint because I wanted to find out what the name of the French rap song was. But anyway, we'll find that out. Today we're announcing the arrest of 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht on a criminal complaint charging him with maliciously starting what became the Palisades fire in January. Okay, so this is him. Those are the pictures that he generated from Chat GPT about the city burning. Those are those. I'll include this link, and this is him. There you go. Disaffected youth. I'm not sure. I mean, I imagine he's. There's a lot of angry people in Los Angeles. There's a lot of angry people everywhere. We are a broken world. Suno generates images like that. I mean, that's the thing. I think those. I mean, obviously he is caught on camera. Here's the thing: criminal elements. Everywhere has cameras now. Okay, everywhere has cameras. Your digital footprint. You know, the internet. Nothing ever. What is it? What's my song on this? Oh, right.
Nothing ever disappears.
That's right. Listen to Harry tell you.
Never disappears from here. Yeah. Nothing ever disappears.
Okay, that's enough of that. But still, you get my point. You get my point. Well, he killed a lot of people with this, and he ruined a lot of people's lives because, you know, Palisades obviously is a little bit higher income demographic than other parts of Los Angeles. But the people in Eaton, over on the eastern side, they suffered greatly. And a lot of them perhaps didn't have insurance, or it's definitely a different economic demographic in that area. Still, you know, the prices still are pretty high there, but there's a lot of established families who lived there, you know, all kinds of stuff. So for generations and things. So it's older neighbor, you know, so, and Palisades also did have some housing for seniors and things like that. So it wasn't like the richest parts of Los Angeles in some cases in terms of insurance and stuff like that. Yeah, he moved to Orlando. No, he went to Melbourne. Okay, SB is total I'm sorry, Melbourne, Florida, but you know you have a lot of criminals there. I lived in what was it? Fort Pierce. I lived in that area. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Don't give me that bullshit. You know who's living around you. You know Florida's where all the criminals come to. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. If you know, you know. If you've lived there, you know. So don't fight me on what Florida has. I love Florida, by the way. I love that. I don't love the criminals, but I love Florida. I think it's crazy. Yeah, Palisades is mostly pretty fancy at this point. Yeah, you're right. It's pretty well off homes. Very very close to Malibu and stuff like that. So very peaceful, very beautiful. Actually, it was a beautiful neighborhood, really. But you know, I don't know. I looked for places to live there, and we couldn't afford it. So, but anyway, yeah. Sincerely, a Floridian. I mean, I'm sorry. It's not the I know the good people in Florida. I mean, there's plenty of great people in Florida. Jay Rance, Adriana, you know, like Paulina. A lot of people in Florida are absolutely the best. But it attracts a criminal element. My God, it really does. It brings all the fucking criminal chuds to the yard, all the fucking scam artists. Yeah. Florida is a sunny place where shady people go to live. There you go. Roger Stone. Perfect. Perfect. All right, we're going to continue listening to the mail-in ballot case. Okay, switch your brain. We're going to extend the show a little bit today and go ahead. You're in Orlando. Yeah, Karen knows. That's right, Karen. I forgot you lived in Orlando. Jesus Christ. And, you know, and of course, Gal used to live there and wrote extensively about the Orlando Mafia and all that. So really great. We've got some great Florida represented here. And so, you know, I love Florida. I'm sad that it has a really terrible person running it. That's what I'm sad about. And the fact that it's probably going to be like devastated environmentally, even more so. Okay, let's continue with mail-in ballots. And the link at the top of the chat is the background on the case that you're hearing, and it'll give you the really quick down and dirty. So if you feel confused. Thank you. Oops. Oh. Push the button.
He's a candidate in an election with a ballot with his name on it.
And this
I think
is
if you
still
go back to the relevant history
plaintiff?
here, I don't know if 133 years counts.
This is the plaintiff
but I'd take you
making their
back to
case.
McPherson v. Blacker. And that was a case brought by presidential electors challenging Michigan's change of the rules for the presidential electors. Michigan went from statewide to a district-by-district way of having presidential electors. This court thought a lot about justiciability in that opinion, didn't bat an eye about standing. Of course, the presidential electors are the right people to challenge a change in the rules for presidential electors. And then I would also take the court back, not ancient history, but Crawford against Indiana in the voter ID case. There was a question about the standing of the Indiana Democratic Party. Justice Stevens, in footnote 7, dispatches it in 2 sentences. Of course, the Indiana Democratic Party has standing to challenge a voter ID law that they think is going to be bad for Democratic candidates. And Justice Souter agreed with that, so there's at least 5 votes for the proposition. And his footnote was just as short. It's just common sense that in these contexts, the candidates, who are the ones, as Judge Oldham said in his opinion, they take time off from the elections, their names are on the ballot.
Thank you, counsel. You've answered a lot of hypotheticals. I just want to make sure I understand what your opening submission is. It is, hi, I'm a candidate, these rules apply to me, and I'm suing, right?
And if that's not enough for you...
No, but that is the opening pitch, right? That he's the one that's affected by the... Well, that's the question, I guess. Whether is it enough to simply say, hi, I'm the candidate and I'm suing?
So I want you to believe that it is. If it's not enough, I have my 2 fallback arguments. But I think the reason it is enough is because in every one of these cases, I mean, you can run it one step further, which is what I tried to do with Justice Kagan. And you can say, it's not just that I'm a candidate. I'm a candidate here, and I have an injury in fact, which is I think there are going to be unlawful ballots counted in my campaign.
Okay. Justice Thomas?
When we had Lujan some years ago, this footnote 7 made a similar point. Are you making the same point, that a procedural right doesn't have the same requirement for immediacy or redressability?
I think it's a related point. I don't know that I would draw quite the same sort of procedural substantive distinction. To me, you know, I sort of think, and obviously Justice Sotomayor and I had a colloquy about the limits of this, but I sort of think there is this kind of common sense principle that if you are in a highly regulated enterprise and the government changes the regulations and you think it hurts you, like you go in and you say, like, even if it's something that seems trivial to an outsider,
but
if a broker-dealer now has to do everything on blue paper,
that is different.
And it's going to change the way they operate, I think they ought to have standing to say it's arbitrary and capricious for you to say everything has to be on blue paper. So, I don't know why there would be a special rule that makes it more difficult in the electoral context I mean, you certainly don't have to worry about generalized grievances here when there are only going to be a handful of candidates in a particular election.
Justice Alito?
You have several arguments, and I don't want to get into most of them right now. But on the issue of competitive injury, it's not clear to me why you couldn't have done a lot better than you did in your complaint and alleged what I think a lot of people believe to be true, which is that loosening the rules for counting votes like this generally hurts Republican candidates, generally helps Democratic candidates. Why didn't you pursue that? Why didn't you try to do something with that?
So, Justice Alito, in some respects, the answer is when you plead a case in district court, you don't expect to be in the Supreme Court defending every pleading that was sufficient understanding. And we certainly thought when we pled this, pleading pocketbook injury, competitive injury, albeit briefly, and that we're the candidate, why is this so difficult, and relying on cases like McPherson, we didn't really think we would have to sort of plead more. And even when the complaint was challenged, we sort of thought that we'd done enough. And then all I can say in response to that is, of course we could say that, and we said it all in our briefs in front of this court. So we could have said more. But boy, that's a weird inquiry to then think is going to stick around in the case. That's the thing. It's like, if you think about this only as, well, this is just what you need to plead, and then we're done with standing forever, these cases, seem cleaner. But that issue stays in the case.
I understand. One final question, and I should have
What
researched
an interesting
this beforehand.
exchange.
When was this new rule enacted? And do we know what the partisan breakdown
He's going right
on
there.
voting, for the rule was, and could we take judicial notice of that?
So this rule was 2005. And I don't think there is robust data that would allow you could take judicial notice of this.
All right,
and
thank you.
As we send the reply brief, my friend tries to make something of one data point for one county in one election. We don't even know what the kind of comparator is. So
Gotcha.
Justice Sotomayor?
Mr. Clement, we now have a whole body of law developing
Gal would
on the
know.
fact that we're
Or
not going to
J.
give relief to more than one plaintiff at a time. So that the relief should be tailored to the needs of the plaintiff at issue.
Spicy. That was a spicy moment.
Assume that you have a district, and there are some like this, maybe not your clients, but that goes to the failure of pleading in this case, that there are some districts where the Republican registered parties are 98%. The Democrats are 2%. Your rule would say that that candidate who has not just an insubstantial, but a statistically almost impossible chance of winning, losing, that candidate can come in and seek a change of that rule. Correct?
Which
That's your
justices
position.
might have been involved in the
That's
Brooks
correct.
Brothers
And
shit?
I
Doesn't
think
the absurdity of that? Generally, we have said that suits should be brought by people for whom the harm is concrete in some meaningful way. Losing, let's say, by 1%, more or less, can't be meaningful on any scale.
And you'd have to decide
So,
what is
as
the
Justice Alito said, there are
breakdown
a
of
lot
percentages
more
that
things you could
matter.
have said. You could have even said, instead of saying, I risk injury if untimely and illegal ballots cause me to lose my election, you didn't
They're
even
not
say,
illegal.
I risk substantial injury, which is our standard, substantial harm. So you didn't even track our legal language. You didn't put in any facts, as Justice Alito pointed out, about what the turnout is, what your district is like, nothing from which any plausible argument could be drawn. I'm also not sure what the battle of the experts is about. This is on pleadings. We have to give your expert, absent some facial deficiency, take the allegations in your favor.
Rehnquist, Scalia,
So
Thomas,
I'm
O'Connor,
not sure
and
where
Kennedy?
this battle of the experts is going to come in.
So I'll take the last part first. The battle of the expert comes at summary judgment. Just because we have sufficient allegations doesn't mean we're done. And all of the things that you talked
This
about.
was dismissed on a motion to dismiss, no?
This case is, but if we win because we allege all those details about Republicans and Democrats and voting patterns, that doesn't go away in the case. That's still there at the summary judgment stage, and that's where the battle of the experts are. But as to the 2% voter, I'm going to stand with the 2% candidate. And, I stand in lock shoulder with the Socialist Workers Party and however many percentage votes John Anderson got. And they were able to...
Bedfellows you're taking.
But I'm delighted to have those bedfellows because that's the way we think about elections in this country. We don't think, just give me the bottom line result. Give me the binary result, winner or loser.
Mr. Clement, that our case law and our standing law require some form of substantial harm that can be articulated and shown. And what you're talking about is a desire to implement the law with a generalized grievance, because it doesn't really particularly harm you.
So for the Socialist Worker Parties, the difference between 2% and 2.5% might be not the difference between getting some, like on the ballot the next time or federal. It might be the difference between getting taken seriously and in the next election getting to 3% or 5%. I mean, eventually we got rid of the Whig Party. It takes a long time, but those small differences do make a difference. And then the second thing I would say is, just as a general matter, this is not a generalized grievance. This is almost the opposite. Like when you have voters here withstanding, like in a case like Lance, you worry about generalized grievance because everybody's a voter just like everybody's a taxpayer. But when you're talking about whether candidates
he has dirt on Kennedy,
have standing,
right?
Like you've already limited the
Kennedy's
universe to like a handful of people. And so just like you limit the universe, there aren't that many broker-dealers in the world. So you're not going to flood the courthouse with those suits, and you've already limited this to people that have a much more particularized interest in the issues.
Justice Kagan?
So I'm curious, Mr. Clement, and I am going to actually limit this to Democrats and Republicans for purposes of this question. I mean, usually in a lot of these suits, it's the parties that sue, right? The RNC sues or the DNC sues. And as Justice Alito suggested, it's usually fairly predictable what rules the RNC is going to sue on and what rules the DNC is going to sue on.
I can see it in my mind now, Jay.
Rules and their disfavored rules. And usually we don't think about standing in that area, but I'm wondering whether you think, like I would think that the same standard should basically apply, that whether we think about it or not, what we're really asking is this the kind of rule that is likely to put your candidate at a disadvantage relative to where he was before? And I mean, do you think that there's some separate inquiry for individuals, for candidates, as opposed to parties when they sue for these rules?
No, I mean, if anything, I think the candidates are more obvious, but I don't think it's a radically different proposition. But here's what I do want to say. Usually in these cases, when the party sues, they often couple themselves with a candidate or voters. And one of the things that I think is particularly problematic is you said it yourself, like there are certain of these rules that the Democrats don't like and certain of these rules that the Republicans don't like. Well, the rules that the Democrats don't like tend to operate negatively directly on voters. And so when the Democrats come in, they can marry up with a couple of voters, and the court can say the voters have standing, so we're done. We don't even have to think about the party or the candidate. The Republicans, in a lot of these cases, are challenging rules that allow you to keep counting ballots forever or keep the voting place open forever.
Right, but that doesn't prevent the Republicans from getting into court and making their claim. It never has. You know, the RNC challenges most of these kinds of rules, and as far as I know, nobody has ever kicked it out of court on standing grounds.
I don't know if that's true or not, but it's a lot harder for the Republicans in some of these contexts because they can't just marry themselves up with a voter. The other thing I would say is we actually don't have that much history on any of this because until relatively recently, everybody kind of just thought it was the most obvious thing in the world that Crawford, I mean, like I said, Justice Stevens spent 2 sentences saying, of course, the Indiana Democrats don't like voter ID laws, so they have standing. Deutsche Bank. But it wasn't like here's the injury in fact, here's redressability, here's traceability. And I think, you know, in a spate of recent cases, Some of them in the post-election, some of them in pre-election. Like all of a sudden, standing's gotten really complicated and created a circuit split. I'm here to urge, let's return to simplicity. Let's return to McPherson v. Blacker. You're a candidate. You're a party.
Oh,
of course you have standing.
That's it.
Thank you.
Of course you have standing. Well, that wasn't Ken Paxton didn't have standing, shithead.
For a
It's
minute.
easy to tell.
Because it does seem to me that whatever
fucking dick.
is required, it can't be a showing that you would have won or lost the election as the candidate. You pointed to Illinois Socialist Workers case. Boy, they had zero chance of winning the election. Zero chance. So that can't be the injury that's required, it seems to me. Likewise, FEC versus Davis, funding, how much can your opponent get versus how much you can spend. No allegation that the outcome would have been different or margin of victory would have been different. We didn't require anything like that in those kinds of cases. Thoughts?
I mean, I certainly agree that you didn't require that.
Thank
I think
you
there
for
are
making
multiple
my
reasons
argument.
for doing that. I think ultimately it comes down to just the common sense intuition that, of course, the candidate has the standing to challenge the rules that provide the framework for the election. I mean, I'll add to your list of cases that in, the Ted
But one
Cruz
would
for
argue
Senate
they would
case,
do it
this court went out of its way
before
to
they
say he
lose.
probably could have brought this as a prospective challenge. He didn't have to wait until after the election and the money was like $10,000 short. So this court, I think, has always said, like, this is pretty straightforward. And I think there's another good practical reason just to put on the table, which is it's almost a little cruel to make candidates make allegations that are going to be used against them in the campaign. And if Congressman Bost has to come in and say, there's a material chance I'm going to lose this election.
And similarly, like government contracting cases, I think of, and as you point out, administrative cases, procedural, you change the rules in government contracting. I don't know whether that fellow is going to win or lose the bid, but you're changing the rules of the game on him. We find standing in those cases all the time.
You do find standing in those cases all the time. If you're sort of treated poorly by the rules of the road, you don't have to show that you'll win the contract. You don't have to show that you'll get into the law school of your choice. And I'd add, again, one more to that, which is, you have all these cases where voters have standing. Nobody says that the voter has to come in and say, I'm going to cast the decisive ballot.
Right. On the other hand, let's suppose that the change in regulation was instead of ballots on white paper, they have to be on cream paper. Then it's harder to see an injury, right? So what do we do about that?
So my recommendation to you on that is to realize, that's a theoretical problem, but we're not going to have to lose a lot of sleep over that because
nobody will ever bring those.
Nobody will bring that challenge. Yeah. And I think if you go, I don't need to tell you that if you go through the federal regulations, there are lots of silly provisions in there that have never been challenged.
I imagine Kennedy Jr. was involved in a few of those
I'd be happy to go through those with you someday, Mr. Clement. But
transactions.
Thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh?
I think your answers and colloquy with the Chief Justice and Justice Gorsuch reveal that you're considering this case in the bucket that the candidates are objects, in essence, of the regulation. Is that right? And thus, we've said repeatedly that when you're the object of the regulation, you don't need to say much more than you're the object of the regulation. And we've said in cases like the fuel producers last year, the schools and Pierce, the broadcasting network and CBS, none of those were actually directly regulated, but we still said, in essence, they were the object. Is that the analogy that you're using in your answer to the Chief?
It is, except I might add
they're really
one
trying to help
word
this dude.
just to avoid a quibble.
They really
which is,
are.
I think they're
Which,
the objects of
I
the
don't know,
regulatory regime.
Is that ethical?
Like, I think there's a fair argument, and I think Justice Sotomayor
judges
sort
do
of
that
baked
sometimes.
it into one of her questions.
I would
that
defer to the better legal
of
minds.
the ballot deadline might be thought of as being the voter who gets the extra 14 days and not the candidate. So it's not that the candidate is the direct object.
No. If you read the complaint, which we read a summary of the complaint, these were ballots that must have been received and certified or postmarked by Election Day. These were not ballots that were cast after Election Day. It's that the provision is that the county or whatever has 14 days to count whatever comes in the mail. So let's not get it twisted, because that, I think, is a very germane fact. Just wanted to point that out, because I'm your host, Lolo, and I point things out. Now back to the show.
It's not the only object.
Not the only, but probably,
Wake up.
It's
Look,
like
if
the
it helps me to
cars.
say they're the direct object, I'll say it. But I do kind of think it's
They're an object.
It might help you with some people and not with other people.
An object.
I'm making
the fuel producers and the car makers last year.
Yeah, no, obviously, but I'm making a slightly different point, which is I think they are the object of the whole regulatory regime.
Dude,
and they
he's
regulate
trying
some
to
other
help
people
you.
incidentally. But it's all really about the electoral process and who's going to win the election.
Isn't it
and
hilarious?
What their vote total is going to
And
be.
an insurrectionist.
And again, Illinois doesn't just certify a winner. After the 14 days, they certify the vote total. So they care about those late arriving ballots. We care about those late arriving ballots. We think they're unlawful ballots. Right there, I think that's enough of an injury.
Then you're made a strong case that we need to decide this connected to the real world of how elections actually operate, not some theoretical way. So on your monetary injury point, can you kind of play out how a campaign operates and in how the monetary injury is going to come to pass in a situation with this particular regulation?
Sure. And what I would say is, in some ways, it's you don't have to have any political sophistication. It's just if the campaign is going to be 2 weeks longer, you got to keep the campaign staff together for 2 weeks longer, and that's going to be more expensive. And I think it's telling that what you'd be paying for and using your volunteer resources for in that last 2 weeks is the ballot monitoring and the rest, and the poll watching as they count these late arriving ballots. And no less an authority than the League of Women Voters at page 20 of their amicus brief says it would be political malpractice not to do this. So they're real expenses, and they're essentially completely reasonable to use, kind of like the formulation in Clapper. But one other kind of practical point I want to make is the distortion of this kind of thing starts much earlier, because you don't just say, well, it didn't occur to me that there'd be late arriving ballots, so now in the last 2 weeks I have to spend some money. If the election ends at Election Day, you're going to spend your money throughout the process differently. You're going to spend less money at the margins. You're going to spend less money directed at
that you have 2
likely
weeks, then you
mail-in
should plan
voters.
for those 2
You're going to spend a
weeks.
little more money at the margin on your
I don't get
voters
it.
who
You
you
have
think
that
are actually going to go to
information,
the
so
polls.
you would do your
I mean, the
formula
analogy I was
differently.
thinking of, it's like, if you have like a
So
mile
weak.
race instead
Now
of a
you see
half
why it
mile
was
race,
dismissed on the
that doesn't
merits.
just change the last half mile, it changes the way you
I don't
run
think this guy's
the
heart's
first
in
half
it.
mile. So these election regulations, all of them have, this one has like the most direct effect possible, because it's like an election that runs an extra 2 weeks is going to cost more than one that ends earlier. But I think almost all of these end up having pocketbook injuries. And you could trace it all to the pocketbook injury, but I think it's a little artificial, because the reason the candidate has a pocketbook injury is because he's a candidate or she's a candidate.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
So you make a lot of practical arguments that I think have force. What do you think, what effect, if any, do you think that adopting your theory would have in other areas of standing law? Because we've been pretty careful about procedural injury. An excellent lawyer who argued TransUnion convinced us to do that. What do you think this, you're asking for something, as Justice Kagan points out, we don't fashion bespoke rules for standing in particular contexts. So what spillover effects would we be worried about in writing an opinion in your favor if you win?
So I don't think we're asking for a bespoke rule. I think, obviously the parties fight about this in the brief, but I think what we're asking for is the application of the ordinary standing rules that would be second nature in the context of a regulated industry to just apply in the electoral context in the same way. And, you don't, like, when a company is, like, in a particular area of regulation and the regulations change, you don't even think hard that, of course, they have a basis to challenge the change of the rules that they're going to be operating
It's mostly
under.
because of money. I mean, in Diamond Alternative it was, too.
Yeah,
There's
but,
pocketbook.
But even if it's just massive inconvenience and
Kennedy
it's like that
died,
doesn't
didn't he?
translate. I
Did
mean,
he
you know, I
die?
think like, and you can imagine a situation
wait.
where like the SEC forces broker dealers to shut their doors at 4 o'clock. It might, you know, like it's anybody's guess whether they're going to save more in wages than they're going to lose for the people that they send home early than they're going to make
Yeah,
in terms of additional
I
customers
guess.
that come in the
Not
last
all of
hour of
us
the day.
do,
I don't think
but
you need
I
affidavits
do.
on that. You'd say,
I
look,
want
we've been
everyone
operating
to
our
vote.
brokerage this way for 100 years and we close at 5. And now the heavy thumb of the government's coming in and saying we have to close at 4. I'm sure you're right that you could translate that into a pocketbook injury, but I don't think you've ever had to. And I don't think we're asking for anything
That's not
different
true.
here.
Of
Now, like,
course you do.
if you're worried
Of
about
course you have
that,
to
there are
prove it.
obviously off-ramps to rule more narrowly.
Give me a break.
But I do think the one that is going to be the simplest rule in the long run, that is going to eliminate the circuit split between the 8th Circuit and the 7th Circuit, is to say candidates have standing to challenge the rules of the electoral road. It really is kind of that simple.
Justice Jackson?
I don't think if I'm
Your
arguing in
broadest
front of the
theory,
Supreme
one
Court,
that
I'd
you
ever
just
say that.
articulated does really seem to be motivated by the idea that the candidates are the object in the way that Justice Kavanaugh explored with you. And I guess I wonder if the response or the reply to that is really, when you're talking about an election, it's not the candidates who are the object, it is the voters. That really what an election is the opportunity for the people to decide who are going to govern them. And so in that context, one could argue that the voters would be able to make the same kind of grievance that you say is particular to the candidate here, right? You say your grievance is that unlawful ballots are being filed in this election. And I wonder why that's particularized to the candidate when, on my theory, the election is really about the voters, and voters could make that same argument, and why shouldn't they be able to? And if they could, haven't we undermined your idea that this is particularized to candidates in the way that you're articulating?
So what I would say is there are already, under your current doctrine, lots of ways for voters to sue. And I don't actually know if Illinois decides we're going to reverse this and we're going to close all the polls early and we're going to get rid of mail-in voting. I think any voter who comes in with a declaration and says, I want to vote by mail, I voted for mail.
That's a different hypothetical. What I'd like to do is focus on your standing argument, which we've said you have to have a particularized grievance, not a generalized grievance. And so my question is, why isn't unlawful ballots are being counted in this election a generalized grievance?
Well, here, can I try to answer it this way, which is to say, just because a lot of people share a concern doesn't mean somebody who is specifically gored by that concern is raising a generalized grievance,
But isn't the function of identifying who is specifically gored the harm requirement? Isn't the function of making a candidate say, with all of these extra unlawful ballots counted, I'm at risk of losing?
It was his time.
That's what gives him the particular harm that then I would argue would entitle him to bring a suit, as opposed to the generalized grievance of there's an unlawful thing happening with respect to this activity. I mean, that's why it makes sense. Your second theory, to me, makes perfect sense. I'm not saying he wins. I'm not looking at the record. I'm just saying, in terms of a theory of why a candidate could say I'm harmed, it's like the sort of Clapper idea that there's a risk of injury to me in a real way, and I'm showing you where that is. To me, that doesn't exist in the first theory, in the world where you're just saying there's an unlawful conduct going on. That does not identify or particularize him. Can I direct you to the third theory, the pocketbook theory? In a context, assuming that the injury of a potential election defeat, which I see as a real injury, assuming that's not imminent, I don't understand why additional polling costs isn't a self-inflicted harm. So if you take Justice Sotomayor's example, where you have a candidate who has a 98% chance of winning, based on everything we know, based on all the polls, whatever else. If he decides that he's going to spend money for the 2 extra weeks of counting, I don't understand why that's not on him. There's really no risk of harm to him to have that counting happen. And we've talked about self-inflicted injuries in Clapper, for example, as not being sufficient.
So I'd like to just briefly talk about the first point and then get to the
Yes.
third. Just on the first point, I still say, harm, injury, yes, we think we've
Certified
identified a
badass.
specific injury that visits on the candidate specifically. The fact that everybody cares about the votes being accurate, I'd like to think everybody cares about the environment. But we let the person who's directly downstream from the pollution, we say they're the ones that have standing to bring the suit, even though everybody might care. Everybody might be offended at some level by the pollution that's in violation of the law. It's the same here. Everybody would like the elections to be conducted lawfully and in compliance with federal law, including the voters. But the injury is visited more specifically on the candidate. They're the ones
Even though the voter says my vote is diluted by all of these other unlawful votes,
Hello?
right? Don't they have the same kind of injury you're talking about by the extra votes that come in?
Ironically, the petitioners here tried to make a voting standing argument below as well, and that was rejected. And
Right.
we
and
didn't.
so similarly, shouldn't this one be rejected on that same basis?
No. And what I would say is the candidate's different. His or her name's on the ballot, right there. That just tells you there's something just obviously different about it. But then the other thing is, I think the reason that in a case like Lance, you're worried about voter standing is because there are almost as many voters as taxpayers.
Can you speak to the pocketbook injury?
Yes, I'd be delighted to. So on the pocketbook injury, I do think it is a mistake to think that, and this is really, Judge Scudder's dissent handled this issue quite well, I think, and I think it really gets down to the issue of, is this like Clapper? And when the injury itself isn't speculative, but the government is going to do something and it is going to happen, late arriving ballots will be counted. At that point, the only remaining question is the expenditure of resources reasonable?
Yes, but the harm in Clapper wasn't imminent because the rule wouldn't necessarily apply. Here, the harm isn't imminent because even though the rule will apply, he may not lose as a result. There's still not a risk of him losing even though this rule applies to him. They're indistinguishable in that way.
With respect, I think the reason the
100%
injury was
Star.
so speculative in Clapper
100
is because the
every
rule would
single
never apply to the
time.
petitioners, the U.S. citizens. It was a moral certainty it wasn't going to apply directly to them. And then it was entirely speculative as to whether it would implicate their foreign clients at all. Here, what is prompting us to spend money is going to happen. Illinois will count late arriving ballots.
But if you're a 98% candidate, what difference does that make? It only harms you if you could lose as a result of the new ballots being counted, right?
So with respect, as a practical matter, the 98% candidate's not going to bring the case, but the 70% candidate, the 60% candidate, the 56%
But that's
candidate,
assuming
or even
shit.
the 43%
Can't do
candidate
that. That's
might
not
bring the
fucking
case.
fact,
And those margins
bitch.
of difference make a
That
difference.
is not a
and
reasonable
the whole election system
assumption.
operates on the premise that we care about more than the binary final outcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Mr.
Mr.
Good
Talent?
night, sir. I said good night, sir. Ouch. Wait, what is this? Yeah.
That's my opinion!
Mr.
That's
Chief
right.
Justice, and may it please the court. Candidates have standing to challenge laws governing the validity of ballots cast in their election, so long as there is a risk that the ballots at issue could affect the election's outcome
Well said.
for two, but only two reasons. First, the risk of loss suffices because candidates are not mere bystanders to ballot counting laws. Those laws determine which candidate wins his race. They are aimed at candidates' concrete interest in winning office, and so the question, what's it to you, answers itself. Second, candidates have standing based on reasonable cost they incur to mitigate the risk posed by ballot counting rules. This narrow rule resolves this case and comports with basic tenets of election law by ensuring that the validity of ballot counting rules can be determined well in
I believe
advance
it's the state
of
of
an election.
Illinois arguing.
Furthermore, it does not
this,
require courts to prognosticate
as
about whether a
defendant.
race will be close or effectively limit standing to major parties. I welcome the court's questions.
Would there be a difference if a race is a tight race? Because it seems as though the problem we're having here is that there's an argument that there was no risk that this candidate would lose.
Justice Thomas, we do not think
not the
it would
argument
matter
been
if it's a tight race. If a candidate in this scenario, the candidate is a direct object of the ballot counting rules, and what this court's precedents teach is that when a candidate is a direct object, a small probability of risk is deemed to be a substantial risk. And the example we use in our brief is the example of a Russian roulette hypothetical. Even if
I'm sorry, this must be another
round
part
in the
of
chamber
the
is live. The very
plaintiff.
fact that in that context,
This
the
must be
direct
another
object
plaintiff.
of the game is being forced to engage in that game means he has a concrete interest, means he has standing to prevent that risk from happening.
Well, but when you put it that way, it seems to me that you are kind of buying into what risk does the candidate really have. I mean, in Russian roulette, you've got a 1 out of 6 or whatever it is risk. But if you're looking at risk and it's 85% margin of victory, I mean, is that your argument?
Our argument is that the substantial risk test in this court's precedents goes to the question of whether a risk is speculative or not. So in the context of ballot counting laws, we know that the law is going to be applied to the candidate. We know that the law's purpose is to determine which candidate wins. So it's targeting the candidate's concrete interest in winning his election. And so therefore, there is an actual risk that those ballots could sway the outcome of the election. And a candidate.
What if there isn't such a risk? He's won 10 elections in a row by 85%. Maybe you can even tell from the turnout before the mailing in. I mean, does that make a difference under your theory?
It would not make a difference, Chief Justice Roberts. We pull this test. It comes from this court's pre-enforcement standing context. In that context, this court has deemed a risk to be substantial, even if there is something like a credible threat of enforcement, or if the threat of enforcement is not imaginary or wholly speculative. The court's never put a probability threshold on the.
But I would say in my hypothetical, none of those adjectives fit it. There isn't a credible threat that the guy is going to lose.
But it's still. I mean, it's part of the issue is past results don't guarantee future outcomes. So even in the Russian roulette hypothetical, even if it's a 1 in 100 chance, the fact of the matter is a person is forced to engage in that gamble, and the concrete interest and the what's it to you answer is avoiding the gamble that implicates that person's concrete risk. A candidate is in a similar situation because ex ante, this ballot counting rules force them to take the risk that those ballots will sway the outcome of their election.
Can you, I'm sorry, are you done? Can you address from the government's perspective, if there isn't standing for these kinds of challenges to ballot receipt deadlines for U.S. House elections and their standing
I think these are
pre-election,
Judicial Watch lawyers.
and they're all forced post-election,
That is
what it looks like next
the
November or
schmedium
December.
shirt-wearing guy,
I mean,
Tom
I think
Fitton.
it's opening.
His shirt ain't fitting.
It's
I
all
need
the
a picture of
concerns
Tom Fitton.
Mr.
Hold on.
Clement raised. There's going if there needs to be a likelihood, or if the test is the ballots actually did make a difference, it's going to force a lot of it's going to force this litigation into the post-election context. It's going to require and it's going to force it into the post-election context for hotly contested cases, and will have, I think, the practical effect of ensuring that only major parties would be able to sue to vindicate, to protect their interest against unlawfully counted ballots.
And if the deadlines were found to be unlawful, have you thought ahead to what the remedy would be in a post-election context if the deadlines were found to be unlawful, how that would play out? Because if we're not thinking ahead to that, we're going to walk into something.
I mean, I can't imagine it be easy or good to determine all the things I think you talked about with petitioner. Questions about remedy, questions about whether voters are going to be disenfranchised because they relied on rules of the road. It's simply it's a thicket that the court doesn't need to get into if it recognizes that candidates are direct objects of these regulations. And what this court's precedents indicate is that when a candidate is, or when a plaintiff is a direct object of the regulation, and the harm immediately flows from the challenge being challenged, then that is a substantial risk of harm.
I might quibble with the direct and just an object
direct,
or
yes.
analogous
Yes.
to an object. Just
The
so we're-
indefinite article, yes.
Yeah.
Counsel, your entire presentation, as did Mr. Clement, takes out our regular articulation of standing. In Meese versus Keene, we said a candidate has standing when the defendant's conduct would substantially harm his chances for reelection. In Clapper, we said substantial risk of harm. In Murphy, we said substantial risk that in the near future the plaintiff will suffer an injury. Both of Democrat and Republicans get the same chance to have their vote counted. So it's not a harm to either side that the people voting for them are going to be equally treated.
So I just want to push back on the premise. We're not saying just because a risk may happen, there's a substantial risk. The plaintiff has to be a direct object, and the harm has to immediately
That's where we
flow
go
from
back to, is he or she the direct object?
So
We're going to have to now change our standing to say indirect objects or people who are part of the scheme in any way. But even in Diamond, the fuel manufacturers were not part of the regulatory scheme.
But in the electoral context, and I think the electoral context is, and especially rules governing the validity of ballots, is unique in this sense, because the purpose of those rules, almost the only purpose for a rule saying this ballot counts but this ballot doesn't, is to determine which candidate wins the election. So it is targeting the candidate's concrete.
Can you answer the question, what's the electoral disadvantage in this case? Well, given the allegations of the complaint, let's deal with that. What can you show me in the complaint that articulates electoral disadvantage?
So our rule doesn't turn on electoral disadvantage, partly because vote counting rules ex ante, it's impossible to know which way they will break, or often it's unknown which way they will break.
Justice Alito said you could. You could have a long history of, you have proof since 2005 of where these things have broken, and you could have alleged that.
Our rule doesn't exclude standing based on electoral advantage. I think one of the things our rule gets at, to the extent electoral advantage feeds into our rule, part of the gamble, so two answers, part of the gamble, or part of the reason it's a concrete particularized harm to candidates, is if they don't expend resources to mitigate the cost of this substantial risk, then they are giving up potential an electoral disadvantage.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you. Justice Thomas? Justice Alito?
How would candidates for very minor parties fare under your rule, where they have no chance whatsoever of winning?
Because they're direct objects and the harm immediately flows to them, they would have standing.
Thank
you. Justice Sotomayor? Justice Kagan?
Mr. Talent, I have a sense that this whole suit is a little bit of it's like in search of a problem.
I wish Jen Griffin was here, because
in fact, we all the time
invoke the
allow
schmedium
suits
joke
pre-election to challenge election rules. I mean, there's hardly an election rule that gets passed in any battleground state that isn't challenged. It's usually by a party, and we've.
Is that what we want, Meow?
I think always allowed those kinds of suits,
that's where we're
because
going,
the party
actually.
has suggested in plain English, and it's not so hard to do, why it is that the new rule will harm them, why it is that, they would prefer the old rules in terms of their electoral status. So why isn't the same thing true here? I guess I just sort of think, what's the problem here?
The problem here, and what our rule gets to, is the fact that candidates are forced to gamble that these ballots are going to affect the outcome of their election.
I don't think we've ever actually asked the RNC or the DNC to do anything like that. What we've asked the parties to do is and this is why you don't get these cases thrown out on standing grounds, because there are perfectly easy ways for a party to say why a new rule is going to harm them in the electoral game. When when Sunday when Sunday voting is shut down, the Democratic Party rolls into court and says this is going to harm us, and the suit goes forward. And similarly for the Republican side on different kinds of rules. I mean, I feel as though we're asking to create a whole new set of rules when everything has been proceeding just fine.
Roasted
that
leeks.
everybody who actually is
sounds
harmed
so
or
good and
is likely
fallish.
going to be
I
harmed
love the vibe.
by a new
We need a
election
fall
law has
vibe
had the
in
chance
here.
to sue.
So our rule addresses a situation where a candidate is coming in and ex ante. They're being forced to gamble on whether
All
or
of
not
these suits are ex ante. I mean, every time we have an election, I mean, every battleground state, we get to see how litigation plays out, mostly brought by the RNC and the DNC prior to the election, asserting that a new rule is invalid for some reason or other. And those suits are never tossed because of standing, because there are easy assertions to make in a complaint about why a new rule is going to hurt you in the electoral process.
I think a candidate can make those allegations here with a based on the fact that these rules govern the counting of votes in their election. They're forced to gamble that these rules are not going to affect the outcome. So whether, as to the competitive injury, just to kind of make an example, even though that may benefit them, they still have to put on the line their concrete risk at winning because it may not benefit them. It's different for the RNC and DNC because I don't think they as neatly fit into the paradigm of being a direct object of these rules. It's really the candidates because these rules are targeted at their electoral success.
Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
Just are you not seeing a candidate different from a party, I gather?
I think we are. A candidate is definitely a direct object of a rule governing counting ballots.
I guess you're saying then if a party has standing a fortiori, a candidate should have standing for similar reasons. Is that what you're saying in response to Justice Kagan?
What I'm saying in response to Justice Kagan is that the reason we need the narrow rule we have now is to deal with candidates who want to challenge these rules. In this case, the RNC, for whatever reason, did not become a party plaintiff. But the reason a candidate has standing in this context is because they are a direct object and because they're forced to take that gamble. Whether the RNC comes in and alleges competitive standing, that may be a separate theory of standing in that case. But in this case, the reason really is the candidate is being forced to gamble that the rule is not going to cost him his election.
Thank you.
Justice Jackson?
I guess I don't understand the gamble harm theory at all. I mean, in every election, candidates voluntarily put themselves up for election, and there's a risk that they will win or lose, right?
Yes, but the gamble here is that an allegedly unlawful law is going to put at risk their odds of winning or losing.
Why don't they have to establish as a part of that harm that they actually have a risk of winning or losing as a result of this? That's the part your rule sort of said, so long as there's a risk that the extra ballots could make a difference. And I said, aha, okay, that's exactly what we're saying needs to be established. And yet you're saying, no, it doesn't if you're a direct object of the regulation. So you've sort of taken away the very thing that you are now saying is necessary to show harm in this situation.
Well, so two answers to that. The doctrinal answer is that when a plaintiff is a direct object of the harm, like in the pre-enforcement cases, this court hasn't required them to meet some type of strict probability threshold. It's a fact that there is a threat of harm that immediately flows from the challenge conduct. In the context of elections, ex ante, it may not be possible to know how a rule will affect the outcome of the race. So our rule harmonizes or comports with the basic tenet of election law, which is
and so we don't have to. You're saying we don't have to assess the realistic nature or the plausibility of the threat.
I'm saying that
I was trying to get something that was transparent.
We don't have to care that there really isn't a risk for the 98% candidate. We still just the fact that there could be for some candidate the ability to lose as a result of this is enough to give the 98% candidate.
It's a factor. It's that Russian roulette hypothetical.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Notes?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, rather than address the record the parties developed below, petitioners first argue that candidates always have standing to challenge the rules that govern their elections because any election rule can cause a single vote change in the final tally. Petitioners' blanket candidate standing rule would cause chaos for election officials while saddling federal courts with resolving abstract policy disputes. This court should hold candidates to the same standing requirements as every other plaintiff. And when those requirements are applied to this record, Congressman Boss doesn't come close to showing standing. His invocation of the possibility of a reduced margin of victory fails at the start. As the United States put it in its brief, Boss' desire to run up the score is not a concrete injury that history and tradition shows can support standing to sue. And petitioners' reliance on harms that are legally cognizable fares no better. Petitioners repeatedly told the Seventh Circuit that Boss is not at risk of losing an election, and this concession to one side, in his declaration, Boss used the words if and may without any explanation when referring to the possibility of an election loss or reputational harm. These conclusory and incomplete statements describe the mere theoretical possibility of injury. They are not evidence of a substantial risk of harm. Finally, as for petitioners' pocketbook theory, while the cost of precautions may be an Article III injury, this court has recognized standing on this theory only when the underlying harm sought to be avoided is itself legally cognizable. Any other rule would water down Article III's requirements in cases alleging future injury. And because petitioners identified no legally cognizable future harm, their efforts to repackage that failed theory into a present injury theory should be rejected. I welcome the court's questions.
How close would an election have to be in order for there to be a sufficient substantial risk of harm?
Sure. I think it's always, it would always be easier in cases where elections are close. But I would also point out that this court has never attached a metric to substantial harm, and I don't think the court needs to do so in this case because I think under any metric, the assertions in this declaration fail because they don't show any risk of harm at all. They simply describe the mere theoretical possibility of harm. And this court has said in cases like Summers that standing is not an exercise in what is merely conceivable. It requires a showing of substantial risk of harm, and the burden is on.
I'm sorry, look, what you're sketching out for us is a potential disaster. In other words, you're saying if the candidate's going to win by 65%, no standing. But if the candidate, hopes to win by a dozen votes, and there are places in the country where that happens over and over again, then he has
Wait,
standing.
is she another one for
but
the
we're
plaintiff?
not going to know that until we get very close
Am I
to
wrong
the
about
election,
her?
right? And so it's going to be in the middle, the most fraught time for the court to get involved in electoral politics. That's when you say we should jump in, as opposed to the more general, broad rule, Mr. Clement's broadest rule, I guess, is, look, he's a candidate. He's challenging a rule in the election. Isn't that enough? And one reason, as I say, we'll be deciding that case then, 6 months, 9 months, maybe 2 years before the election, as opposed to the day after the votes have been counted.
So I don't think that is an accurate description of our position for a couple of reasons. I don't think that there is a concern that standing will only be available right before an election and only in close cases. And that's for two reasons.
So close.
The first is that
I got to figure out how to remove the background.
evidence that a candidate plaintiff could use to show standing isn't simply sort of limited to polling data. I think Meese versus Keene is very helpful on this point. In Meese versus Keene, the court described two types of information that the candidate used to establish standing. One was polling data. One was, the expertise of a political advisor. But I don't even think that those things are necessary in a case like this one, where we are dealing with a very experienced and successful candidate. Congressman Bost has been successfully running for election for 30 years. At the time,
You know, when you run for election for 30 years and win, sometimes, you know, you get, you act as if you have no risk of losing, and you know what happens then? You lose. A candidate who acts as if there's no risk of losing often loses. I don't know. And then you'd say rely on polling data. Are polls always reliable?
My point is simply that in response to the Chief Justice's question, I think that there's a lot of information Congressman Bost could have brought to the table. I don't think it's limited to polling data.
Respectfully, bring the table. Okay, so we bring to the table polling data that shows you're down 20. Candidates that are down 20 sometimes make late breaks for it and win. Happens all the time. And you said expertise of campaign advisors. I respect them as much as anyone, but they can be wrong and they don't have perfect crystal balls either. I don't understand a standing rule that therefore depends on prognostication is my only point. And so you can respond to that as you think best.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that in any standing case where a plaintiff is alleging future injury, courts are required to make some sort of prediction. Now, but of course, the prediction is a substantial risk of harm. It's not certainty of harm. And my point is merely that there is a lot of information that was available to Congressman Bost. He wouldn't even need to turn to the type of information that the court credited in Meese versus Keene. He could have relied on, you know, the 8 election cycles that he had participated.
Well, there was a lot of information for, you know, Tom Dewey and Charles Evans Hughes, and, you know, they both went to bed thinking they were president. And it just seems to me that
At what point do you take responsibility just for your own failure?
Has not been proven to be infallible. And yet you're going to tell somebody 2 weeks before the election, no, you won last time.
Kavanaugh's an election
margin.
expert.
By the way, what margin are you looking for? Prior
Again,
races, he won by what, and then that's enough.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Orrin.
So
That
again,
is-
this court has not
fair.
attached a metric. It uses the substantial risk test across the mine run of standing cases. It has never attached a metric. What it has said is that you look, you know, the burden is on the plaintiff, and you look at the facts in the record, which is why I called the court's attention to the declaration.
No, that's right, but it depends on what sort of things you're talking about, the risk that the car is going to explode or whatever. But if it's a risk of elections and all that counts is the number you get, it does seem to me that it would fall upon the court to give some idea.
Again, I do think that when he submitted this declaration, he had successfully participated in 8 election cycles under the ballot receipt deadline.
Ms. Nost, you keep going back to the facts of this case, and I appreciate why. I would too. But I think what the Chief Justice is getting at, and what would help me certainly, is okay, if a probability of loss needs to be shown to secure standing, what's that probability? Is it 50%? Is it 60%? You've resisted giving us a number, and I would just ask you, if you could, what you think that threshold should be. And then along the way, is there something unseemly about federal courts making prognostications about a candidate's chance of success immediately before an election that itself might influence the election? Thoughts?
Yes, so I hear maybe two questions in there, and I am resisting giving a number because that is consistent with this court's cases. The court has said—
Okay, so no number. You're not going to give us a number. How about the second part of the question?
Sure, and maybe could you repeat that for one—
Is there something unseemly about a federal court in the middle of an election saying you don't have standing because you're going to win, or you do have standing because you might lose, and that itself might influence the electoral process?
So again, I think it is common across all of the court's cases. We're just asking for
And I'm talking about in this context, and I'm sorry to interrupt, in the election context, is there something particularly potentially unseemly about that, or you're not concerned about that?
I don't think it's more unseemly than in other cases where a plaintiff seeks to establish standing based on a substantial risk of a future harm.
Then I just want to run a couple of hypotheticals by you, if I might, before I let you go, and I'll let you go quickly, I promise. But imagine a law like the one in Janus or Illinois socialist workers, where state requires, a lot of signatures to get on the ballot. Minor party candidate has no chance of winning. Standing?
I mean, yes, because, that case, as I hear it, describes a direct regulation of the candidate. And this court has long distinguished, decades
We've
of
never
cases
looked
between...
to the probability of success in those kinds of cases, have we?
No, the court has not. It's in cases like this one where the challenged law doesn't directly regulate the plaintiff. It regulates third parties. And in cases like these, the court has held that the plaintiff needs to show a substantial risk of harm.
Okay, so let's take an example that meets that, I think. Say the election officials decide to count only 100 votes from each precinct and declare the winner based on that. And assume the candidates don't know which side that random sample will benefit. Standing? Doesn't regulate them directly. It's just a rule about counting ballots.
So as I understand the hypothetical, the election authority has announced in advance they're only going to count a small number of ballots. They're going to just disregard all the other ones.
Yep.
So I think actually when in Meese versus Keene, the court, in addition to talking about loss of an election as a cognizable harm for candidates, also talked about damage to the candidate's reputation in the community. And I think the circumstance you're describing, like a pre-election announcement that we are just not going to count all the ballots, is the type of extreme circumstance where a candidate could say, if I win in that circumstance, my victory is completely illegitimate.
Well, why? And or say we're going to count ballots for 3 months after the election, and you don't know who that's going to benefit. I can't prove that I'm going to win or lose. Or I'm going to count them for a year. Standing?
So that probably would kind of run into other Illinois laws and federal laws that.
Oh, well, that's the allegation here, is that this runs into other laws, the practice here. And so I'm giving you other examples, undercounting, overcounting, however you want to phrase it, in which you don't know how it's going to affect the candidate, but one wonders.
So I do think in that type of circumstance, to me, that probably isn't the type of extreme circumstance where a candidate could claim, reputational harm.
Okay. Thank you.
What's you're referring to reputational harm. I'm trying to figure out what's the reputational harm that distinguishes the sampling hypothetical that Justice Gorsuch asks from this case, where the allegation is that illegally cast ballots will be counted. How's that different?
So
that's the allegation.
So to me, there's a distinction between a situation where a candidate could perhaps plausibly allege that even if he were elected, under this process, the election would be so illegitimate that nobody would credit him as the successful candidate. And I don't think this circumstance meets that standard because, of course, candidate Bost has successfully run for election now 10 times under the ballot receipt deadline, and I don't understand him ever to have suggested that he somehow was illegitimately elected. And the reputational harm component, I do think, comes from Meese versus Keene, which is a candidate standing case in which the court described, two types of injuries a candidate could have, and one was the risk of an election loss, and the other was the possibility of, adverse impact on their reputation in the community.
Suppose that,
go ahead. I don't want to create a bespoke standing rule. However, this case involves the question of injury in a particular context, which is different from other contexts, and that is injury in a competition. So along those lines, let me give you a hypothetical. Suppose that 8 runners qualify for the U.S. finals to go to the Olympics in the 100-meter dash. And when they show up for the competition, they find that actually they're going to have to run 105 meters. Does anybody have can any of them show injury in fact?
So I think in that circumstance, if this court were, to apply the competitive standing cases, the court would, ask, was, any any potential plaintiff as compared to a direct competitor, were they substantially disadvantaged by that? And so, yes, they would need to show some sort of harm.
So they would have to, an individual runner would have to show videotapes of other races and show, I start to lose steam at the 97th meter. So making me go 105 yards is going to hurt me in relation to others?
I mean, I think the standard is one of plausibility, and I don't know that one would need to present that type of evidence to make the assertion plausible.
Are any of them going to be able to challenge this?
I think actually it probably could be fairly easy to challenge if they could.
How would they
could say, I mean, presumably, I could imagine a plausible assertion that, I have, trained for a 100-meter race and a 105-meter race makes some sort of difference that puts me at a substantial disadvantage. But I guess I know the court is resisting going back to the declaration, but standing cases are fact specific.
Well, this is in this specific situation. What would be wrong with a rule that says for competitors in a competition where there's going to be a winner and there's going to be one or more losers, when the rules of competition are changed in a way
I'm going to have
that
to figure
produces
that out.
a risk that can't readily be measured,
But I am going to figure it
then
out.
all the competitors
By
have
tomorrow's show.
So
doesn't that make sense?
So I don't think that it makes sense to
Yeah, it really all
adopt
depends
a
on your
blanket
schedule. Lucy's
standing
mom, you're
rule
here?
for
Oh my
candidates
goodness. The Senate is live
because
now?
I think it would create two problems. First, it would create
Thune have the
chaos for
votes?
election officials. It is very easy to be a candidate. Any self-declared candidate could challenge any election rule that they happen to have a policy disagreement with, even if that
Listen
rule
to your
were
bodies,
entirely
man.
harmless. And election officials who are tasked with actually running elections would have to divert their time and
Oh, I'm
energy
muted?
and litigate,
I am
these
muted.
policy-based disputes.
No, I'm not. Okay.
And then federal courts in
Sorry.
turn would be put in
very
the
high,
position
I'll tell you that
of
right now.
resolving these, disputes via advisory opinions, which is exactly
gonna have a
what
little bit of
this
a marathon
court's standing
today.
cases have dictated should
So
not happen.
suppose that there was some change in rule
Because there's
that
something
had a very
happening
high
at noon.
probability of cutting into a
So
candidate's
we may be
vote
live
total
for quite some
by
time.
a fairly small amount. So let's say very high probability that this will cut into your vote total by 2%.
So happy to be your
Standing?
background.
So
Happy to
I
be your
think in that case, the
community
candidate would
unite.
have to be able to plausibly allege
so feel free.
that
I'm in the background,
sort of
just
2%
chilling.
change in the margin harms him in some way.
That's all.
Okay, so that seems not right to me. That then you're going to force people to come into court and show a bunch of polls and how that 2% margin might or might not make a difference in the end, when what you have is quite clear. What you have is a voting rule that harms somebody relative to what's come before. And that is a usual standing inquiry. And, it's not a bespoke anything. It's like, this is a new rule. It's going to harm me relative to what's come before. I have a right to complain about it. Why isn't just
75% more
that's
Lolo.
enough?
Yeah.
I actually don't
Thank
think
you
we
very
would have
much.
any problem at all
Thank you very much,
with that
Jay Rance.
rule. I think the problem is
amazing.
that Congressman Bost
Thank you. You
can't
didn't need
show
to do that. I love
standing
you.
based on that rule, because then I would go back to the
I
declaration.
think he could show standing. Whether he did show standing is another thing entirely, right? That this is
Heading
a
downtown.
complaint
Bye,
that sort of
hi, Lee.
seems a little bit
Great.
to
Put us in
be
your
created
pocket.
in order to test I don't have to show injury
I
at
love you,
all
Jay.
theory.
Thanks.
But
And
it
not
would
just
be very
because you give me
easy for
money.
Congressman Bost to write a complaint that satisfied my rule.
I love you a lot.
I mean, I don't disagree
Drive
with you, and
carefully.
I guess maybe appreciate you sort of
Crazy people out there.
appropriately reframing. My point is that what he wrote at page 68 and 69 of his declaration does not satisfy that rule. Because when asked
Thank you,
about
Meowing
electoral
Star.
loss,
That's the way
he
to
used
spice
the
it
word
up.
if.
Maybe people would tune
That's
in
a
then.
mere theoretical possibility
That's my
of
theory.
harm. He provides no explanation why
Mobile
he
or
thinks he
Mobile,
plausibly
Alabama.
could lose his election. And when asked about a
Mobile.
diminished margin of victory, he uses the word may, which suffers from the same problem. He had a wealth of information available to him. I know I keep going back to the fact that he's an experienced candidate, but it matters. He had lived through, at the time he prepared this declaration, 8 elections under the ballot
Mobile.
receipt deadline.
Yeah.
He said in his declaration, I send poll watchers every single time. So he would have known at the end of the day, on election day, how many votes were cast on the
What
unofficial.
you're saying to me, I think that what you're saying to me is a little bit different than from what you said to the Chief Justice, because I agree with the Chief Justice. You do not want candidates to have to walk into federal court and show that they're up in the polls by X amount, or that they've won the last 5 elections by X amount. You're just saying he didn't say anything to show that he's going to be harmed at all by the new rule.
That's exactly our position, and the burden is on the plaintiff, and standing is fact specific, and you look at the record that the
You're
party
walking away from a lot of your brief
beer
there.
and marijuana, but
You're
I don't
walking
know.
away from most of your brief.
Or it
with that
involves a
answer,
butt.
which is-
I don't really know.
It's your choice. You've mentioned the word chaos a few times. I guess I'm worried about the chaos of
Suppository, but
post-election
for fun.
litigation
Oh, well,
and
I
how that
mean-
would play out in a circumstance like a challenge to this particular
that's
ballot
great. I'm all over
counting
that.
rule.
Yeah,
In
go for it.
particular, let's suppose
Let's do it.
post-election challenge, therefore
Hey, man,
real
there's
issue
no-
of standing
there's
in a
no-
real close
there's no
election,
shame.
and the rule is found invalid.
But I thought it had something to do with
You thought
beer
about
and
what the remedy
marijuana,
would be in
maybe,
that
and your butt. I
circumstance.
think I might have been right.
So I
presumably comes to this court,
Yeah.
and maybe the House elections ride on it, so we know which way
I think
we
you
rule,
thought
what
that
the
he
impact
would
will
like
be, which is
poke
never
a hole
good
in the
position.
can of beer and.
So
I don't know what
I
that
guess
is
I
either.
would push back on the idea that it necessarily would have to be resolved post-election.
I
I'd go
love
back to the
our
point, it's
family.
only substantial risk. There is no need
Oh,
for certainty.
boofing beer bong
He
in
would
the butt.
simply, have to
Oh,
show
got
a
you.
substantial risk
All
of
right.
some legally cognizable
interesting.
harm. That could include losing the election. It could also, according to Meese, include, harms that rise to the level of a reputational harm. And I'm sorry. I
Keep going, sir.
I just wanted to point the court's attention,
family is
as the
too
court is
much.
probably aware, to the Watson case out of the Fifth Circuit that challenges a very similar law. In that case, the political party was found to have standing. It did include
Shit, I learned it.
different allegations, better allegations. So, for example, it included an allegation that if Mississippi's ballot receipt deadline was enforced, that would
feel like
impair
I
the
wanna
party's
clip
ability
the
to
booth
elect their
piece,
Republican
but then I
candidates.
don't. You know what
so
I mean?
I do think that standing is not
Oh, my
hard to
God.
establish. I just think that this candidate did not establish it based on the statements in the declaration.
The two things I think you've relied on
fucking
are how
love us.
close the election might be. You did say polling data earlier, and
Vanilla calls
expert
you
candidates, and you've relied on
Warren,
how experienced the
stop.
candidate is or how many terms. If a candidate's been elected
Oh.
twice,
God,
is
you
that
guys make me
candidate
laugh.
have it in a better position for
Oh my
standing?
God.
So, I think
Who's
that
doing the
candidate, I
entertaining
think
here?
the
That's what I
experience
wanna
is
know.
relevant here just because
Kids
Congressman Bost
today.
had so much personal knowledge
You guys are
about
so much
how the
younger
ballot
than I
receipt
am.
deadline
It's so
works or
hilarious.
doesn't work in his favor, about, what these later arriving ballots look like and whether they harm him or not. I think a newer candidate may not have that wealth of information, but they could certainly, I
What'd
think,
you learn at the
rely on
lounge
other
today?
information.
Well,
Again, Meese talked
let me
about
tell
the
you.
experience of political advisors, of polling.
Let me tell you.
I really,
Are
I
you
don't.
seriously arguing that whether or not
Do I start
the
with
allegations
boofing
here
or
are
tampon
sufficient
soaked in vodka? Where do I
requires
start?
an analysis of the particular background and experience of the candidate who files the complaint?
No,
This case
not
would come out differently if this was somebody you'd never run before?
My point is simply
Before you
that
brushed your
Congressman
hair this
Bost had a
morning.
lot of information
You're so
available to him that he could have used to explain. He could have said, for example, I've been through 8 election cycles under this deadline.
Well, then
This
you
is-
are referring to the particulars of his situation. In any event, let me ask you about the pocketbook injury. Why isn't that straightforward? Mr. Clement says, look, it's political
Because you should plan
malpractice
that
not
you're-
to continue poll watching
Then
and
it is.
related
Then you should
activities
build that into
until
your fucking
the
budget.
final bell
That would be my
actually
answer, with
tolls.
the F word
That costs
included.
money. If you extend the period, it costs me more money. That's a pocketbook injury. And your answer is, well, he didn't have to spend that.
Of course.
Right?
Oh my
That's
God,
your answer.
meowing start.
So, I mean,
honey,
our
let me
answer
tell you
is that
about
when
my
this court has found
80s and
standing
90s,
basically
okay?
based on an expenditure of resources, that's,
You wanna talk
his
spicy?
position. The court has required the
Oh, boy.
plaintiff to demonstrate that that resource
I'm
expenditure
so glad
was
you have that grip,
undertaken
Warren.
to avoid a risk of harm that is itself legally cognizable. And I think that that rule makes good sense, because if the rule were otherwise, the plaintiff
We don't talk
could
about
simply
the 80s
take a
online.
failed
No, we
future
don't.
injury theory of harm where
What
they
stays
couldn't show a
offline
substantial
stays
risk of harm.
offline.
You think the risk of losing
What
the
happens
election is not
offline
legally
stays offline.
cognizable?
Well, of course, Congressman Bost has not established a substantial
Oh,
risk
girl,
he might
well,
lose an
let me
election. And
tell
in fact,
you,
he
I
told
made up for
the
you.
Seventh
I
Circuit
did it.
multiple
Yep.
times that he is not at risk
made
of
up for
losing
all
an
of you
election. I do think had
in the
he
80s.
adequately
Don't worry about it.
established, a
Don't worry about
substantial
it.
risk of losing an election, then certainly the pocketbook injury would be
So
viable.
it turns on the risk of losing the election, not
I
the
know,
risk
Sister
of a
Mama.
less favorable result,
I know,
a smaller margin.
I think it turns on a substantial risk of a legally cognizable harm, and I don't think that a diminished margin of victory in and
Mine
of
in the
itself
70s
is a
did,
legally
too.
But we're talking
cognizable
about
harm.
injury in fact. Isn't a smaller margin of victory an
Oh,
injury
good
in fact?
morning. Good morning, neighbor.
I don't think so, because unless
The
it's
lounge
coupled with
says
something
hello.
else, a smaller margin of victory has no real-world consequences.
It has no real-world consequences? Really?
Yeah.
I mean, unless
What
a
are they?
candidate could
It makes
plausibly...
no difference, but if you win by 50.00000% versus 80%, it doesn't matter.
Might
A win is a
might
win.
impact your
I think
fundraising.
under those circumstances, a candidate
it's-
probably could plausibly
the
establish
results of the
that a
results are
diminished
the
margin of
results.
victory, has a
Right.
reputational or other competitive consequence that matters.
You
But
didn't
I
get
don't think
picked.
that under circumstances where the change in the margin is a vote or a handful of votes,
Good morning, TJ.
that that's a
How you
legally
doing?
cognizable harm. And I think that's also
We're doing a little
consistent with the
marathon-y
historical
kind of stuff
cases.
here.
I mean, if you
I
look
might
at the
take one little
historical
break, but-
circumstances under which a candidate could obtain an election recount, those were always circumstances where the recount was likely to change the outcome.
The question Justice Alito started with was monetary injury. And I thought that the likelihood of winning the election was really irrelevant to that. You have to hire staff for an extra 2 weeks. And a good campaign is going to try to end up on election day with close to zero left in the bank. To leave it all on the field. If you have to extend it 2 weeks, you're going to be reallocating your resources and potentially have to raise more money. But at a minimum, you're going to have to spend more money, which is just obvious standing, isn't it? Without getting into all this other stuff, that's just obvious standing. You have to spend more money to staff an extra 2 weeks.
So I don't think so. I think what this court's cases stand for, and this is cases like Clapper and Alliance versus Hippocratic Medicine, is the proposition that if a plaintiff is going to rely on the expenditure of resources to establish standing, the plaintiff needs to show that that expenditure was necessary to avoid a substantial risk of an injury that is itself legally cognizable. And I think that that makes sense, because I think that if the rule were otherwise, the requirements for showing standing on a future injury theory would
Right
be
now,
watered
it's
down.
dumb speeches on the Senate floor.
Just one follow-up. I thought
And by
the
dumb, I
test
mean
was-
Tommy
is it part
Traderville.
of your core activities, your ordinary activities, if the expenditure is part of that? And I would think for a campaign, as the amicus brief, the ACLU,
But dump
the
has
League of
something coming up at
Women
noon my
Voters,
time
was
on
quoted
the Pacific.
before, and I had it too.
And it has to
Political
do with
malpractice,
Antifa, so I
not
kinda wanna
not
watch
be
it.
ready for that, to staff that.
So I think that
Being Antifa and all.
petitioners here have not sort of proceeded under that organizational standing theory, but I think if you applied that
'Cause we
theory
all
here,
are.
we would still
If we're on the right side
prevail,
of history.
because I think that Congressman Boss's core mission is to win elections. He's never told us that he has another. I mean, maybe some other candidate would have some other core mission. A minor party candidate's core mission might be, to bring attention to its message.
Manchurian
But because
candidate,
he's
for
never
example.
proceeded under this theory.
One more, sorry, but spending money to get out the vote, monitor the polls, have staff that does all that, which is going to be necessary for an additional
Build it into
2
your
weeks is
budget,
part of the
because you
campaign.
know
I guess
that's the
that
law
was
in
my
that
clarifying
state.
question, because with respect to this regulation, it's not the campaign
that is extended for 2 weeks. Is that correct? I mean, I understood what is happening in this regulation is that it's just the counting of the votes that have been that come in postmarked, but the campaign is not continuing, right?
So, I mean, all this regulation means, and it doesn't even actually extend the time period for counting votes, because we would be the state would be counting provisional ballots during that 14-day period.
There's already
regardless.
counting going on, so the costs are really reduced. I mean, as I understand this regulation, what is happening is that the state has decided that it's going to count ballots that it receives in the mail that are postmarked as of Election Day for the next 2 weeks. So really, what is the expenditure that is happening here? I guess Mr. Bost is saying I have to have people to continue to monitor the counting, but you say
Yes, it is,
counting
Oren.
is happening anyway
Justice
because of the
Brown
provisional
Jackson.
ballots. So I don't understand this great big cost that is suddenly happening here.
I mean, I don't mean to fight the question. That's probably a question for the congressman. I mean, we did, for purposes of this point in the proceeding, take at his word that he has, engaged, additional resources to engage in further or in monitoring the counting. But I do agree with Your Honor's observation that the time period for the counting is not extended at all. And if I could, I see I'm short on time, but I'd like to, briefly address, I think Justice Kavanaugh, raised the legal malpractice point, that sort of colorful phrase. I do think that Clapper is helpful on this point because in Clapper, there was no question that the lawyers there had diverted resources. They were traveling overseas to meet with their clients. And they were doing that because they wanted to avoid the risk of unlawful surveillance associated with the challenged federal law. I don't think there was any question that those decisions were reasonable because if you look at the Second Circuit's decision, there was an affidavit submitted by a legal ethicist, and the ethicist explained that if the lawyers didn't take precautions like these, they actually would be violating their duties as attorneys, essentially
Thank you, counsel.
committing.
Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito?
Do you think that monitoring the counting of paper ballots is either not important or doesn't require the expenditure of resources?
No, that's not our position. Of course, Congressman Bost is free to monitor counting, consistent with Illinois law. Our position is simply that when a plaintiff seeks to establish standing based on a resource expenditure theory, the question isn't whether that decision was reasonable. The question isn't whether it was prudent. The question is whether were those resources expended to avoid a substantial risk of harm that is itself legally cognizable. And as I mentioned, I think the rule makes sense because if the rule were otherwise, a plaintiff could simply take a failed future injury theory of standing where they couldn't show a substantial risk of harm and repackage it as a present injury theory of standing based on resource expenditures.
All right, thank you.
Justice Sotomayor? Justice Kagan? Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
Just one question. Justice Scalia once wrote, and I know you're going to say that this case doesn't implicate this, but I just want to understand if you agree with the principle that he said, which was count first and rule upon legality afterwards is not a recipe for producing election results that have the public acceptance democratic stability requires, end quote. Do you agree with that?
I think theoretically,
it's because
I think
the postmark is the date that matters.
It makes sense.
Was it received by the election day?
If I understood the statement, I think that post-election challenges are probably not ideal. Did I understand the statement correctly?
Ballots.
But I don't think that our position, which again is how the court treats standing across all cases, requires that because the test is simply substantial risk, and Congressman Bost's declaration simply doesn't show substantial risk by any metric.
Thank you.
Oh, God, good observation.
So I'm a little bit
guys.
worried about your
So much
concession
cleaner,
to Justice
right?
Kagan, that you'd be okay with a rule that says that if it harms, the challenge regulation harms someone relative to what had come before, that would be enough. And the reason I think is because that would implicate situations like even the one Justice Kagan posited, which is a person who has lost the election significantly, but who claims something about the 2-week period would change their margin, or lost or won, say, change their margin, would be harmed by that. And I guess I don't understand that. It seems to me that it might, that the extra counting of ballots might change your position, but it only harms you if it would make a difference in the election. And I thought that was your bottom line. I thought it was sort of what the government would say, the SG was saying a little bit. But it seems to me crucial to uphold this idea that harm is required for standing purposes. And I worry a little bit practically if we accept that kind of thought, the idea that a candidate is harmed if their margin of error changes, even if it doesn't make a difference in the election, that we're actually opening up avenues for a lot of post-election challenges that we wouldn't otherwise have. People who've lost the election, but they want their margin of defeat to be different, or they think it might have been, and so now we have litigation over the counting as a result of that. Can you respond?
I appreciate the question. Thank you. I certainly did not mean to suggest, if I did, that a diminished margin of victory by itself, in our view, is a legally cognizable harm. So maybe it would kind of be, helpful just to describe what we think are legally cognizable harms for candidates, and I think they come from history, and I think they come from Meese versus Keene. The easy one is the substantial risk of losing an election. Then there are other concrete electoral consequences that are probably more available to minority party candidates, but that would be like a substantial risk of not getting on the ballot, a substantial risk of not qualifying for public funding, or maybe sort of other fundraising injuries. And then there is the statement in Meese versus Keene, which talks about reputational harms. And I think that in extreme circumstances, a candidate could plausibly allege in advance of an election
You're
that
a
even
loser.
if I win, I know I'm going to win, even if I win under this election scheme, my victory will be so illegitimate that my reputation.
So to summarize, those are the kinds of harms that Justice Kagan says have been routinely alleged and courts have accepted and are pretty easy to make, and so then you go on with your lawsuit, right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, Mr. Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Just a few points in rebuttal. First, I just want to make the point that I don't think you should just contract all this out to the RNC and the DNC. There are cases where the RNC has lost on standing. On page 16 of our petition, RNC against Burgess is one. But I also don't think you want to put the candidate in the position that they have to convince the National Committee to support their challenge if they actually think they're being harmed either by the pocketbook or their electoral prospects, or that unlawful ballots are going to be counted. Second, I think it's important when you look at this complaint and people are complaining about the threadbare nature of the complaint. Keep in mind, one of the things that is in the complaint, and this is at 85A of the petition appendix, is the state's own statement before the previous election that said, hey, reporters, don't get too excited about Election Day results because the late arriving ballots can change the results. So stay tuned, essentially, for 14 days. Now, the state didn't say, oh, but don't worry about Congressman Bost's district. That one's different. That's a state seat. And, of course, the state would never say that because that would put state election officials in a ridiculous position of, before the election, deciding that certain seats are safe seats and certain seats are toss-ups. But yet the state wants to put the federal courts in the same position. They want you to look at this declaration and say, well, he's a 10-time incumbent, so he's got a higher standard of showing how these ballots are going to hurt him. Or maybe it's easier for a different incumbent. That way lies madness, with all due respect.
These are not illegal
they're
ballots.
asking for essentially an Article 3 determination that Congressman Bost is in a safe seat. And the Article 3 equivalent of the Cook report seems like something that should be avoided at all costs. Now, let me just finish on one point, which is part of the debate here is who's asking for a special rule of standing. And with respect, I think it's the state that's asking for a special rule of standing, to the effect that only an electoral disadvantage that can threaten your win or loss at the end of the day counts, and maybe some stuff that I'm frankly confused about Meese and one or two things. But it's really like you got to go in there and say this is going to be outcome determinative in the election. That is a special rule for elections. They say pocketbook injuries don't count in this context. That's not the law. I mean, if the government says to me, Clement, give me $500, That's a pocketbook injury. I don't have to point to some other injury that complements the pocketbook injury. Now, there are certain cases where there's a very speculative primary injury, and then this court has said, well, you can't spend yourself into standing. But that's not this case. It's perfectly reasonable to spend this money on these poll watching, political malpractice, not to do it. Let me finish with one thought. It seems like we have three different tests here, three different theories, but they all come down to a simple common sense proposition. A candidate is not a bystander in his or her own election. Their name's on the ballot. They put their lives on hold. So they have a special interest in what's on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
All right. We did it. We listened to the case. I'm going to stop the SCOTUS stuff for now, because what I want to do is read that article that I just pulled up from a few years ago, but about Kennedy's son, because we were talking about SCOTUS judges and Kennedy's conflict of interest and blah, 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 and then he resigned and blah, 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 blah. And then I want to check on when this Trump thing, it may not happen, so I think what I'll do is finish up here, and then I'll come back for that. But I want to read this because this Guardian article from a number of years ago. And then I hear that the Supreme Court ruling, everyone is expressing unfortunate dismay that the SCOTUS will likely side with the talk therapy, this conversion therapy in Colorado, that states cannot regulate in that particular case, which again sets a dangerous precedent about conversion therapy, which we know can often, if not always, be coercive and harm children. So that's what we're dealing with. So let me go ahead and get rid of some of this stuff. And you know what, Tom, I'm sorry. It was great. Thanks for coming today. Goodbye. And let me find the Guardian article. It's so far back in all my tabs. So many tabs. Okay. So this is terrible, but, necessary. He has like a Habsburg chin, right? Like, I don't know. Isn't that what they call? I'm sorry if I hope that's not a slur. I don't think it is, but I hope it's not. I'm sorry. Horrifying. All right, this is from 2020, February 4th, 2020, from The Guardian. Book reveals Trump effort to persuade Justice Kennedy to step aside for Kavanaugh. Newberg. Dark Towers tells of, it's not a Stephen King novel. No, it's much, much more. Tells of how family coordinated charm offensive to convince aging Supreme Court justice to retire. The Trump family carried out a coordinated White House charm offensive to persuade Anthony Kennedy, a swing vote on the Supreme Court, to retire and clear the way for Brett Kavanaugh. I like beer, according to a forthcoming book. In Dark Towers, Deutsche Bank, Donald Trump, and an epic trail of destruction, David Enrich, the finance editor of the New York Times, describes how the German bank became the last major financial institution willing to lend to Donald Dump's repeatedly defaulting business empire. Well, but hold my beer. Long before Trump ran for the White House, Justice Kennedy's son, Justin, get it? Worked as an investment banker at, you guessed it, Deutsche Bank. Enrich describes how he developed a relationship with Dump, his daughter Ivanka, and son-in-law Jared. He went to Jared, helping to finance real estate deals no other bank would touch because of Trump's record of failing to pay his debts to lenders, contractors, and business partners. Now, keep in mind, this is before Dumpy Dump was convicted on 34 counts of fraudulent statements regarding his accounting with fucking Deutsche Bank. Justice Kennedy, isn't that illegal? Like to blackmail someone into resigning? Doesn't that feel illegal? I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know. Okay, so all right, here we go. Even Dump's friends would go to considerable lengths to avoid lending him money, Enrich writes, adding that virtually the only person who would loan money to Trump was his father, Fred, who was widely known to have repeatedly bailed out his son. What are laws? I don't know. I don't know what the law is regarding that, but I have to believe there's something that is inappropriate, right? Yeah, legal. Schmiegel, they don't give a fuck. I know. Haha. It's almost novel now, right? Like, what an artifact of the past. Okay, so Dark Towers is out, actually. Justin Kennedy, see what he did there, was part of the U.S. branch of Deutsche Bank from 1998 to 2009, he was around during the Epstein stuff. I don't know what's happening here. Release the Trump files. Drawn to Trump's risk-taking and glamour, he became a Trump confidant, sitting with the real estate impresario at the U.S. Open tennis or in Manhattan nightclubs, and chaperoning huge loans to finance Trump's real estate spending sprees. Yeah, parody short from the future, really. Yeah, exactly. Kennedy, who ran the bank's commercial real estate team, continued to lend to Dump even though Deutsche clients had suffered severe losses when Dump's casino business collapsed and he declared bankruptcy. After Kennedy set up his own finance and property firm in Florida, Enrich writes, he continued to help other members of the Dump family, Ivanka, Kushner, and Donald Trump Jr., of course, and likely Eric, let's not be greedy, arrange financing for projects in New York. The New York Observer, which was owned by Kushner, that's right, put Kennedy on a list of 100 most powerful people in New York real estate. Jen, are you out? Or you're saying hi to her. Okay. I want to make sure I didn't miss that. Once Dump was in office, he went out of his way to congratulate Justice Kennedy on his son, calling him a special guy and saying how much his own children loved him. Dump's flattery, Enrich writes, was part of a coordinated White House charm offensive to persuade the aging justice. Is that what we're calling it, blackmail now? Persuasion? Okay. For years, the court's pivotal swing vote that it was safe to retire even with an unpredictable man in the Oval Office. Well, I guess since we didn't really hear Justin's name too much in the fraud court case, I guess he made good on the promise, didn't he? Yeah. Dark Towers describes how Ivanka Trump befriended the judge, sitting next to him at an inaugural lunch, regaling him with accounts of her close friendship with his son, then visiting the elder Kennedy at the Supreme Court, bringing her 5-year-old daughter to hear a case about arbitration agreements. Isn't that cute? Hey, Neil, welcome back. When Anthony Kennedy announced his retirement in June 2018, it gave Dump an opportunity to tip the court right with his nomination of I Like Beer Kavanaugh, in turn solidifying support among conservatives otherwise skeptical about Dump's character. Oh, which is another promise he made good on, which is to pack the court. Enrich writes that having helped to stabilize Dump's business, Deutsche Bank now indirectly helped to stabilize his floundering presidency. Hi. Dump's relationship with Deutsche Bank was much discussed during special counsel Robert Mueller's investigation of Russian election interference and links between Trump and Moscow. What? You just came for the vodka. Enrich points to the separate relationships Deutsche Bank and Trump had with a Kremlin-linked Russian bank, VTB. That's right. Oh, sorry, Neil. Okay, no problem. We'll be quiet. Suggesting perhaps this was more than a coincidence. What? But he provides no direct evidence to support suspicions that funds supplied by Deutsche Bank to Trump over 2 decades came from Russian sources. That's how money laundering works. Yeah, that's how money laundering works. And also notes that Deutsche executives deny any such direct financial relationship. Rather, Enrich portrays the bank's investments in Russia and in Dump as being both symptoms of a reckless investment culture and pursuit of prestige, with insufficient checks from senior management and an outdated and fragmented computer data system. Wow, Enrich, what a weird kind of position to take. Dump supporters inside the bank have also argued that he had a relatively low overall debt burden. Gosh, how could that be? Then why would he need to declare bankruptcy so often? If he had a low overall debt burden, first of all, how? And then why questions? Question? In a statement, Justice Kennedy didn't respond. Shocker. In a statement, Deutsche Bank said, well, wait, here we go. I like this one better.
Okay, Deutsche Bank. Hi, I'm Deutsche Bank. DB for short. Wow, elements of the narrative seem to be exaggerated to fit into a storyline. Story time! We have long acknowledged and sought to learn from our historical shortcomings. Interesting.
So that is Deutsche Bank and Justin Kennedy. See what he did there? The story of the Kennedys, then the dumps. Oh, and there's little Alan Weisselberg. Is he still in Rikers or is he home now? Is he all done? Did he get pardoned? Has Trump pardoned Weisselberg? Wait a minute. Trump hasn't pardoned Weisselberg? I'm confused. I know. Max, we are definitely... Oh, it's delayed? Scheduled. Yes. So I think here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a brief break while we're getting ready for Dumpy Dump. And then I'm going to come back in a new stream at 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, blah, blah, blah. I'll put up a little whatevers. But yeah, if you want, please come back and we'll watch. I need to watch what he's going to say about Antifa because I have a feeling he's coming after all of us. Meowing Star, when my mom was a kid, she accidentally left some money in her laundry and was worried she was going to jail for laundering money. Oh my God, that's so adorable. That's so adorable. I knew the son was involved somehow, but I never really understood how. Weisselberg was already out. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, Twice Baked today. So we'll have a Twice Baked coming up in about 45 minutes, a little less than that. So just a mini break. So you don't have to listen to me in your ear for at least 45 minutes today. Okay. Thank you so much for coming. I'll see you soon. I love you guys. Marathon today. Whoop, whoop. Here we go. All right.